Attention, true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
It's compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to start.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You work in a fucking gym, and you're 45!
I do not want any spies or snitches stuck to my chest.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta stop them through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
So that's just the rules, and you can't stick to them. Whatever. Those rules aren't real. You can't stick to them!
Do it my way.
Get ready for the shit show. Smoke them if you got them. Make sure you have your cigarettes. Make sure you have your drinks. Make sure you have all your stuff ready because it's going to be a hell of a day today. Understand me when I say people are fucking sick of this.
I need you again. So stick around. So stick around.
in every...
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope you guys can hear me okay. I'm going to start this off with this news clip. Brian showing up to quote.
How are you feeling?
How you feeling, Brian?
Why did you do it? Are you ready to go to Idaho?
Why did you do it? Last time in Pennsylvania, Brian.
And of course, there's no cameras in the courtroom. So they cannot do, they can't have, of course, no cameras in there at all. So they're going to do a play-by-play, which I'm sure they're already starting to do this or they've already done it. So if anybody knows anything else, where's Bullnose Buddy? I don't know. I don't know where she's at. I'm sure probably, being a tragedy pimp or y'all played again.
Why did you do it?
How are you feeling?
How you feeling, Brian?
Why did you do it? Are you ready to go to Idaho?
Why did you do it? Last time in Pennsylvania, Brian. Why did you do it?
How are you feeling?
How you feeling, Brian?
Why did you do it? Are you ready to go to Idaho?
Why did you do it? Last time in Pennsylvania, Brian.
Yeah, so he glanced at the media. Yeah, he did. He glanced over and you could hear him say, Brian, yelling and screaming at him. Right. I don't know who's asking him, how you feeling? What the fuck you think? How the fuck is he feeling? He's mad because he got caught, I'm sure. Oh, Kaylee's dad's there. Oh, yeah, he's very tall. Yeah, very tall. A lot taller than people thought, for sure. Yep. So let's go see if they've gotten anything out of court here. I know WFLA has been following like every move. So they're supposed to be able to record, not in the courtroom during the hearing, but they're supposed to be able to record otherwise. So William Eyelash, I can see you. Yeah, he's already there. Yeah. I know everybody thought it was going to be later, but it's not. Well, yeah, I'm sure it's super difficult for all the family members, including his family. I'm sure they were probably pretty fucking shocked to know that their son's the one that did this, I mean, I would be in fucking shock. That's for sure. We're also going to talk about the lady that came out talking about she's seen him at the jail and he said he was going to cut this person and that person. Lord, she better stop. She better stop it.
Brian, did you do it?
How are you feeling?
How you feeling, Brian?
Why did you do
Are
it?
you ready to go to Idaho?
Why did you do it?
The last time in Pennsylvania, Brian.
They keep asking him how he's feeling. The man who sold it made a post. Man who sold what? Hell of Alive, I missed it. Yeah, he's a fucking monster. There's no excuse for it. Yeah, girl, did you? I mean, I don't know. She started talking about she was gonna. Yeah, they did. His lawyer said he's eager to be exonerated. But I mean, any lawyer is gonna say that. You know what I mean? Like any lawyer that's in this kind of a case, I guess you would, he's looking forward to being exonerated, and he's probably sitting there saying, he didn't do it, he didn't do it, he didn't do it. So that's what they all say. William said, I want to ask him all the questions he had on his list of questions. Right. How are you feeling now? Or, all them crazy questions. Shit. Here, I'll drop the link one more time in case anybody wants to come up before I go off the screen. Hold on. See, and it's so hard to say who's telling the truth and who's not, because hey girl, what's up? How are you?
I'm good. Hey, I am blown away at how tall this guy is.
Oh, really? I knew he was tall, and I knew that Ethan was very tall.
I
So
knew Ethan was 6'3", but I didn't realize how damn tall this creepo was. I thought, I mean, those COs are of nice big stature. I thought this guy was maybe 5'7", 5'9". I didn't think he was that tall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he looks like he's like 6'3", maybe.
That's what I was thinking. He's very tall. And now, like, I stand corrected. I thought there were two. I really believe it was just him. This guy is a fucking psycho.
Yeah, see, and I mean, I didn't think there was two to begin with. I mean, honestly,
I did, just because of that's a lot. Those are well-conditioned young people, so that would have taken a lot to do. But anyway, yeah.
Well, so there's limited access to the extra first appearance or whatever. I guess I shouldn't have put first appearance in a petition hearing, but let's see. They're not going to allow cameras. They're not going to allow them to come in there during the court. You know what I mean? So they can do like play-by-play, not be able to. Scheduled for 3:30 p.m., but I think they brought him a little bit early only because of the risk, you know what I'm saying, of somebody maybe offing him on his way in, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to say that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. No.
Okay, so like when my sister-in-law had to go into court and be transported for that, they generally take him as early as possible, and then they put him in a room at the courthouse where they're in a secure, locked. Also because of you kind of have to get the prison staff when you have them too. So that's not surprising that he's already there.
So, okay, hold on. I got Follow the Grain. What's up, Follow the Grain?
Good morning. I was calling in to say the same thing, boys. As he is a lot bigger than what I had in my brain. Not just tall, like
Yeah,
muscular.
wide
He
and
seems not
like
skinny.
yeah, I thought
Not.
he would. I just thought he would be like one of those measly little incel fucks, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, I still think he's one of those, but not little. Not at all. Ugh.
Damn, Buttercup's 5'11". What the hell is with all these tall people?
Did they say he's 6 foot or 6'4"? 6'4"? Anyone know? I forgot.
I don't know what his height was.
I just didn't expect him to tower over when he came out of that van. Wow.
Well, and he probably does have that self-harm vest on underneath all of that too.
You think? Even though he's shackled and in their custody?
Oh, absolutely. You don't know if moving him, somebody's not going to try to take a shot or something like that.
I was wondering if that was someone's dad yelling at him.
Wow, you guys are tall. Interesting.
I was air stabbing the dude, just saying. When he came out of the van. Jerk.
Yes, the highly quilted.
Sorry, I must have missed. I was on a different screen.
No worries.
I come back over here. He's super tall. He's super tall. But they said, okay, WFLA will have live coverage of the extradition hearing starting at 3 p.m. On the WFLA app and our social media platforms. But they're not going to be both inside and outside the courtroom. Says Mr. Kohlberger has been accused of a very serious crime, but the American justice system cloaks him with the veil of innocence. And Jason Labar who will represent him. So at this point in time, they have not hired a lawyer that I'm aware of.
Did you hear about these 2 or 3 traffic stops on his way back home?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Oh, here's good. Hey, babe.
Hey, guys.
Oh, here's our Idaho expert, Ellie.
Hi.
Hi, guys. Oh, crazy, huh? Yeah, I heard about those 2 stops in Indiana. Like
Yes.
one for speeding and one for like driving too close or something.
Yes,
It's
following
crazy.
too close to the car in front of him.
I can't make, I don't know. Like people were looking for, I was on Twitter last night. Everybody was like looking, nobody could find anything, but they were only warnings. So there could be, that could be real, but I wonder, I feel like that's like really chancing it. It could be a coincidence, if they were being followed by the FBI, and I don't know if
I'm
they would.
wondering if that was their way of putting, because
Pressure.
when you get pulled over, they always touch the car. Always makes me wonder if they put a tracker on the car.
Oh,
Yeah, because
Indeed.
as they walk up, law enforcement is taught, as they walk up to your car, they always touch somewhere on the back end of it, leaving their fingerprints on it. That made me, because I knew that made me think with the stops, because the one seems like it was a bullshit following too closely. What if that was a tracker on his car?
Oh, somebody said that they might have already had a tracker before he left Idaho or Pullman.
Could very well have been. I mean, that was just my own personal thought.
Yeah. No, that and people were saying maybe it was to get DNA.
Thought about
DNA.
that too, like handing him back his driver's license or something.
Look how tall he is in this video. Look, they're gonna he gets out of that van and he's tall as hell, girl. Here,
right?
Look at his arms too. He doesn't seem scrawny at all. I was looking at his arms to see if I saw anything else, but
Ethan was 6'3".
That's a big CO right there. Those are 2 big COs right there.
Yeah, he's super tall. You could tell by his pictures. He's 6 foot. Yeah, but Ethan was 6'3", so you know.
Well, and he does have that vest on underneath.
Are you ready to go to Idaho? Why did you do it?
Last time in Pennsylvania, Brian.
Can you imagine if you were Kaylee's father,
Exactly.
if he's
Right.
there?
Yeah, that is a 6 foot high fence. Yeah.
And if you look, he's taller than the officers.
Yes, ma'am, he is.
They said, look at the officers walking in. He's that
about
fence
2
is a
inches
6 foot
taller
fence.
than that fence, and that's a 6 foot tall fence.
And look at his arm there. Like, he doesn't look scrawny at all.
And those reporters, they
To
do
me.
sound dumb as hell screaming. They know damn well he can't sit there and yell back. Why are they
Yeah,
yelling shit?
right.
You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to sit there and be like, I did it for a reason. Or, you know what I'm saying? I'm innocent.
Yeah.
Like, come
I
on now.
feel just fine. How are you feeling? You know?
Oh my god.
They're saying he's 6'3". So, yeah, he is tall. Shit. And that's, you know, they said Ethan was very tall. So, I bet they were probably, they stood probably eye to eye.
Ethan was 6'3".
Ethan was 6'3", but he's 6 foot. It's on like Sleuthy Goosey's timeline.
Oh, we need to get, I need to pull that out too. Yes, I do, girl. She
I
added
think it
stuff.
was on his like charging document that he was 6 foot. I'm pretty sure that's what it was on the charging, and that Ethan was 6'3", because people were like, "Oh, if he's 6," you know, they were comparing the size. But he does look bulky, but he does probably, like you said, have a suicide vest underneath or something, or some kind of, something bulletproof. I don't know, something. You never know.
Well, yeah, because I mean, honestly, I could see Kaylee's dad do, you know what I'm saying, going
Yeah.
off. So
Charge.
Yeah, that happened. Like, that stuff happens, you know.
So yeah, she added this whole tab of him, you know what I mean, of his stuff. She added a whole new tab, and he is 6 foot right there, 185 pounds.
Yeah.
So all this is in here up, and it says,
It must be that suit then, Voices, because he does look bigger than that.
He does look bigger than he did, like, in other
Well,
pictures. And
Yes,
stuff.
he does have that he has that quilted vest on underneath his scrubs.
and notice they said his apartment is 11 miles, a 21-minute drive from the crime scene.
Ooh, that's weird.
Yeah, it's not that far.
So he was super close.
Yeah. No.
A 20-minute drive is not shit. You know what I mean?
They would go back and forth. They said it was like one big town between the two colleges, because some things were in some place and some, like they had a biking path in Washington, and then they had like good bars in Moscow. So they would go back and forth like it was one town. So there's no. But did you see the Corner Club? They've been getting.
Yes, they made a statement. I actually was going to pop that up too, because I know that they're being harassed, and they said, "Please stop calling. Please stop calling. He was never here.
Yeah,
stop calling us."
And someone said that bike path you're talking about actually goes direct from one to the other.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
So he didn't even have to drive all the time if he was a biker and physically
or
a
runner.
runner.
One of the things I wanted to add when we were talking the other day about the bike path, and we were reading on this timeline where there were those two incidents on the bike path. That bike path legit goes the length. So if this guy were in really good physical shape, he could have done that and then ridden his fucking bike home, or ridden the bike to another location.
Yeah, I mean, they said he would run. Like, remember that guy that said we would go running at like 8 miles in the like late at night together?
Late at night.
So yeah, he had endurance. Yeah, totally. That could be a waste. I don't know.
That was just one of the thought points. just like with the traffic stops.
Yeah.
Like I've got a lot of friends that like in the professional side that work in law enforcement, got several family members that are sheriff's deputies, etc. So me, my ass will go call them just to ask a question, to be like, hey, so in this case XYZ happened, why would you do that in your line of work?
Yeah.
And then that's where I'll, when I come back with that's where that's my source of, doesn't mean that it's the case. It just means it's another aspect of thinking outside the box.
Like, I wonder if like he signs like a signed, if it was a warning and he had to sign something and they could use the pen, like but it's probably all electronic. But even that, I wonder if that would be like an illegal DNA,
But it's not illegal during a traffic stop to obtain your DNA.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
That's the question
Think
I
about
have.
it, because you're under law enforcement's control because you broke the law. So it's not illegal for
They
them.
can't just take your DNA at a traffic stop. What are you talking about?
Well, honey, like if you are like if you have to sign the pad thing for the ticket and it's electronic,
that does not sign away to give DNA.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
no.
You could do it if it's like a trash, like anything public. I don't know about like being pulled over, because like you said, there must be some things, but I don't know. It's like if you're pulled over and
Well, they could get DNA off of his fucking toothbrush or his family, or you know what I'm saying? Like it's not
that's true too.
You know what I'm saying?
I think they had that before any of these.
I think so. In like genealogical DNA, that's what the rumor is. That it's like from 23andMe or those databases, and that's what got him. Was
that's what I meant. Hell of Alive. They can take the fingerprint at the traffic stop. That's what I meant.
Fingerprint would probably make sense. And
I figured
fingerprint and DNA is a big difference, though. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
I meant as like, because your fingerprint does leave trace DNA behind. That's the way I was looking at it.
Okay.
I wasn't thinking like DNA swab. I was thinking like the trace DNA that your fingerprints leave behind. I don't always explain myself the best. I apologize.
Yeah, I just popped back over and heard that, and I'm like, well, wait.
Holy shit, shut up! What the fuck are you talking about, girl?
Right.
And another creator show who happened to be, one of the law enforcement creators, they were saying that, the FBI telling him they can call in to states and local law enforcement ahead of time and actually ask them to pull them over.
Well, Indiana
to see maybe what's in the car.
Absolutely, Indiana did. Indiana was like, "Well, we got him."
Shit,
they're like, "We're gonna get him twice. You want another? You want another? Just let me know."
There was some people that were hot on the trail for him in Indiana, but it'll be interesting to see.
Good morning, Sean's princess. It's good to see you, honey.
Maybe see who all's in the car, their demeanor, what.
Yeah, the only way DNA is like discarded trash without a warrant. Like if they tailed him like to gas stations or anything, and like if he threw something out. But I bet he was being super careful if he suspected that they were tailing him at all.
They said he was wearing gloves for weeks after. I wonder if even on this trip with his dad, if
was
he
that
like
confirmed,
had driving gloves on or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that was even confirmed. The glove thing in the supermarket. I don't know.
So many people are gonna say. So again, I agree. If it's not, I haven't seen anywhere where that was confirmed.
Yeah, but they said law enforcement said it. I don't know if it's
that
true
was
or
the
not.
one that was like in the inside that was like giving tips or something.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true
it's
either.
All, like,
but
mixing together. Yeah. There's like a lot of
question. Most of the time, men and women, even in holding cells and holding areas, are in different areas. So how could this female that was in the jail actually see him at the same time? Because men and women are kept they're kept separated inside of jail. You don't get to have, the only male that you would see as a female inmate is a CO, a corrections officer. You wouldn't have, you know what I mean? You don't get to be around.
But is that true for the location he was, like solitary by yourself? Because these are rooms with doors.
Well, and see, I realize that. But even so, anybody that's on self-harm watch, they're going to be close. I mean, in my experience, like with our jail in my county, like, well, even during booking, they would have had him away from others because he's such a risk.
Right, but what I'm saying is I think they're in those full wall, not
Right.
like a
And Kim
cell.
Halligan
Like,
right there. Husband's an admin in a jail. Male and female would not be together, period. There's separate wings if in the same building.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that lady here, we'll pull that up real quick. You can
Thank
tell
you.
she's higher than Cooter Brown. She probably just came down from some shit and has no fucking idea other than he was arrested in the same jail as her. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
well, someone came out from the jail and said that did happen, but it was not him who she saw. So I don't know.
That it was, she messed up like the person. She was saying somebody else. Like, there's no way that he's saying I'm going to be exonerated and then talking about stabbing somebody like in the next breath.
I just
know
don't
what I
see
mean?
this guy saying anything. If he was going to say something, I would imagine he would have said it even when they were yelling at him.
Yeah.
I don't think he said a damn word.
No, I hear reports that he's like curled up in a ball facing the wall. That's the only thing I believe. Because that's, I feel like, where he's at, you know? He probably didn't think he was going to get caught, you know?
He's like, I done fucked up, Mel.
He's like, yep. Didn't dot all
Happy
my
New Year,
I's.
always crabby.
Oh, and all that like Reddit stuff too did you hear about that like post that people are saying that inside looking, they thought that it was him? Like that was all like debunked last night. Did you hear about all that Reddit stuff? Because it did seem like very like something that, I don't know, just his answers were like very like simple and like to the point and like almost like he knew something. But supposedly like the subreddit moderator like sent like Sleuthy, because she I think contacted him and said that one of them was deactivated because he was getting death threats, and then the other one has been posting since his arrest. So neither of those, like inside looking and outside looking, I think it was, or something, they're like both bullshit.
Which is creepy names when you think of this crime.
Yeah. Because he seemed to like, he was acting like he knew like the order, like how he got into the house and out of the house, and it all kind of made sense. But it could be somebody that was just really covering the case really well and just had his own opinions and kind of made them like kind of creepy and like to the point, like he was the killer. Do you know what I mean? People do crazy shit, obviously.
They do.
In the social media like sphere. We've learned that, right?
Who would want to pretend that you were somebody like this? It's just sick.
I don't know.
Well, other people thought it was him. I don't think he ever said he was the killer. And that's why I think that for the inside looking guy like deactivated his account and deleted everything, because he was like getting like death threats and shit. You know, like people were thinking he was the killer. Even before he got this arrest, you know, and then since the arrest, I think it just probably escalated, you know, that it was him, you know.
Yeah. He had to be in that house before. And maybe not even invited.
Yeah. Just like if there's a party going on and he was watching and he just walked in, like you saw.
Oh, dude, what if after those girls, what if he had been watching it for a while and after those girls would go to bed at night, he'd go try doors?
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Uninvited, like.
Yeah, like there had maybe like a test run or something, you know?
Absolutely. I would imagine he had been in that house more times than anybody would like to think. In my thought process, that was because to be able to get out of there as quickly, doing what he had just done, think about the adrenaline rush. And if it were in the dark, I mean, that's, yeah.
Me and my mom were talking about that this morning. She and I discussed it a little bit, and she's like, I told her, remember that time you said someone broke in your house and stole your payday candy bar? And she's like, shut up. I'm like, it's creepy, isn't it? She did. She thought someone came in her house and stole her payday. I think she just ate it and forgot. But anyway, it's like still she swears to God that she didn't, and someone came in her home and stole her payday candy bar. I was like, Mama. But anyway, it was funny to bring it up to her.
I just watched a YouTube short of a whole bunch of grandkids that actually took things from grandma's house throughout the entire year. Every time they visited, they pocketed something, and they all wrapped them up, and then they gave them back to her as a white elephant Christmas present.
Oh my gosh. Did she know half of them were missing?
There were like
That's
4
funny.
things that she was like, "Wait a minute, that's my bath mat."
Oh my gosh. Right? Like if your bath mat was missing, would you be like, what in the hell?
I would have questions, but I also live with a dog that steals shit, so
Yeah, me
everything from
too.
shoes to a fucking Cornish game hen just come out the Instant Pot. So, I mean, I'd probably blame it on the dog, not a kid.
Creepy stuff. And this is why someone said, you know, he was so like OCD, like he's the type that if he gets up and walks away and comes back and his water bottle is moved even 3 inches, you know, like he's going to notice that. That makes sense too, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's
Yeah,
talking
it
about
does.
OCD. Like I heard somebody talking like because he had because he had like maybe had access to like the criminology labs, like the forensic, because there's like a lot of forensic criminology in his PhD program. So there's labs that would have like luminol, maybe stuff that
Oh
you know.
no.
No, just this is all allegedly. I heard this is
I
like a
know.
possibility that maybe he even like thought about it like that he even like borrowed shit to like make sure that he was
Cleaned up good.
that his
Covered
car
his
was cleaned
tracks.
up, but like supposedly like I was listening to Duty Ron and they said there's even if you do the like, cleanup job, unless you have like what he's saying, like certain like chemicals like that are available in these forensic labs, then he wouldn't have been able to clean it up like 100%. Never, unless it was like plastic or something. You know what I mean? But
Oh,
then,
yeah.
Well, I don't know. If you have access to get the luminol, maybe you have access to get the cleaners too. I don't know.
yeah, no, I know that's what they were saying.
Ugh.
You know, that was like the interesting like scenario because he could have thought like why are we thinking that he didn't think ahead to being caught? You know what I mean? He seems like
He
he's
did.
already trying. Yeah, he had to, right? I mean, if this is him, so he's a suspect. Everyone, this is all allegedly. You know, we're not like saying, but it just sounds like this police department like has some really strong evidence. You know, or they wouldn't have arrested him. You know, with
Because
such
I
a
saw
high
a
profile
comment.
case.
They said
Someone
DNA.
swore it was true. Yeah, and they said that DNA came out of the drain. That police suspected he cleaned himself up first.
I heard that too, like
And
epithelial
yeah,
cells or something.
and I'm like, but I don't know if
That's
he
like
would
still
do
not
that.
confirmed
Not
or
in
anything.
his schooling. No, it didn't really make sense.
I still go off of what we heard in the beginning. Some of the victims had defensive wounds.
I hope so. And I remember you saying, Voices, that they bagged their hands.
And they did. That was something that they talked about in one of the very first off YouTube podcasts that I listened to, that they bagged the hands in paper bags and then they're tied. And that was a standard. And the paper allows it to breathe so that like mold doesn't grow in the wet. And they did say that the hands were bagged. So that is what leads me to believe that there was DNA under the fingernails.
Even if it's standard, in such a violent, you know, someone put up a fight and there were defensive wounds.
Right.
So I bag hands right now, you know. But I hope they did. I truly hope they did.
I think Ethan may be like the reason why, because he had to fight him and then Xana might have woken up.
That's what I said the other day.
Yeah.
And that poor guy could have just got up to pee. He may not have heard nothing. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. But maybe he wasn't even, you know, it could be a really good possibility. He had no idea he was going to be there. He thought it was going to be all girls and that he would be able to dominate them. And like, that's his mindset, his sicko mindset. But
yeah,
I think with knowing that a taller guy, like Ethan's 6'3", I think, I don't know. That's like a fair fight, you know? So if Xana woke up, then she fought. I remember the dad said she gave a really good fight. So let's just hope that was enough to like really get some, you know, I mean, I think there definitely this is a really strong DNA case and people are like, oh, it's all they have is DNA. It's like, give me a break, guys. That's like all you need is friggin' DNA a lot of times, unless like, you know, it is a party house, but how is he going to describe like skin cells or blood mixed in with like, you know, if that's what the case is, it's mixed in with the victim's blood, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You can't explain DNA away, you know? And there's no motive. You don't have to prove motive in Idaho. I mean, not that we're going to know what his motive is, but you don't have to prove motive, supposedly, in Idaho.
Idaho is one of the rare states in the union. It has its own set of rules for things.
Yeah, that's why like this is being like sealed until it goes back. They have like very specific. I wonder what their laws. I was trying to look it up about like cameras, because Pennsylvania obviously they don't allow cameras in the courtroom. I thought it was judge to judge, but like I was reading an article last night when they said there won't be cameras in the actual courtroom. They could be in the courthouse, but not the courtroom.
Right.
I was wondering like what laws. I think, you know, there's this lawyer that's going to start covering some of this stuff now that it's like hitting the legal, you know.
Legal Bites has been doing some of the stuff on it too.
Yeah.
That's
and Lawyer, you know, like I
Yep.
watch a lot. Before I met you guys, that's all I kind of watched was like LawTube a lot,
Yep.
like trials and stuff. So they're going to have like some, you know, they know all about a lot of this stuff. They said it's going to probably be redacted a lot, the the probable cause documents affidavit that's coming out. And like Dolly, I was listening to a little of him this morning and he's like, oh, we'll have those tonight. Or like or by tomorrow. Like he doesn't think like he thinks like boom, like as soon as they extradite him, they're gonna unseal the documents. But he has to like appear in court in
He has
Idaho, I
to
think,
be
first.
physically in Idaho before they can open any of that.
And it could take like 30 days, or they have 30 days, right?
Right. It's an Idaho Supreme Court statute.
Oh.
That's what the prosecutor, I went back and re-listened to the prosecuting attorney, and he said, due to Idaho Supreme Court ruling, we cannot speak of anything until he's, good morning, B. Tim, until he's in our state physically.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And also, there's no insanity defense in Idaho as well. They like got rid of that, even though you can like claim like mental health issues as part of your, you know, reasoning for whatever your defense, but you can't like. There's no like psychiatric hospitals. Like if anything, you would get like a mental professional help you in prison. You know, they don't do insanity defense. It's little, which is interesting, I think.
I told you, Idaho is different than most states in the country.
Like Texas, it's like its own country with all these laws.
Yes.
You know?
Idaho, Texas, Montana, and Wyoming, they are the only states that protect the only state that protects it more than Texas is Idaho and Montana. Wyoming falls underneath Texas in that. There's something about the Western way of life that they try to preserve back to like the olden day rights.
That makes sense. The Wild West, you know, they kind of wanted to preserve things the way that they used to,
Do they still have hangings in public square?
Oh my God, they have like,
I'm sorry.
Oh, South Carolina. Did you They reinstated it, and some guy actually asked for it for the first time over a lethal injection, I think.
Really? I heard someone ask for firing squad not long ago.
Firing squad. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. In South Carolina, I think it's like it's an option. Which, I don't know.
Yes, Grandma Sherry, Idaho is a very conservative state. The higher up the panhandle in Idaho, the redder it gets. And I love northern Idaho. I was looking to move it to Sandpoint at one point in my life. I just love the way it is up there. It's so pretty.
Yeah, I love Boise. Like Boise has like a really like these mid-century modern houses that were
Oh,
like
I love
preserved.
Boise. Boise
Oh
is
my God.
Boise reminds me a lot of Butte and Bozeman.
Even like Moscow, like when they were showing some of the buildings, they're so like mid-century modern looking, you know, like they were showing stuff like in town like this. And
Well,
yeah,
it's
it's really
about when it was, that's about when it was established. And
in the
all the,
60s, 50s, 60s.
well, probably more in like the 1870s, I would imagine, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, but they could have like did a reboot or something on
Yeah,
certain. Yeah.
absolutely.
What about is like Kaylee's parents gonna like they were saying, are they gonna be there today? But they would have had to fly. Or are they gonna
Well,
they said that they
Steve Gonsalves is there from
Well,
what
he
they
I
said
is.
Steve was there, so
He
yeah.
is. I wasn't sure because I wasn't like because they said I heard different things that he'll be in Idaho, but that's good that he's there. That's I would want to be there if I was him, if it was that family, any of those families. But he's kind of like the representative, it seems like, for all the families in a way.
Hey guys, well, how you
Maybe Tim.
how's it
Good
going?
Hey,
morning,
B10.
BTM.
Hi,
Good
B10.
morning.
Did you guys hear the father's statement?
No, I didn't.
I don't even know where it was, but some of the things he said just hit your heart, man. He's being very, I don't know if the word is gracious, but he's being very trying to find, I don't even know how to explain it. He was talking about what a wonderful person his daughter was. And if this guy had just only gotten to know her, he would have never been able to do this to her. And like the outlook like that, it was hard hitting.
I guess, but people like that probably don't really think like that. Like when like these types of killers probably don't think like that.
I'm interested.
Well, no, but for her
I
father to
know.
be saying that and not being angry to me was like, wow.
You mean
Wow,
like
he's someplace else. He's someplace else right now.
Yeah.
Trying to keep his cool, you know?
Yeah.
Sanity, not cool. Keep his sanity. It would be very easy if someone murdered your child to commit murder yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Probably more than that.
I was gonna say, and that's what makes me think if he's there, because people get, very, very angry over their kids. You know what I mean? Like you want to fuck with somebody, you fuck with their kid and you'll find out. You know what I mean? Like you will fuck around and find out fucking with somebody's kid.
Yeah.
Like even my mother, I had to settle a dispute because in her brain, she remembered something wrong about my son's death. And I kept telling her, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. And I actually had to get my sister like a 3-way call and be like, you need to tell her this is not what happened. Like she was remembering just details, well, a lot wrong. But
her perception of how the events happened versus
yes,
your
and that
perception.
affected me. And I'm like, I'm the mother. I was there. I lived it. I held him while he died. And you're going to get the facts straight and not lie. It's like every little thing that revolved around my son has to be accurate or I go off. So I can't imagine if someone actually murdered my child, how I would behave.
Well, and Road Less Traveled makes a very good point. Something like this can also destroy families. My husband was never the same. It ended our 20-year marriage.
Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely it can. Oh,
I know when
right, it can.
Yes,
and when things happen, I mean, and I hate to say that because it does. It's hard. It's hard on families as it is. And then you want to blame somebody. Normally, you take things out on the person that's closest to you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not even always blame. You grieve differently. Like even husband and wife. Yep. And my issue, the biggest issue was, as soon as this happened, I have pictures out. I have his pictures, his memory board from his funeral. And every time I would come home from work, my husband would usually get home before me. Everything's turned around or the picture is face down. And I'm like, that is our child. What are you doing?
But honey, that's that. Okay. So, and I've seen.
No, I understand it, Voices. I don't need you to explain it to me. I'm just saying this is how I was. And I had to realize we were grieving differently. He didn't want to see it in
Yep.
his face 24/7, and I did. I was clinging to everything.
I get that. I
It's good that you
totally get that.
realize that you we're grieving differently. That probably
We did, but it
you know?
still pushed us away because we couldn't be
Yeah.
there for each other's grief.
Yeah, it happens. I see that all the time.
When
a
I was
lot.
when I was 19, my best friend took his own life, and his parents had been married as long as my parents had. Maybe they were even married a couple years longer.
You can play
And at that point, I mean, they were like at 22 years. They were able to stay together another 2 years, but it ended their marriage. It just those kinds of ripples can just shake through and just break families. So
It
I
does.
mean,
So I have a question for you. Like with the father's statement and like how they're acting, does this like put down the rumor that there's a second suspect to this, or do you think they're just keeping a low profile?
I don't think there's a second person.
Oh,
come
but
on,
Johnson.
Johnson.
What
Johnson?
up? What are you guys doing?
We missed you.
What
yeah,
up, BITCHs?
We're spelling them.
so that basically that whole statement from that reporter, what do you think that was? Basically, do you think he just said that to throw them off, or do you think
Ryan Enton, I think that was his bum 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 moment.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
He
we
could
get a
have
lot of
said
those.
it, but it means nothing. It could be the beginning of his defense. Like you heard that John Wayne Gacy said something similar. Like maybe he's been studying these serial killers and was like, "I'll throw that in. That works." You know, like just
But
anything that would
maybe
throw
he
anything off.
maybe he got his lesson on how to commit murders from Molly Golightly, where she says that she would hire someone to kill people if she wanted to have them killed. So, you know, maybe.
Jesus, good God.
Not me. I ain't telling a damn soul. Okay?
That's
She
the
had-
best way to get caught, but bitch, don't
She's
fuck
like-
around in my basement because you might not come out.
She had that discussion, I'm trying to remember, with I think it was on Heels with this Court TV person, and she's like, well, if I
Vinnie
was to have,
Mulligan.
yeah,
No.
yeah, and she's like, if I was going to have someone killed, I would hire someone. And
Well,
I'm like,
I mean, come on now. That Vinny guy is the one that sent them the wrong name
oh, really? I didn't know that.
about being arrested. Yes, it's on Bullhorn's thing. Yep,
From
he
Court
sure
TV?
did.
So
Or,
it
like-
wasn't. It
Yep.
wasn't
Vinnie
JLR. It wasn't JLR. I thought it was JLR for sure.
Oh, Molly's
It was
buddy
the
fucked
media.
them all.
Yeah,
Oh.
because Betty said that Vinny sent that to Molly.
And
The
you
name.
should all know that if somebody's going to sell you out, it'll be Bullhag Betty.
So,
And it could be a lie too. Just
Isn't
saying,
Vinny
to cover their
like-
own butt.
Isn't Vinny
He's a Court
basically?
TV correspondent.
Isn't he? Yeah. Is he a lawyer? I think Billy Politan you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll have to go find it.
Why is a guy working for Court TV giving inside scoop to a bunch of randos on YouTube? Isn't that against his contract?
Not only inside information, B10, but false inside information.
Yeah,
I
like-
don't know if I buy it.
Crazy.
I mean, I would think Court TV would not like the fact that someone's sending like information that should not be spread outside the. Like you have a contract with them, you're working with them, and you're sending it to other people. That seems a little bad.
Well, I don't. I'll have to go get the clip, but she definitely said that Vinny sent the information.
Oh no, I believe she said it. I don't doubt you. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I
But
don't know if he really did, but
yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
she could be blaming him. That's
do y'all
funny.
think that they're gonna
Has
find
Molly
the?
been scorned? Mm-hmm.
Do y'all
Yeah,
think they're
who
gonna
the hell
find the
can travel
knife?
this far for $36.33? I want that car.
Me too.
I think
What?
the knife is hidden, Jones,
this-
don't you?
I don't think they'll find it
I don't think
I
they'll
think
ever
the
find
unless
knife
he
it.
is-
tells them.
I think the knife was in the stuff they took out of his office or his
Oh.
home.
We'll see.
Oh, you think
I
so?
seen him carry a ladder out of there.
Oh hell!
Probably checking ceiling tiles and vents and crap.
Oh, I bet like the walls or something. But I
Mm-hmm.
think he hid that or got rid of it on the drive back, possibly. Not the first.
Don't you
person
know
in
the
town.
blowholes out there looking for it?
She was
Oh,
like in
yeah.
the first like body of water that like outside of his house, outside of his apartment. She was like, he hid it.
Sorry.
Well, if you're not
She's
going
like,
into
I'm
the
right here
water,
by the water. Does anybody know why I'm by the water? I'm by the water because
And there's a hole right there.
You could
She goes,
throw
and
a
there's a
knife
hole
into
right
the
there.
water.
Hey, Bullhead Betty had the perfect opportunity to use asshole Jared's magnets and go looking for the murder weapon. And she just
wow.
totally
I didn't think
fucking
about
botched
that.
it.
Polar plunge, sister. Polar plunge. Go.
Amen. Let it freeze off the rest of her nasty
I
ass.
wish they would find it, though. I hope that they found it.
I mean, if they even found it, they wouldn't let us know until like the trial, probably, because they didn't find it beforehand. And if they found it now, they wouldn't say anything. Probably they probably give the defense the opportunity to get the evidence before the trial, but
Honestly,
they would try to keep it low.
And rest assured, if they haven't, they're still looking.
Also, you have to worry about. I mean,
Go ahead.
I would say like you would have to worry about like a further contamination of like the witness of the jury pool if you just started stating, well, we found the murder weapon and it was on this guy's possession. You know, right now they're trying to get a conviction, not to get it overthrown, so they'll probably keep as much information. I mean, I'm just guessing.
Well,
If you want a wild speculation, if you want a moment of wild speculation, it's in Roberta Laundrie's flower bed.
Oh hell!
Oh my gosh! I think this guy's the type of person. If he did keep it, it was near him, on him, by him at all times. I don't think he would have just left it somewhere, unless it was in the woods somewhere.
You gotta think this guy's OCD. He probably thought he could clean that knife and keep it as a souvenir.
No, I mean, I don't think that's the case. I think like this type
He's
of
an
guy who's
OCD vegan.
I think this guy would probably like if I was to guess, this guy is very like he wore gloves, you know, all that stuff. I would think you just get rid of it. I mean, just toss it. I mean, like figure out because I don't think he wants to have something like that around him. He knows about like people can figure out with knife patterns. He knows how hard it probably is to clean a knife if he went to school for it. So I mean, like he probably got rid of it. He probably bought it cheap. Like he probably has a knife collection. Maybe I've heard some people give rumors that he might have had a knife collection, and that's a rumor, by the way. And this guy would. It's not unusual for a guy to have a knife collection. I'm not saying it's an unusual thing, but I'm saying like maybe he just got rid of it. He says, "Fuck it, toss it somewhere else," and that's it.
Yeah, easily. I mean, but I don't think. Do you think that they really need? I mean, I know it would help, of course.
I think it depends on what kind of DNA they have, but I would assume if they've locked his ass up, they've got enough DNA.
And Voodoo Sue has a really good point. Please try to remember this guy's intelligence. He doesn't have the weapon.
Yeah, he is very intelligent. That's another thing I wanted to touch base on. He is very intelligent, and there's a lot of people now. The BT, okay, so a lot of people are saying that
Dennis Rader.
He studied BTK.
So he definitely taunted the media. He sent people and he sent letters to the media and little shit like that. So that's why they were trying to tie him in with it. I'm guessing because they were saying that he was online sending messages and he was in 4chan and all that shit.
His daughter came out and said, I have a fear that he's been corresponding with my father because of the case study questions.
Yeah, but the whole 4chan thing is like they don't even know that's true. That's just basically
right. It's just a rumor. It's just a rumor. That's not.
I mean, like it's an interesting rumor, by the way, but I just think there's no confirmation and probably.
Well, they're saying he killed 4 people. The BTK killer killed 9 people or 10 people, something like that. I'm like, I don't think it has anything. I mean, they're trying to compare it to him, and I don't think it has any really comparison to it. You know what I mean?
The only thing, 4 we know of.
BTK though was his first kill was like a family of 4, and so people were comparing that because they're like, oh, maybe Brian killed other people first, but the fact that BTK his first kill was 4 people.
Also, I believe BTK also sexually. I thought he sexually assaulted.
He did.
He did.
So that's like this guy doesn't sexually assault people. So.
Right. There was no sign of any essay at all.
Yeah. So that kind, and he
but
doesn't have
a knife.
But also but also like he doesn't bind them. He doesn't have that sense of control. He went in there. He kind of just if he did this, he went in there, killed them. He probably wasn't planning that there being
Well,
multiple
BTK
people.
buying, kill, buying, torture, kill. So it's not like he had any, and that's what I keep saying. I'm like, it's not, I know they want it to be related or close to or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But it's not. I just don't feel like it's.
I don't think it's like a copycat. I think that it is very interesting that he was taught by the professor that did interviews and shit with BTK, though. I think that's an interesting.
That is very interesting. Yeah, that is definitely very interesting.
And I think that's why people are running with everything else, because they're like, oh, well, you know.
I mean, my guess is this, like, BTK was all about control and basically like that. And this guy just seems more like, I don't know, he feels like more like a ramp. Like, he's kind of like, it's like a rampage. He goes in there, kills everyone, runs out.
I agree.
It doesn't seem like he's like controlling anyone. There's no sexual. So I think, like, if you ask this guy, he probably would get like a guy like that who did that. He probably would get offended if you said that you sexually assay people, because I think he'd probably be like, look at that as like a low piece of trash person. Maybe maybe he just wanted to look. If they're looking into BKT, the Vine guy. I'm worried about my language on like with the YouTube. You can't say.
So hey, Tim, thank you for doing that, and I understand that it's hard, but thank you.
BTK killer, I would say that he might have just maybe studied him because it's an interesting case study of a guy with a double life. I mean, this guy had a perfectly double life,
That's really,
and never got caught.
That's a whole interesting
what I would like. What I'd like to be able to do now, and if I had an ultimate wish right now, I want to ask him his same fucking case study.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they were just saying in chat. They were just saying that same shit.
Everybody's been saying that. Yeah,
exactly. He was caught, and then we found out about that. Like, that would be interesting to ask him those questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in all reality. He just like disappeared.
I honestly, in my opinion, I think they're going to link the other two murders back to him as well.
I feel like this too.
Or they're looking in Pennsylvania for like cold cases that are,
he hadn't been there very long in Idaho. The girls got there in June, and he got there in September.
July. I think.
July. That's what it was.
Yeah, but do we know if any DNA were left in those cases?
I don't know.
Well, I'm sure they'll have a match now to like compare. If it is him, they could easily rule him in or out.
Or I'm wondering, because they were less people, less risk if he pulled those off without a hitch, right? Because they haven't found that person yet. So
I mean, it's just interesting the way everything kind of seems like it went about the same way.
Because I don't care how smart I think I am. And I know we don't have his demented way of thinking, but I cannot imagine the first time I was going to do something like this, it would be a house full of people on different levels.
He's kind of a narcissist, though, so he thinks he could. Maybe he just thought he could do it.
I don't think he thought it was going to be a house full of people. I think like there was certain like extra people that were not planned, in my opinion.
I think he still has to know though that 5 girls lived there.
Yeah, but no men.
But still, 5
out
girls.
Hello.
Yeah.
I think Ethan threw him off.
And unfamiliar vehicles, right?
Yeah.
So he's not that smart, I don't think.
He knew the house.
I mean, he is in one way, but not in another.
I still go back to what that father said. Her wounds were worse, and he didn't have to go up the stairs.
Yeah. That means something for sure. We don't know who the first person that brought him to that house is. We could say Kaylee maybe, but we don't know. It could be
you guys. He could.
Anna.
I mean, and it could have been just a case that he found out where she lived.
Yeah. Well, supposedly,
but if he was planning on killing a whole house of this mass murder, he would have had to go up the stairs.
Well, and you guys,
to all the bedrooms. So
there's still those unknown murders that happened. The husband and wife that were killed in bed asleep with the same night.
I mean,
with the 70-year-old woman.
Yeah, here's the article that talked about that. I put in the back chat.
I think the wife survived.
Yeah.
Here's the
The wife
article.
survived.
And see, Xana's father also said his daughter fought to the end. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, and it also, I mean, like, I think like it's an interesting because you can't like just for him to jump on like 4 people, yet it's a big escalation. So I mean, I understand why people might think there might be other situations, but I'm sure the cops are probably investigating that and seeing if that's the case with that. But would he ever admit that? Even if would he ever admit that? Probably never. Even if you know,
well, no, I mean he wouldn't even admit that he's trying to say he's looking forward to be exonerated. I mean,
get the fuck out of here. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Whatever.
Yeah.
No, that's.
And you see the progression from one, I don't want to say
like,
elderly, but older lady to then 2 people and now 4. Like,
and the MO matches like attacking at 3 a.m.
It
does. That's what.
And
yeah.
remember the dates? Remember the dates? I know this one wasn't the 13th, but it's so close. And he saw an opportunity and took it maybe early.
Okay,
I don't know.
B-Tim, when was the first murder?
The lady?
The older lady.
June 13th.
I put the article in the back chat if you want to
2020,
look.
I think.
Okay, so that was right before Kaylee and them got to the house.
So hold on. Are you talking here? Let me pull this up. Then here. Are you one here? Let's see here.
It's the article that we were talking about with the 2 others.
It was in 2020. He was still in Pennsylvania, but he could
I
have been
thought
visiting
we were
school.
going back here to this timeline. I'm like, okay, hold on. Let me get this back on then, because I don't have it up. You're talking about the article, right? That's what you want to.
Yeah, I think they're talking about the article because the first.
I'm just trying to figure out if he was there.
Yeah, the first one was on this older one was on June 14th, 2020. Sandra Ladd.
2020.
Yeah,
he was getting his master's still in like Pennsylvania, but he
it's
could
in
have been.
Washougal. It's in Washougal. So if they show like a map of the travel route of the Idaho 4 with the people, and it's very interesting because it's like a 7-hour. It's like 7-hour 47-minute route. And this guy likes to travel around. I mean, obviously he's in Pennsylvania, so it's not unusual to think that way. But what would be the connections? Why would he pick them? Who knows? I mean, if it's possible, but it's probably, maybe we're just like connecting based on dates and stuff. This is all speculation, and this article is pure speculation. But
If he was in school out there, possibly. But
okay, so when did Kaylee and them get to the house? July 2020?
No.
Or July 2022?
No, I think just this year.
Yeah.
Or
this
last
year.
year.
Like when he got here, he got there in July of 2022, and I think they moved in.
They were there a month earlier. They came in June. No, I thought it was June.
Okay.
Yeah. And another
one. That makes me kind of back off of that theory.
And Bella, they did a timeline about that, about when the girls got there, when they started school, how long they had been there, how long they had lived there.
Yeah, it's in the spreadsheet we were just looking at.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that makes me second guess that theory of him with the other 2.
Well, and with the 2 girls that he didn't fuck with or get or whatever,
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if he wasn't watching because they got home.
I don't think he was.
You don't think he was watching?
He could have saw them and like just become a stalker. You never know.
I agree with that laughing stock. He would probably enjoy knowing every minute of this.
I think he would have hunted each and every one of them and stalked just to get to know each one. Somewhat. Not personally, but...
Okay, so police said they were victims of an isolated, targeted attack. This is not a murder-suicide. Here's like what we know, okay? Bed sheets were taken.
Right, because in the beginning, I'm sorry to interrupt. In the beginning, they said it was targeted and they didn't know if it was the girls or the house.
Yeah, I think it was the house. I think he just, Because
So you don't
again,
think
no
he had any
curtains.
connection with the girls?
Huh?
You don't think he had any connection with the girls at all? You think it was just
I
strictly
don't
because
think
of
that.
the house?
I don't
Just
think they have
totally
any connections
random.
with the girls.
I think it was
No, I
totally
think he did.
random.
See, I
But
I don't
Kaylee's
know.
dad said that they're looking into possible connections with.
Okay, first they said, well, first he said they didn't have any connections. Then he came out and said, yes, they do, and he's not ready to talk about it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know. It could be a connection. He's just, thinking is a connection, but might not be. I don't
Okay,
know.
well, let's
Now,
go back
see,
to
there was a rumor that he was going to the restaurant that the girls worked at.
Yeah,
right.
the
And let's go back
vegan
to what we
restaurant,
learned.
right?
Yep,
Let's
yep.
go back to what we learned in
That
the
was a rumor.
beginning. One of the things that came out in the beginning was that Kaylee had a stalker. Because remember, we had the vape
And
shop
Steve
guy.
deleted his Facebook. That's sad, man.
Oh my
People-
God, y'all think he was the stalker?
I do.
Yeah.
That's- I really
Possibly,
do.
yeah. If you feel
That's
like
the
somebody's
more I'm
watching
looking at
you,
this now.
you know.
See, we have to go back to the initial questions that they had in the beginning. Now that we have all the answers, you got to go back to the initial questions that they had in the beginning and kind of filter through it using this.
But she wasn't
New
supposed to be there,
information.
though. She wasn't
What?
supposed to be there that weekend, though. That's the only thing
That's
that
the biggest thing.
that
She
makes me think
only
she
came-
is, or it was an opportunistic time and he went for it,
Well,
or or
if he's
how did
stalking right, if he's stalking the right way, he's going to be watching her socials, and he would know that she went back.
Yep, exactly.
And maybe
then-
he
we
would
don't
know
know.
she would be coming back, and he just stalked and stalked every night until she was there.
I don't know. I think he
That's
probably was
creepy,
stalking
but
You know what?
her socials,
Think about it.
too.
If she
Mhm.
she probably broadcast that she were coming back because she had
Oh,
just
yeah.
bought the Range
Got her
Rover.
car.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yes.
That's how.
Yeah, and
That's
he
how
would've
he
Could've been-
knew.
He could have
Yeah.
said, "All right, tonight's the night. I got to get her."
Yep.
Yeah. And
Because
Could have been
listen, be a
like, I'm
lesson.
doing it. Yeah.
And I would
Let-
think he would have no connections with these people because he would probably study
No.
enough crimes to know that it's better to pick a random person than to actually pick.
Well, he asked
someone
that
you know.
question
Yeah.
to his in his study, like, how did you choose your target?
Queen said
Right?
nope. She thinks she thinks he was. There's a
I think
connection, and there
They're
could be.
saying that there's like
Father's-
cellular evidence too. I mean, that's
Mhm.
all like hearsay and shit going around that there's some kind of like, that
Yeah.
they had them all on the same.
Well, can we also let this be a lesson to everybody? Hell, I don't even know how many people's in here, but everybody in here, get
100.
curtains, get blinds,
Get a gun.
guns.
Close them at night.
Listen, when it's dark outside, go outside your surroundings and look in to see what you can see.
Yes.
You know what? You're gonna call me crazy, but usually before I sleep,
They
I
said
put
a
something
Russian
in-
hacker. How the fuck is a Russian hacker going to know any goddamn thing going on now?
Oh
Stop it.
no, it's the Russians who are dumb. It's that guy who came
That one
on the
that
call
came on.
earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Or
He
the
called into
detective
you-
on T-Revs with
Oh God.
Oh my
I
God.
mean, like
You know do you know when he come out when he was asking him about his what he did, like his credentials? He said he worked as a mall cop. Bitch, I must have fell out.
Yeah, mall cop.
That ain't nothing wrong with it, but don't pretend like you're some big ass detective.
Yeah, hiding.
Wait,
You're a
are
mall
you
cop. Now
serious?
come on now.
Yeah,
Are you
it was.
serious?
It was
I'm
stupid.
so serious, and you know I screen capped it just for you.
Oh my God. Like that's terrible. That's so terrible.
But Jones, and I hear you about curtains. I live
Man, I just don't
literally.
understand why. I mean, I'm out in the sticks, but I still got curtains and blinds
Me
everywhere.
too. I
I'm out
live
in the sticks and
on
I
a
go around
treehouse
closing curtains
You know what
as
I
soon as
do?
it gets dark.
in the woods, and I
You know what?
still have to
Okay,
have
wait,
something on
hold
these
on.
windows.
The Russian hacker gave BK's name a week before his arrest, though. How? Who's this Russian hacker, girl? You better
Where'd
see.
you get this?
Independent thinker, you better be emailing me because I need to know what's going on.
Yeah. I don't
Okay,
usually-
I
Hey,
saw
Tim, what do you
something
do with
like
your
this
blinds?
said somewhere and just turned the other way. I was like, what?
I do not think he's going to represent himself. I think they're going to. The family has not hired an attorney yet, but I do believe they will.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they're just waiting because, you know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Right now, he doesn't need an attorney right now.
A great horned owl just flew over.
Oh, cool.
Y'all know damn well that frat house up on the hill where Jack D stayed. You know damn well they was up on them roofs watching the girls all the time.
Not funny, but yes.
I mean,
like I would usually like when I go to sleep, I usually put things in front of the door just in case they make noise if someone tries to.
Oh, me too. Me too.
That's awesome.
So I'm very paranoid.
I got bells.
Brooklyn.
I got bells on every door.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I watch
sir,
too many
sir.
murder. I watch too many murder channels, and
I've seen
something.
one. There you
Yeah.
go. I've seen one too many episodes of Dateline about that mouthy single bitch that lives out by herself.
Oh,
gets
don't
her
you
ass
start
killed.
that fucking bell. Don't you even do
you
it.
gotta let loose, BT.
I'm telling you, that's you open the door. That's what you hear.
That was not
Okay,
The dog
here,
needs
look.
to go out.
Now
That's
back
what you
to
hear.
now we got to go to Gray Hughes to his house build. I don't believe that anybody just walked in his house and did away with four. No, I don't believe that.
I don't think he knew the house. I think he might have known the girls, if that's the connection, but I don't think he's been in that
Got to
house.
think about his OCD. He would
never
have had
know.
to have known his in and out.
Yeah.
To feel comfortable enough.
Yeah,
to
but
do
he
it.
could know his in and out from Zillow.
I have a question.
Yeah.
He likes to research.
So
I have a question. When this house was on the market, when was this house on the market? Do you think he might have went in the house to check it out beforehand?
That's a good thought. That's a very good thought. I think that he had been in there after dark multiple other nights. He probably
Look at those
could have made his way-
parties. You know, everybody was coming and going. He could have
Shit.
easily have like fit in and like just walked in like he was meeting a friend, walked around the house and walked out during one of their parties, like easily. If it was a party house where the door was always open, people said with the code was deactivated a lot, so people could go in and out. He might have. Who knows? He might have
as long
tried
as he
that
didn't
and
open
said,
his mouth, he probably would have
might
fit
have-
in.
You never know with these guys. You never know. Like they all do
Well, if
different.
he were stalking,
yeah.
you would think he had been in the house before.
Yeah.
It's hard to
Especially
tell.
with that one video that they're not even there,
Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta
and
think
other
like
people
that.
are there.
No, you got to think like a criminal. You got to think like a criminal. There ain't no fucking way anybody in this he's highly intelligent. Like you know what I'm saying? He's not no dumbass fucking thug kid just out here fucking people. They ain't no.
Yeah.
Right.
Hell no.
Mhm.
This man is very fucking smart. He is highly intelligent. So I believe that he studied this fucking house. I believe he knew exactly where he was going. He knew his route. He knew his in and out. He knew exactly what was going down. There's nobody that's going to walk into a fucking house with a dog and, you know, they don't know. I believe he was watching them because if it's a party house, you don't know how many. He's high, like I said, again, he's highly intelligent. He's not just going to walk into a fucking house and not know who's in there, how many people are in there. No, hell no. You can't convince me he wasn't watching these kids.
And I believe he studied every one of them. I believe he studied every one of them.
The girls, Kaylee and them. I think he was too busy watching them to even realize that Dylan and the other girl had gotten home and went into the rooms downstairs because they weren't fucked.
Probably. Yeah.
Nobody knocked on their doors, but these four came within 9 minutes of each other. They came home within 9 minutes of each other.
And it was reported that Hyundai was seen at 1:45 and then again at whatever time, which is that same time frame.
Correct.
Yeah. So he was like doing a drive-by, saw that because you see those lights from everywhere there because that is on a hill, that house. So like Kaylee and Maddie's lights could probably be seen from a lot of places because it's such on a hill. And like the bottom one is more hidden. Those two that were there at 1 o'clock. He could have like been planning to go down there, and then the thing with Ethan made him want to leave, you know, whatever happened, whatever defensive wounds who knows? Maybe he was going to go down there. Maybe if he even tried the friggin' doors and they were locked. Well, we won't know this probably for like years, I bet, some of this stuff.
It'll probably come out in the discovery.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
some of it, yeah.
This is
what they tell him, he's not gonna, yeah.
Not for nothing, but the fact that they're doing the extradition on live, that leaves good hope for the trial, you know, to be live.
Right.
Do you want anyone?
Well, y'all, I'll go sit over there. It's not a problem. I'll go stay in Idaho if we need to cover the trial. It's
I was about to say, you want to place a bet how many people are going to try to log into the web call and see if they're going to try to like.
No, there's no
criminals
web
that will
call.
not even fuck with dogs, or they will. I mean, like I said, there's a dog in the house. It's a party house. There's lots of kids in the house, and yeah, you can be book smart and be totally street stupid as fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you could study, and then when you actually do it.
But I don't feel like this guy was. I feel like he was definitely intelligent. I feel like he paid attention.
And asking all those survey questions, how did you feel afterwards? Was getting himself prepared to deal with what he was feeling or how he may be behaving.
Well, he
learning
posted
and
that,
doing
what,
is-
7 months ago?
Yeah.
So when was that?
Like in April, he posted it.
The other thing I would think, dogs in the end, dogs are amazing judges of character.
Oh, yeah.
So it also makes me wonder how the dog would react to him. What if he was somebody
Well, they said that the dog was actually grabbed and put into another room with the door. So it makes me feel like he just
took the door.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people forget. A lot of people forget about dogs being like kind of like some dogs won't even attack a person.
Right, and Murphy seems like a dog that wouldn't. He's not a pit bull. He's not like an aggressive dog, or even Chihuahua and aggressive as fuck. Chihuahuas think they're huge. You know what I mean? But he was like a big, goofy, silly dog. Like
golden doodle.
Oh yeah, he probably is
someone-
so used to people too.
Someone said in the chat, "What if he's
What if
innocent?"
he's innocent?
Well, that's what the trial's for.
And you know what? That's
could be.
what the trial's for. But they got his ass with DNA. It's hard to get out of DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not touch DNA.
I'm innocent. I didn't do it. I swear to God, I didn't do it. I put it on my mom. I put it on my dad. I put it on my. People do that shit all the fucking time. Guilty as hell. Guilty as fucking hell.
And I don't think it was touch DNA. I think they got substantial DNA. Not just, from being in the house or being around them at some point. No. This is
mixed
blood,
in.
vomit, sweat, something.
This is skin underneath fingernails.
Skin.
And I think that skin and most of it was under Zaina.
She said, "Queen, you want to fly out with me to watch the trial?" Yes, I do, baby. Yes, I do.
I have a question. Maybe you guys can answer. With the whole with the whole genealogy thing, what allowed them to get access to genealogy stuff in the police force?
Well, they work with like the FBI has like a DNA profile.
So does
that.
Does the FBI have access to all the genealogies and
Yes.
ancestral sites?
Yes. Actually, once you send that off, they can submit it and upload it to CODIS and that, because it's part of the waiver that you sign.
I mean,
I did a 23andMe, but my husband was not was not messing around with it. Like he was like, "Nope, you didn't get me."
No way.
So is that kind of? I mean, isn't it like a little bit like going around the whole Warren thing? If they basically just go through a private corporation to grab your DNA. I know this is outside the conversation. Yeah.
If that private corporation uploads what would be considered their waste or donates it to law enforcement, you don't have a say in that.
Technically, and I know where this is outside the conversation. My apologies, but technically, isn't it? It's just like a private corporation that you pay to do a service. They shouldn't be selling stuff that you've given.
No, there's a
the
research
thing, though.
project that this is a part of. Like that, I was reading about this last night. If you read about it, there's like a.
And you
sign and acknowledge. You
There's
acknowledge
like 30
when you
million
sign up
people
for it.
in it. Yeah, since then, and you have to disclose exactly what they have to disclose. What?
Oh yeah, that's why I was asking. I didn't know if there was an opt-out thing, but yeah.
Think about it like this, Tim. If they were,
Real Lady Justice in the chat said, "No, you're wrong. You can opt out of it."
Yeah, I know. I just read that.
Yes, you can opt out. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to make sure we said, you know what I'm saying? I like to be including their comments in the chat because I want to make sure, you know what I'm saying? But I know you can opt out of the DNA.
I have
out of it.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question because
I just want to make sure you know what I'm saying? I like to, because there's a lot of smart people in here that don't want to click the link and come up, and I understand that that's fine. You know what I mean? But I do want to include some of their comments in here too, so that you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course.
I think I agreed to it. I don't care. I'm not killing nobody. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but
in order to get the DNA, by requesting it from people around the situation and around the house, they would have to have warrants for that.
I mean, like, the thing is like, I just, because I'm very new to this concept of genealogy and stuff like that. So basically, his relative might have taken this test, and then they used that
Yes.
information of them opting out to go after him, whereby he didn't opt out. He didn't say, no, you can't have my information. So where does the line
But
stop?
they just narrowed it down by those people like that they
can,
found. Like they found like
it's
maybe
called
20 people and then narrowed
Yeah.
it down
called a
to like
DNA
his
profile.
car.
Yeah. I just think it's kind of weird. I never knew about that, you know, so I'm just learning.
McKenna, you can come back up. I'll bring you up here, baby. Anybody that wants to click the link and join the conversation is welcome to click the StreamYard link, and I will put a overlay up if you don't know how to work the camera.
I don't see it pinned, Queen.
Okay, I'll go pin it. I'm sorry.
A moment.
Yeah, I think that's interesting too, that that they can get the DNA
Thanks, Grandma Sherry.
makeup from people without having to ask permission.
Well,
but
it's called a DNA profile.
right.
So that's the downside of the technology advancements now.
Yeah.
I'm just reading an article, like Grandma Sherry tossed me an interesting article actually on that. I'm reading it now. It's CODIS and NDIS it's talking about. It's interesting.
CODIS is the bank that every criminal
King of Kings. Mm-hmm.
Oh, NDIS is the CODIS.
McKenna, are you up here, baby?
Yeah.
Okay, your camera keeps flipping on and off, so I put an overlay up just in case it does come back on. There's an overlay over the
Thank you
over
so
the
much.
screen. No, you're welcome, honey. It happens. But go ahead. What you got to add, girl? Fill us in.
Okay, so I thought that 23andMe opted out of Ancestry, and the private companies do not give out the DNA to law enforcement, and it's actually a website called GEDmatch that's a public DNA website that you can upload your Ancestry and 23andMe raw data file onto, and that's what law enforcement can use, because that's how they caught the Golden State Killer.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So 23andMe and Ancestry will not give law enforcement your will not do that. Will not get.
Oh, they won't just give it to the law enforcement, right?
No,
okay.
They will not. No, it is kept 100% private. Now, you can download your raw DNA file from Ancestry, those places, and upload it onto GEDmatch, and then there's something to click, and it takes 23andMe, Ancestry, a couple of those other fringe Ancestry websites. They will take that and you can upload it, opt into letting law enforcement match it.
Yes, that's the part I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I just wanted to say that because I didn't want people to think.
That's good to know. I thought that they were allowed to get whatever they needed.
No, I thought they were too, and I thought the website she's talking about it uploads to was not. 23andMe will allow GEDmatch to become compatible with their DNA files, but they won't sell information.
Oh.
One person put 23andMe actually sells to GEDmatch. Yeah, they sell that they're so that their files can be compatible, but they don't sell people's information.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good to know. I'm glad you came up.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. But
Thank you.
learned a lot about this because I followed the Golden State Killer and the detective Paul Holes who solved it, and he's the first one to ever use that. Or do you know what I'm talking about? The
What was the last thing you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was the first one to ever a big case was finally solved by using familial DNA.
Wasn't it the Golden State Killer, the guy with the DNA?
Yeah.
Okay.
After 40
and it
years.
was from a nephew or something, right?
That's what I thought.
A fourth cousin. They
a fourth cousin.
Fourth cousin. Okay. Wow. I thought it was somebody closer than a fourth cousin. Damn.
Oh no, they said it took months for them to go through all of the family Uh-huh.
And
Oh, wow.
put the tree together. And
Real Lady Justice said whoever's on panel is spot on right now. So
hi, Real Lady. Oh, I know her from Nicolina's. So
they said, yeah, thank you for coming up and explaining
thank
that.
you.
It really
You're
helps.
welcome.
Very
But
much.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just going to jump down, though. But thanks for letting me talk.
Yes, thank you for coming up.
Oh, absolutely. See you later. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
I love
love.
people who grab the link and correct. Thank you so
Yes.
much. Instead of just
Come up and inform us. Yeah, let us know.
yeah, instead of being just in chat trying to.
Well, it's tough to see in chat because there's a lot of people typing and you kind of can't.
Okay, hold on. I believe they caught the BTK killer through his daughter's DNA profile.
Yes.
Yep. Wow.
That's
So that's what I'm saying. Like with the DNA, I don't think when people say he's still innocent, you know, and I'm like all down for the he's innocent until proven guilty thing too. But with DNA, it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's hard to make an alibi with that. Like, why is your DNA at the scene? You're like 28 years old, and you know what I mean? It doesn't quite.
Yeah, absolutely. And anybody's welcome to click the link. I hold an open panel, so anybody's welcome to come up, join the conversation, or anything like that.
Yeah.
You got
Well,
anything to say, add?
I'm very glad I asked that question with the DNA because I was very little understanding of that. So,
And I definitely believe he's going to go in and plead not guilty, and he's going to go. I mean, he's like I say. I mean, he's book smart as well too. So I don't see this being open and shut at all.
Yeah. Well,
He's already saying he's looking forward to exonerating. You know what I'm saying? Which, like I said, any lawyer is going to say that, but I just don't. I don't buy that.
Just like what Real Lady Justice just said, don't ever willingly give your DNA to anybody or anything. It's like posting your social security number.
Yep.
And the only reason that I even had a little bit of knowledge about this, during my medical process, to get the proper, I had to have a chromosomal breakdown to get on the proper antidepressant, anti-anxiety, whatever. It's my psychotic med, I guess. I guess it's not really an antipsychotic, it's an antidepressant. But that's like, that was my biggest concern, was I wanted to know where that's going to go. And I don't authorize anybody to have that other than this specific company to do this breakdown for my doctor. And it was a fight that I had with this company. Like, I fought 9 months until I finally just said, all right, fuck it, I give. Because there wasn't a med that was working for me.
Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. I got Megan. Hey, girl, what's up? Megan, are you up here? Can you hear us okay? You're unmuted and you're on panel, but I can't hear you. Huh. Maybe it says device not connected. I'm not sure what's going on, but anyhow, here's this DNA. The untold story of how the Golden State Killer was found. Let's see. I'll pull this picture down so y'all can see it. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
So there we go. I don't know who shared this link, but
I think Kelly did. The untold story of how the Golden State Killer was found.
okay, hold on. We got Meg back up here again. I'm going to see if I can't get her up. Hey, girl, can you hear us now? Can you hear us okay? You're muted. You'll have to unmute your mic. Meg, you're muted, babe. You'll have to unmute your mic. It's still muted, but you're up here. Anyhow, go ahead with the DNA. Unless she figures it out. Who shared this, the story of the...
I think Ellie put it in back chat, but who's got it up on the screen? You or Tim?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
It's the
sorry.
right name. I
Yeah,
just
this
seen
talks
this.
about what that last girl was saying about, like.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't know if there was something specific you wanted me to put on. You know what I mean? I wasn't sure if it was.
Just scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, I think it just goes. I'm reading a little bit. It goes into the whole technology that went to capturing him.
So it's like a detailed.
Yeah, it's like a detailed article. It's an article. I mean,
And look at his old ass. He didn't think he was ever going to get caught. Shit, he had been how many
Old as
fucking
fuck.
years doing this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wasn't it like
That's a
40
long time.
years?
Wasn't it like 40 years? Hey, Meg, you're back up here again, babe. If you're on an iPhone, now look, if you're on an iPhone, it causes some issues and you have to go into your privacy settings, your settings to your phone, and you have to okay the mic. Otherwise, you won't be able to talk to us. So if you have an iPhone, that's probably what's going on. Sometimes it makes you go into the settings and okay it first.
Did you hear about like what somebody just wrote in chat about BTK killer was found by his daughter's pap smears?
Yeah.
What?
Mm-hmm. I think there's like
No, I didn't know that. So wait, the BTK killer got caught because of his daughter's pap smear? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this is a different one we have up is the Golden State Killer.
Yeah.
I'll look and see if I can find that. But I'm sure. I think.
Okay, let's try this again, Meg. Okay, you up here, babe? You got to unmute your mic. You got to hit the unmute button. Okay, let's see. Is the back chat? Is this? Oh, you think you got it? Okay, you just have to hit unmute at the bottom of your screen, like at the bottom of the phone. If you tap the screen, there should be a mute button or an unmute. There you go. You're unmuted. But we can't hear you, babe. This is the same trouble we had with.
my apologies.
Pray for
it's okay. Same trouble we had with her, but she had to go into her settings or whatever and okay it.
Yeah, and I found what that article says. Quote, they found out, this is from the daughter, quote, they found out I had an annual pap smears and they got a warrant for my medical records, end quote, Rose.
Wow.
Yeah, on the documentary. So.
And they had a warrant.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, like, it goes to that argument, like, you want these killers to be caught, but you also want to protect your privacy. So what are you willing to sacrifice, your privacy or for security, or you're willing to, sacrifice your security for privacy?
I was going to say, how would you feel as his daughter to find out that your father was caught by your DNA that you put through to get to know your family heritage and things like craziness?
I mean,
but I guess that didn't happen. It was from a pap smear.
Yeah. I mean, I think it goes to that question without saying, yeah.
Wow.
A delicate balance. Yeah, it is a delicate balance, and you don't want it to be abused, but you don't want killers to be running around. So obviously people are willing to sacrifice that privacy,
It's a new field too. It's definitely like a lot more in the last, 5-10 years. I feel
and advancing every day.
Right? Yeah. So and more people getting into that since 2019. Well, there's like certain databases. There was like a research project that had 30 million people in it. So more and more people want to know their heritage. So with that comes.
Oh, so Etten did an interview with it says here, there was someone I missed it. Someone talked about some sort of interview with Brian Etten, with the daughter of the BTK killer.
Yeah.
That would be interesting, but I don't know. I'm a little in the middle of the road with that Brian Etten guy with that tweet. You know what I mean? And I just I'm a little iffy on that one, but we'll see what his other works. I don't know. I'm very iffy on him because I'm thinking you put a tweet, you put a tweet out there that really raises speculation on other suspects in the case, and you didn't.
Yeah, you should have left it out. Yeah, she should have shut up about it.
Yeah,
even his public defender is backtracking and said he never said that.
Yeah, of course he's going to not say that, and also it's not a huge fan of fans, and why? I don't know. I just don't like the fact that you release that type of comment and you don't put it's like one of those comments that you know what's going to be implied, but you have that plausible deniability by putting it out there saying, well, I'm just reporting on this and this is what this person says, but you don't like verify what, you know what I mean? You're implying there's another suspect and you're kind of in the middle of the road, you know? It's just, I don't like that.
And in the end, Brian Ensign is in the business to sell stories. And if that keeps him at the top because he has a exclusive quote, I mean, it is also what media does, right?
Yeah, and I'm just thinking to myself, that's like, you know, I just don't like that stuff. You know what I mean? I don't like that type of clickbaiting, especially when it comes to like murder investigations and stuff. And if you're going to say something like that, you know, state where your source you got it from. And then, you know, and if the only way that he would get that type of source is either the arresting officer or someone who is nearby the arrest. And to me, that seems a little weird that
and
officers.
I agree.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's right. I agree fully with you. You know, state your source if you're going to make that kind of a claim.
It says, I'm confused. Why some courts, all cameras, and some? I think you have to get like a court order for that. Didn't they have a court order for the whole? It was another trial. They had to get a court order for. Oh yeah, the Pike County massacre. They had to get a court order, I think, for that one. But yeah, let me just say 1 second. Suddenly got quiet. I thought someone else would be talking.
Well, no, I put this on, but it's half of it's gone. So I'm gonna go back and get the other one that she had because half of this shit's gone that she had here. I don't know where it went, but
Oh, I'll send you the new one.
okay. Well, I thought this was the new one.
Is there like a tab for Colbert, maybe?
6/5/2022. It says victims begin their lease at 1122 King Road. So June 5th is when they signed their lease or began their lease.
Oh yeah,
at the house.
But they were there probably. They probably, you know, this is their last year. Some of them, right? Kaylee's last semester.
Yeah, I was trying to find where she had. Hold on, let's see. She had the where they got home, and I don't know where it went, but she had it up here. I don't know where it's at, but half of this is gone, the bottom half here, so I'll have to go try to find the other one. But she has where the exact time. I have that set up, BTM. I have the camera set up and ready.
Okay, so 1 o'clock was when the two.
It's right here. The hearing is right here. It's ready to pop up whenever it's time. So
that's good.
The two
wow, 100 minutes.
Or I just seen you put it in the thing, so I wanted to make sure it was. You know what I mean? You knew it was on here.
Oh no, I was putting. Someone asked the question about when they started allowing cameras in court, and I just tossed a.
Oh yeah, they have for a long time.
Yeah.
But I'm
well, like they start like I was just reading. It says like they started like they prohibited in 1972, and then they started letting them in 1988. It was like a whole history, like a debate on that.
Is it like court to court or judge to judge? So is it like allowed and it's like at the discretion of the court or the judge if they want to allow them in? Is that how it works? Like today, I feel like because some things are televised and some things aren't. Is it like a law per state or?
I believe it's judge to judge, and I believe that they actually have a hearing kind of in front of the judge with the defense and prosecution as to why or why not and what it could do or not do.
Yeah, like the Pike County massacre, they did that, but they didn't record I don't think they record the witness testimony of the mother in that case. I don't know why. I tried to find it. They didn't want to record it.
With like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, like I know Amber Heard's lawyers didn't want cameras in the court.
Yeah,
like and so they did have hearings to try to like present reasons why, how it would, you know, which makes sense. You know? So I guess that would happen here too. This is such a high profile case. There's like reasons for and reasons against, so it's hard to.
Yeah, I mean, like think of, it becomes like kind of a circus in a way. Some people say it's like education in the court system. Some people look at it as like a circus. Also, it's like you get a picture of all the people in the jury room and everything like that. And with today's you know, I could just imagine someone trying to contact the jury member or something like
Oh,
that.
I mean, that happened with like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Like people were not like trying to contact them, but they were like they were in there ready to read the jury.
That's a JLR move. That is a JLR move. Trying to contact the jury.
Right? Oh
But
my
you-
God.
but you get people
Morris,
like-
Joseph Morris did that too. After Johnny Depp, he tried to like put up that this TikToker was like answering questions that he was a jury member, and it was fake. But of course, Joseph Morris got on that one. I remember that. It was.
I'm shocked. Joseph Morris, the most ethic YouTuber out there.
Yeah.
The most ethical YouTuber out
Queen,
there.
the timeline you were looking for was 1 a.m., the two surviving roommates, 146 and 152.
Yeah. Yep. That's what I mean. Like the girls came home. The two girls on the bottom came home early.
1 a.m.
One. Yeah. And then the other one, 145 and 156. I think they switched. Did they switch it back, the timeline?
Yes,
Just like,
they've switched it back again. It was originally 145 and 156, and now it's like 146 and 155.
Oh, interesting.
Or whatever.
Okay. That doesn't matter, really. It's just like, it's interesting. I wonder
but
what
it
kind of
does.
information.
In the
it does
grand
change
scheme of
things.
things. 2 minutes could change everything because of time of death, all of that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so also with the TV thing, it says at March 15, 2016 sessions, the Judicial Conference received the report of its Committee in the Court Administration in Casement Management, which agreed not to recommend any changes to the conference policy. So basically, it's up to the judge's discretion, you know, for putting into just like Father Brain says to, you know.
I think
to allow.
Pennsylvania has no courts ever, right? Is that like a Pennsylvania law? Like today they said no.
That's a good
or
question.
Maybe because I think they were saying, I don't know, I was reading stuff last night on Twitter. Let me look it up. I saw it last night, I think.
B Tim, did you doubt me?
Every day.
Well, there's a lot of
I
people
know.
that have not got to see it. And you're right. I can't imagine waking up to this man and being stabbed and you know what I mean? Could you imagine looking him in the face, this man right here, having him towering over your damn bed in the middle of the fucking night?
Well, even if it were dark, you might not even fully be able to see him, just the outline of him. And that could be very ominous.
Yeah,
I mean, look, he's damn near taller than that guard.
Yeah. I mean, that explains a lot how he might, you know, allegedly or as a suspect would be able to overpower these people because he does not look like a weak person.
You know, I did hear that. Somebody said that Brian and Kaylee's ex-boyfriend or Kaylee's boyfriend, Jack, knew each other. I don't know that they do. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? I haven't really heard the police or the parents or anybody come out and say that yet.
Yeah.
Not saying they won't or you know what I mean? That they won't. Because I don't know, but.
Yeah. He could have been somebody's TA. Like, remember you said like Xana's sister went to Washington and he's a TA there. Uh-huh.
Yep. Xana's sister Jasmine did. Yeah.
I remember the O.J. Simpson trial. I think everyone watched that when I was on TV. Like everyone watched that. I think that was probably the biggest broadcasted court case I could think of, really.
Yeah. I feel like that changed like court cases and TV news, like headline news kind of got its wings.
Yeah, there were people when that verdict came out. People were like literally standing in front of like TV, like place that sold TVs. You know, when they had them in the windows, and they was just or the Macy's.
I did watch them. Now, see, I did hear that the girls. Okay, so they said, did anyone see where they said Kaylee and Maddie had OnlyFans? I did hear that. I did hear that they had OnlyFans, but I don't know. And I also heard they had a stalker. I don't know that it was him. I haven't heard them put the two of them together. You know what I mean?
That's like rumors from the beginning. With OnlyFans, that was only like speculation. I never saw anybody.
Yeah, and also it's like I'm leaning towards a rumor because that shit. If that was actually existing, they would be. You know how the internet is. They're fucked up. They would probably put pictures out there of these dead girls or some shit. Yeah. You know, the internet's really fucked up that way.
Yeah, they would have been over that already, I think, you know?
Yeah. So I think it's like a lot of rumors, a lot of people who just are speculating and putting it out there as some sort of like source or fact, and unfortunately, or attaching
Yeah.
numerology into the
Oh my
killings.
God, that's the worst one. I mean, the one thing that somebody said was that it was like a week before his birthday, and this could have been like a gift to himself. Like, I'm going to do it by the time my birthday
Yeah.
comes. Well,
I mean,
like a deadline or something. That's the only thing, like with numbers or date, because they were saying even his birthday was like 11/21 or something. It's not even, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy.
yeah, and I don't know. I think it's just people trying to make sense of a senseless act.
His birthday was this. It was the address of the house, 1122.
Yeah.
1122.
Yeah, they do a lot of those numbers and shit. There's some creators that are like, this is all about numbers. The address is 1122.
Gematria.
Oh, you're talking about that clown guy?
Yes, Drip
like he was doing.
Oh, yeah.
Drip.
Yeah. The number stuff, I don't know,
Yeah, and I think like I watched that I think it's called Clown Circus. He does research, but I think he's like a little off. I think he uses like rumors as actual source materials, and I think that's what gets him in trouble.
Yeah, because the Reddit stuff is all like been disproved. Everything has been kind of like in that a lot. Some of it is truth.
I really think that guy is really dedicated to research, but I think he uses faulty data that kind of messes up his theories and thoughts. Because I watched some of his like actual interrogations, and he does pretty good. It's just I think when he jumps on these rumors, it fucks him up with his theories. Like I could tell when a guy actually is serious about looking into all the facts and stuff like that, and they're not just like lazy. I really do think that guy is not lazy. I just think he's just like he's using faulty data that might be messing up his hypothesis.
Well, and there ain't nothing wrong with people having OnlyFans. There really ain't. I know the jail rumor out there. There's really nothing wrong with it, and girls make a lot of fucking money. They make a lot of money, especially them college girls that have to pay all those fucking tuitions and all that. I mean, they do. They make a lot of money, and if you can get it, get it, girl. Do your thing.
Yeah, I don't shame. I don't shame
like that. It does. Give you, people like this. That's
they were saying the cost of the car. I think
it gives people. Yeah, I was gonna say it gives people a false sense of
entitlement.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that's
like life, and I just think that's bullshit. So I mean, even if I don't think it's true that I don't know if it is or not. I can't speak on if it's true or not if they had one, but
Yeah, I don't know if it's true. I don't think it's true because those images would be all over the internet because there's some sickos out there that would probably trade in that stuff.
Oh yeah, at least on like 4chan, it would have probably hit somewhere.
Yeah,
His birthday was 11/21. I just looked it up, so it's not even the address, unless it was an 11/21 and 11/22 address. I don't know.
So, what do you guys think of his parents' statement?
What was let me see. Oh, thank you for putting.
I think it was written by a lawyer, and it was nicely worded.
Definitely.
I mean, obviously, I would have it written by a lawyer. That's actually a smart move if you're ever going to do stuff like this.
Yeah, you don't write this yourself. Yeah. Unless you're a lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the generic stuff that you would see, but it makes sense.
First and foremost, we care deeply for the 4 families who have lost their precious children. There are no words that can adequately express the sadness we feel, and we pray each day for them. We will continue, and I feel like this is snidey as fuck. We will continue to let the legal process unfold, and as a family, we will love and support our son and brother. We have fully cooperated with law enforcement agencies in an attempt to seek the truth and promote his presumption of innocence rather than judge unknown facts. Now see.
That's a lawyer writing that stuff.
It is because they take what you say and then they shorten it down, legalize it, right? Like legal jargon. And a lot of emotion is not in these statements that the family may be showing.
Yeah.
And then they can add on that you're showing more emotion than you are in another spot. So you can't really base that's how they feel. It's scary.
I mean, you don't want to
like a blanket statement. Like it's a
Mhm.
smack in the face, like
No,
Queen
I
said.
mean, listen, I think it's important that they make that they do that because number one, he's still innocent until proven guilty, and it's
Yeah.
their son, and
Of
also they don't want to
course.
say they know there are statements going to be analyzed by a lot of people. So having like that type of
Yeah.
statement that's neutral, it doesn't remove that maybe they feel bad for it, but it's just that they want to make sure that they'll get into any
Cover their.
trouble. Yeah, I
Of
mean,
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I would do the same if there was like if you had a kid too that was being accused of a murder and you don't know your kid's claiming he's innocent, and of course you don't want to think your kid's like a fucking monster. Of course you got to probably go to a lawyer and make a handcrafted statement and kind of like do as much as you can to defend him. I mean, like I'm sure they don't think their son murdered 4 people in cold blood just for the sake of some sort of fucked up experiment or just for the funds or the kicks of it. I mean, that's just a monstrous idea. Honestly, you raised this kid from a baby to
Yeah.
now, I mean,
Yeah. You
I
can't. I
can't.
mean,
I
it's
wouldn't give a statement. I
shocking.
wouldn't want to give my own personal
They had
statement at
to.
that time. Like your own head isn't already wrapped around it. You can't make a statement
Yeah.
yet.
I
Someone
mean,
has to help you.
yeah,
You know?
also emotions just kind of, I mean,
Well, and
logic
it's
goes up
very
and
odd
down.
to me because I mean, you got to think. Do you think him and his dad had a conversation in the car on the way home?
No.
I don't know about
No.
that.
I don't want to think
I
that.
doubt it.
So
I doubt it. I don't think his dad knows anything. I don't think he would. He's not the. Just what I see of him so far, I don't think he's the kind
Let's
of
see
person
Chris
that would
Watts
tell.
ask for his dad.
Yeah, but
We
he's
don't
ready
know
to
the
confess.
relationship between him and his dad.
Yeah, true. But he isn't saying he's exonerated too. I mean, true, he could have confided in his dad, but we don't know the relationship. You're right. We have no idea.
Yeah.
But my
And if I mean, we don't know because as a parent, if your child confided in you that he murdered 4 people, are you going to tell the law? Are you going to tell him?
Yeah, I would tell.
I
I would
am.
tell them. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like that was just like you're because the thing is, you don't know if he's going to kill more people. So why would you ever like this guy's your son?
Why
you
would
have
you
to,
not take the chance?
Yeah, I mean, throw him away. I mean, at that point, he's
See,
already,
that's coming from 2 people who don't have children. I want to hear an
Well,
answer
and
from
that's
somebody who's got a child. Who's got who? Okay, if you have a child and your child confides this in you,
well,
this
Billy
is the last
Joe,
time you're going to see your kid.
but Billy Joe did the same thing. She took her kid to the court.
Yep, she did. You're right. Yeah.
She knew her kid was, she could have
I don't
easily.
know that I would just call the police, and if my kid said something, I'd probably, I don't know, I'd probably pull the fuck over to the side of the road and beat the fucking piss out of him first.
Oh shit!
Well, I mean, there is
Tell me no
that.
shit like that. Don't ever fucking tell me no shit like that and insinuate me in a fucking crime.
Right?
I
Raised you
don't
better
want to
than
know
that,
nothing
damn it.
about it. Don't you
Yeah.
fucking dare do that to me.
I think
Oh,
I
my
think it
word.
would be like I think it would be a kind of in my opinion I think you'd be very irresponsible if you just let your kid who murdered 4 people.
Oh
walk
no,
away.
I would obviously drive them straight to the police station, but I think we would have to have a definite long talk first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Well,
I can see my dad looking at me and saying, "Why are you fucking telling me this?"
I grew up in a family that right away, my dad said, "You ever get in trouble, don't you ever call me. I am not here for you. That is on your ass. You got yourself into trouble. You can get yourself out of it." And that was my dad's
I
philosophy,
mean, like I
all
said,
of it.
look, Kurt, see, look, yo, my kids are gonna have to get caught. I'm not saying nothing. See, I'm gonna
Oh,
find
shit.
like murdering 4 people. I think I'd probably have to say something, you know what I'm saying? Now if they, if it was some other bullshit, I don't know. But
Yeah.
If they robbed a bank, I'd be quiet, man.
Yeah, that's
I don't know.
different. That's
right, Kiko, you know what? I didn't even think about that. Maybe his parents had already been interviewed. Maybe that's why his dad flew out there. I don't know. I don't know that they would ever interview.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think they would ever do that and give him an opportunity to know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean,
Look, there are a few things.
I mean, the
Animal
police would be
abusers,
like,
child
well,
abusers. Any
Yep.
abusers like that, my child or not, I'm turning you in. I'm calling on you. I'm turning you in. Murder is right way up there, way above those.
yeah, I mean,
So-
like I think there's like a cat. If your kid robbed a store, you're probably not going to turn him in because you're going to be like, okay, well, no one got hurt. He robbed some money. Okay, you're probably not going to throw him in jail. You probably say, fuck, what the fuck's wrong with you? You probably beat the shit out of him or something, or like give him a good tongue lashing. But when you come into like,
Absolutely not. My dad marched my brother right down to the sheriff's office and turned his ass right in.
whoa, okay, well, that's strict. I think probably, but I would say like, when it comes to murder and an essay and all that stuff, I would say most people would turn their kids in at that point because you're risking other kids, you're risking other families at that point. You know, it's really bad situation.
You're actually risking your own child if you know this and you do nothing. Yeah. Like the laundry's found out, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but it's a tough decision. I don't think it's an easy decision for anyone. I wouldn't think it would be easy. Because you're essentially just kind of, you're kind of tossing your kid away in a prison or death sentence at that point.
Well, how could you ever feel safe around them? I agree, Georgia Peach. How could you ever feel safe around them?
Now the question: would you turn your child in if they confided in you that they murdered someone? I'm going to put yes.
I put the gun. Say you gotta go ahead, Dan. Put the poll. There we go. So you don't have to.
Yeah, that's
private, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hit it. Yes.
Well, listen, what do you guys think about his aunt coming out and saying that he had to have pans that were washed that couldn't be cooked with meat and all that? What do you guys think about all that?
What do you think, B. Tim?
Put on the spot. You know me. I don't give a shit.
I know.
I don't.
You don't care about that.
Yeah, I really don't.
It lines up with
people would.
It lines up with an OCD.
So if someone cooked a steak in a pan and cleaned it, you'd be okay with them.
Yeah, as long as they cleaned it, because that's like weird. It's like how long does this pan have to stay away from meat? I'm gonna have to throw away the whole pan because it was cooked in meat. I mean, that's crazy.
It's like kosher stuff. That's like being kosher and vegetarian and vegan. You know what I mean? Because kosher people don't like to eat meat and milk. You know, the whole thing.
Just clean it with some soap and that's it. We're done. Yeah, we're good.
Definitely soap would be good.
And Jen, thank you. Thank you so much. She said it would be a very hard choice to make, and it absolutely would. It absolutely would be a very hard choice to make.
Did you see that?
Murder is one thing.
Your Honor, with
stealing and stuff is another. I'm sorry.
There was like TV series, like a show called Your Honor with Bryan Cranston, where he's a judge, and it happens with his son, like kill somebody, and he tries to like cover it up, and it's like you see what happens to him and the family. It's crazy. It's with Bryan Cranston. Do you guys ever see that? It's called Your Honor. He's a judge. So I mean, I think this is like a dilemma that we all would face. You know, like would you like turn, or would you? I think justice.
Well, even being a judge, that makes it even worse. I mean, because you're the decider, you're the ultimate decider and hander down of other people's fates, and
Such a good
your
show.
child did that. Wow, I'm gonna have to go. You said it's called Your Honor. Is it on Hulu, Netflix? What?
See, and look, this is a good question, you guys. Look, see, there's some good. This is why I like to have a good discussion, because there's so many. Like, okay, so Sparkly Unicorn said, if they killed 4 innocent people, not a hard choice.
Yeah,
I agree.
Okay, so look, face of an America channel. Okay, so it says he can't eat vegetables off of a pan that cooks steak, but he doesn't mind a bloody murder, like Psycho.
Yeah, well, I mean, like sometimes people, I don't know, that seems weird to me. Yeah, usually you don't want to become vegan. One of the reasons you become vegan is you don't want to see like sentient animals that you believe that are like intelligent being killed.
So the aunt that said that about the pans and all that shit, the aunt and uncle hasn't seen him in over 4 years.
So that could say that his OCD, what if he was in an OCD flare?
What is that?
What is that? I've never even heard of. What are you talking about? OCD flare?
Okay,
I never heard of that before.
Yeah.
Like sometimes stress will cause somebody's OCD to act more on the mental health side of it. If you are going through extra stress, holidays are a good example of stress. It can cause your OCD, like your OCD can go, you can get it into like a remission type, so that you're not having to do those repetitive behaviors with a lot of cognitive therapy. So if you like, what if he's learned to deal with some of his OCD and it was bad at that time, but
are you claiming that his OCD had something to do with him murdering 4 people?
No, dude, I'm just saying if the aunt and uncle hadn't had anything to do with him in 4 years, 4 years is a bit of a time to, he may have been that bad then, not now.
Are you saying it's because the cooking of the food is the OCD flare up, or what?
No, like just being around, just having that somebody being at somebody else's home, eating from, it's out of your routine.
Okay, so you're just going with his life, how he normally, not the murder part, but his normal
Right.
routine is in life.
I'm
Okay.
talking about, but anyway.
Yeah, he's probably okay. I get what you mean. Yeah, you're just talking about his regular routine, not his
Regular
murder.
routines. Like an OCD person, you can get OCD into check it by becoming very structured and very routine like. So if you were out of a routine like holidays, that can cause OCD to rear its ugly little head again. I'm not making an excuse for a fucking man who murdered somebody.
Yeah, of course, I know. I don't think most people would think that. I mean, like, that's not something that doesn't make sense. But like, I'm just like wondering, like, if he's like a vegan, like that's kind of weird that you're a vegan and you don't want to kill sentient animals, but then you allegedly murder
Yeah.
4 people. That's like
Well,
very weird. Yeah.
Well, that's like psychopath behavior.
Yeah,
I
like
think you have like certain
you don't
rules
need
for animals and certain rules for people.
Yeah, you don't want to eat a cow or a pig, but you murder 4 people. That's definitely a weird logic there. I don't understand, to be honest with you. But
and he could get vegetarian, vegan, or
Okay, and I
vegetarian
think this
possibly.
here, this is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, baby. Go ahead and
Oh, that's
finish
okay. Oh no, I was just saying that they were saying that he could possibly like get like a vegan or a vegetarian meal in prison because they don't want to like deny his humanitarian
they
rights.
just said that they were gonna because they didn't want him to like starve himself out or whatever.
Yeah, but there's
enjoy your tefurkey. The fucking tefurkey sucks.
Probably the worst.
The mystery meat is what it is.
Yeah.
Gross. But like Jen said, look, she said, I come from a long line of criminals, not something I'm proud of, but it's just a fact. My grandparents never turned my aunts or uncles in, and I always wondered how they could keep quiet.
Maybe that should be, are they still alive? Might not be good to admit that in the live stream. I'm just joking.
No, but I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah, but it depends on the crime.
And I use the fact too. I mean, it depends on the crime, right? It really does. That's the whole thing.
I mean, like if it's like a robbery, if it's like a robbery or something, like where you like, I mean, I'm sure most people would be like, okay, stop doing that. What the fuck's wrong? Because that's like a crime of circumstance. Like robbery, it's like economic, drug dealing.
And she said, no, they're no longer living.
Okay, so you're good. You're good now.
Have to worry about, but just something that she's speaking on, which I think is important because
not good that they're gone. It's just good that you're not incriminating possibly criminal on live stream. We're gonna find out where Jen lives. Get her grandparents and aunts to jail. I'm joking. But yeah, I don't know. It just really depends on the circumstance. Like I would say, like robberies and stuff like that. That's like more of a circumstance.
I just feel like he's very calculated. I feel like he's very smart. Very book smart. So I feel like he studied them. I feel like he watched the girls and he, you know what I mean? I don't think he would be Ethan. I just can't see him stalking Ethan, So I feel like him and Xana might have been just casualties that maybe heard the girls and came out and he seen him when he came down the steps right here, ran into him. And then went and bam, bam. Because like I said, again, I don't think the girls downstairs were ever, and they said they didn't hear anything. No one knocked on their doors. They didn't hear any screaming. They didn't hear any yelling. They didn't hear anything which at the third floor, I don't think they would. Now, see, this is why I have this up because it's like the setup of the house.
Yeah.
I don't think they would hear
especially that basement. And the other part was like the top floor was an extension.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
so there had to be like concrete
laid
down.
So if you're not subscribed to Gray Hughes, make sure you go subscribe to him. He is the one who made this layout, and he has a channel, and it's a very, very good channel. So make sure you subscribe to Gray Hughes. So he made this layout of the house, and when he walks in, this is the bottom floor right here where the girls are at. The front door. Now he goes up the steps here. Makes me think that's why it makes me think that he came in the back door because they didn't hear anything. No one knocked at the door. He didn't fuck with that side of the house almost. Like I feel like he went in the back door and went straight upstairs, obviously to the girls. And you could see from the outside how easy it was. The link is pinned at the top, baby. It's pinned right at the top.
It's not pinned.
Link and it'll bring you up.
It's not pinned anymore because you put the vote thing.
Oh shoot! Okay, I didn't know that. It still
Yeah.
shows it's pinned for me. I'm sorry. Or here, let me go take the poll thing down too, because it's. Let's see.
We have 82% saying yes.
Hey, you know what? We just wanted some honest answers. That's all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
well, at least it wasn't Tyler Feller. It wasn't a Tyler Feller poll which says, "Do you think the Idaho 4 are going to heaven?" or something like that, or good.
Yeah. Or is this case sad?
Is this case sad? Oh yeah, that was the one. Is this case sad?
No, I think he's that with Quentin, but he did Idaho 4. Are they going to heaven? I think.
Yeah, that was the title of his live. Are they going?
He has
to
the
heaven?
worst polls ever. I don't know who does that. Who comes up with his polls?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Does he like look them up in like a children's book or something? I don't know.
I don't know if he has like. What?
Captain said, Queen is my baby on today. Kate does crime. Where you at, girl? Where you at? You know the rumors. You know the rumors. Where you at, girl? That's the, that's the rumor.
But yeah, I don't know I don't know if Tyler Feller has some sort of like he doesn't understand. Like,
no, what do you say? Are the kids going to go to heaven? Are they going to go to heaven?
Yeah, he had like a title for his live with that.
Yeah. That is so fucking disrespectful.
I know.
And then like before that, he did. I think it was another case. He made a poll. Is like, is this case sad?
Yeah, with
it's
Quentin,
like,
I think it was.
Yeah, it was. It's like weird poll. Like,
yeah,
it's like he doesn't understand like any kind of social cues or
they're
what's
like very
appropriate.
Like kiddish, childish,
Yeah.
like questions that you would ask like a 3-year-old or something.
Like Tyler, read the room. Like those are
bad. Read the room.
Like those are bad questions and polls.
Read the room, Tyler. Maybe he is reading the room, unfortunately, right?
Like yeah. Like even like a sociopath would probably be like, yeah, that would probably look bad on me if I wrote that as a question.
Yeah.
Well,
right?
he's reading the room one super chat at a time.
Yeah,
well, that's true.
On his train, his super chat train.
Oh, jeez Louise. Yeah, even Dolly wouldn't do a poll like that. He would just be like, "Wow, that's really fucking stupid." He would be like, "Okay, guys."
Yeah.
Like
yeah. Dolly has like certain like.
I think Dolly's probably smarter than when it comes to reading people and emotionally, while Tyler just seems kind of like doesn't. You know, I think that's the case. Like Tyler's book smarter than him, obviously, but yeah, emotionally, I don't know if he's like the same level.
But Dolly's definitely street smarter. Yeah.
Way street smarter. Way like a PhD.
He's a PhD in street
He's
smart.
a PhD in comparison to Tyler.
Yeah, I agree.
How do you know? Maybe Tyler's an undercover gangster. He uses God as the cover.
He's like opposed opposition or something. What do they call it? Like controlled opposition in the true crime community.
Yeah, I think
we have been infiltrated.
I like Jones's thing. She says, I don't think Tyler Feller really cares. More like it's an annoyance to him. Yeah, I think so. Like I remember he came up here. He says he does this just to build his congregation. A lot of times, so
I remember I first saw him during Gabby Petito, and that was when he was getting his channel started. I think he was on somebody's panel, and then he was like a light bulb went off, and that's when he started his own channel.
Yeah,
during that time, I saw the light bulb. He was like, "Oh shit, this could work."
I think he wants to just talk about religion, and he realizes that he doesn't have a large audience when it comes to that, and he's willing to just trade and just go into this stuff.
Yeah,
and I think he really doesn't. You know, I don't know if he's serious as like Gray or serious as all those other channels. He just does what everyone else does, but he's not really. He doesn't have his heart into it. Like that Clown Circus guy. When I watch that Clown Circus guy, even though I think some of his stuff is wrong, I really do think he is really into it. Like he's like deep diving.
Crime Circus, right?
Yeah,
Crime Circus, yeah.
Like he's the guy with the makeup, whatever.
Yeah,
but you really do have a feel like that guy is really into like the true crime investigations.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I watched it. It's very interesting.
Yeah,
I just think he's worked, but when it comes to Tyler, he just looks like it's the motions, you know? It's like he's going through the motions. And you can tell when someone's really serious, when they're like literally watching video on video, researching on Reddit and all that stuff. You really get a feeling that person has a true dedication to this field. And he
where Tyler is more like passionate about God and his ministry, and he's
Yeah.
doing this, like you said, to build it. That makes sense, and good for him. He's figuring his way out in life.
Yeah.
You know.
Hold on, baby. What I
Bless
missed?
his heart.
Yeah.
What? Hold on. She said, Deb, Queen doesn't always see them. What is she talking about? What I missed? I missed
when
something.
she does, she says something.
Yeah, but I don't know. And then they said, "Bless you for your super sticker." That was Tyler. You guys were making fun of Tyler. So is there something?
You just got a super chat from Oz.
Is it true?
Brumby.
Is it this one here? Oz Brumby? Is that?
Yeah, Oz
the others
Brumby
came up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the only one.
Okay, because I was gonna say that's the only one I seen. I didn't see.
I didn't see anything else.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't see. Maybe. Yeah, man. I didn't think I missed it, but anyhow, is it true that the 911 call, the unconscious person, was one of the surviving housemates? I don't know if that's true or not. I assumed that they were talking about Ethan.
Yeah.
But Ethan's brother arrived before the ambulance and police did. So
that's like another rumor, I think, that hasn't been confirmed.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I think
I'm wrong.
Yeah. No, the rumor, I think, being that they went outside and somebody passed out. Remember, that was the thing that's saying that they ran outside and somebody passed out, and that was the unconscious person. I think it's more what you were saying, Queen, just now, that it was Ethan that they saw unconscious, maybe. But, hard to tell. I think neither is confirmed, right? Because they didn't really tell us where. They just said they were found in their own beds. But that was the coroner at the beginning when she was talking out of turn, I think. She wasn't really supposed to be disclosing that kind of information at the way beginning. If you guys remember that. It's so quiet all of a sudden. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Shay, for the most part, a lot of it is.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. That's why I love Sleuthy stuff. She puts all the rumor and what's fact, and here's where we got it from, and you could doubt some of the sources. Look what happened with Daily Mail. They really got it totally wrong with everything the last 24 hours. They went on that interview with that lady and they really kind of lost it. But I never really had much faith in Daily Mail anyway. They're very national. Right, a very national inquiry. Anyway,
thank you, Montana Jay. That was sweet. Thank you, love.
We're seeing. I do like seeing this guy go to jail. If he is the suspect, I would like to watch this continuously. But yeah, he's a big guy. I didn't realize he was that big, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's pretty damn tall. That's and I had it paused on there because he is to show how tall he is. I think a lot of people expected him to be shorter.
That's been the consensus of today. We all expected him not to be.
I like this guy. I want to read this guy's comment. Today is the day. A real creator does not put others down. They choose just not to talk about said creator. Instead, we can talk shit about every single one of y'all's. I think I'm not sure how you would say that. No, you can criticize other people and basically point out their faults because that's, how humans interact and that's how things are. If someone's doing something wrong and you don't point it out, then you're kind of just ignoring it.
Well, we have a lot of faults over here too. So
yeah, okay. I claim I get wrong all the time. I say things wrong and I correct myself all the time.
Y'all just corrected me this morning on my error.
Yeah. But if you just,
it is what it is, not a big deal, and you're okay to have different opinions. That's okay too.
Yep, that's what we're having. That's our opinions on these content creators, and we're allowed to say them.
Yeah, I feel like there's so much rumor and things get started so quickly. Look how even Vinny from Court TV, he's freaking messed. He got it wrong. So, people get shit wrong, especially when it's uncovering like this and people want to be the first.
What did Vinny get wrong? I don't know what Vinny said.
He's the source of freaking Betty's misinformation from.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You said that before. Yeah.
That's crazy, right? Not crazy, but I think when things are uncovering so fast and people want to just come out with the, I like how Sleuth Mom and Burden Approved did it. They were very calm, and then things were coming in and they were sleuthing to, and they found the truth out really before I feel like anybody, you know, they got into stuff like right away, and they're good at like dispelling all the rumors because there's so many, you know. Like I think you could see how they get started. Like that one thing that Betty said led to a sister living close by, and then we picked that. I was like, oh, a sister, you know. And so people were saying, oh, that's where they got the DNA, you know, from the sister. Like it became like just
Do you think he told?
rumor.
Do you think he told them in confidence not to say it out loud? Because did he go on the news outlets to say that name, or did he just, you know, he never said those names out?
I don't think Vinny said it out loud. I don't know.
So you think
I was
he
looking.
just like
I was
he?
looking at it like back into.
I'm sorry. You continue.
No, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm muted. No, I think that they went back to look. You know, when they said it, I was looking at his Twitter. I don't think there's any. He didn't tweet it out. I think Why was he contacting Betty though? Unless there was somebody there.
I'm wondering if he said that in confidence, like he was just like, "Hey, we heard this name," and he didn't want to go forward, and they just was like, "Okay, we're gonna just say it," you know. But that's just a rumor. I don't know if that's actually 100% true or
the Vinny thing. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it could be a rumor too. You see, look how quick it's easy to like find these things out and be like,
I mean,
ooh.
The only way we would actually be able to confirm it is if Vinny comes up and says, "Yeah, I told Molly this, and she ran over there and said this." You know, because I don't believe anything Molly might say, to be honest with you. To be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
I take everything from them with a grain of salt. Like I heard that name. I remember I was on the live with Soothbomb. We heard that name of that person in the chat, and I asked, I was like, where did this information come from? JLR. And I looked at JLR's video, and he said that name, and I was like, I heard this name, Burden, but I would not go forward with it without actually confirming it, because
they could be like blaming it on Vinny, you know, instead of JLR, right?
That's what I was just gonna say. Betty could be blaming Vinny for this.
Yeah.
That, you know.
Yeah.
That's so where she said that, I think. That's the thing.
She did say that.
Yeah, okay, she said that. So, you know, that's, but
yeah,
she could, I mean, yeah.
She could be just latching on. Yeah, she could just be latching on to relevancy by jumping onto him.
Yep.
Maybe Vinny did it.
She's a known coattail rider.
And there was people out there because she was covering the van cleanup getting there when the news started to break. So maybe there was like another reporter out there from Court TV. Who knows that it got leaked.
What is the chat talking about with a warrant? I'm not sure what they're talking about.
Oh, probably for the DNA. When I misspoke and said like touch DNA of fingerprints, something like that.
Oh, okay.
A traffic stop.
Yeah.
They might be behind in the stream.
But they could have gotten a warrant then for these genetic DNA, like 23andMe. Could you get a warrant? Yeah. Is that what they're saying?
Well, I mean,
that also could be. I don't know. There's not a clarification. The comment just says they must have a warrant.
Yeah. Well, the warrant was for the pap smear for the BTK killer. I know that. But I think we were explained earlier that like certain DNA ancestral sites don't work with the cops, while other like ancestral.com or something don't actually just give it to them. They keep it separate, but they do get data from other genetic websites. So there's it depends on the
and they're saying they can get a search warrant from somebody in the chat said there's a possibility of getting a search warrant from 23andMe. Who said that?
Yeah, but I wouldn't know anything about that.
I don't know. Yeah.
I would not know how they would get that. Like,
well, that sounds like what happened with BTK and the pap smear. That's like a search warrant was got for that, you know? I don't know. It's very I think it's a lot of new technology, new fields. You know, I'm sure the FBI probably has like a genetic genealogist, you know, on staff that deals just with all this.
I mean, I could just imagine like I think certain websites if like those kind of other websites you just kind of automatically get deposited. But it's a very interesting debate on whether it's like obviously you waived your rights to the genetic code, like let's say you waived it or whatever, or you went on these websites, but now does that include your entire family line? Now they have to get their genetics. Like it really goes to that. Privacy versus security.
But that just creates a profile, right? So the profile really wouldn't be, I don't know. that's when it gets into the forensics, you know, kind of
Yeah.
what's the law and what, you know. And I think it's probably changing as we speak with all this kind of stuff because it's such new.
Who is this? Was he named by BE, the reporter, the Poxy Vamp? What the hell is that?
Brian Enton.
Oh, what is a Poxy? What is that? Why is it called that?
Is that a reporter? Maybe on, I don't know. Is that some creator or reporter?
I don't know. A lot of weird YouTube names. I don't know. That's what that is, Thumbs.
Or is that somebody in chat that he's responding to, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing. I don't trust certain content creators unless I get the source. And that's how I look at, like, Molly, Dolly, and all these other type of people. It's like, you know, they say, you know, Vinny said this. I'm kind of like, okay, well, he's got to have to say it out of his mouth. That's my thing.
I was looking to see if I could find any tweets about it. But
yeah. Hopefully, real news reporters purposely give the wannabe fake info. Yeah, that would be kind of messed up if he was like, "Here's this fake info."
Yeah,
that'd be kind of messed up because he'd like literally these people
to throw them off. You mean?
Yeah, but like these kinds of people like JLR, they will go into like the families and all this stuff about this person.
They do background checks. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like it's so weird. Like it's so easy that they could easily go to like, you know, other sources to confirm if this is the person.
Yeah, they jump so quickly from that person to like a sister.
Yeah. And there was a lot of misinformation. They were accusing the neighbor of possibly being a killer. There was a TikToker that accused, you know, a university teacher in history of being a killer. I mean, it's just so weird. It's so weird.
Everybody kind of came out just to kind of get involved. Some people wanted to just, you know, because there's so many eyes on it. Like that Facebook group, like went from like 70,000 to 100 to 150 to like almost 200K in this one Facebook group. And it's such craziness, this Facebook group. I mean, some of the people make interesting points. I mean, I don't go in there a lot because it's like wacky, but like they think that there's also a user in there that's been Brian.
Oh, okay. So Paxi Vamp is actually another person in the chat. It says that college kid who got named who wasn't the suspect, that was wrong. Okay.
Oh, like Jeremy, that law student. But that was close. I mean, not him, but like the profile, like of like a Ted Bundy type, somebody that's like smart in like that criminology or law. I don't know. It always seemed like it was somebody like that, not any of these like Jacks or Jakes or
and that goes to like a lot of people will say, well, why don't you just keep quiet and stick to the facts and don't talk about other YouTubers? It's kind of tough to not talk about other YouTubers when they're literally in the middle of the investigations, affecting the investigations. It's like you kind of like have to omit facts from the case that you're covering if you don't talk about these people. Like Betty's, you know what I mean? And that's the thing. Like if they were just like, you know, I'll give you an example. Let's say we were just talking about Betty's relationship with women. That would be like something on the side that doesn't. But if Betty's like literally, like not other women, other men or something like that with Dolly, okay, that's, you can say, well, that's kind of a personal thing. We're kind of rumor mongering, fine, whatever, kind of a drama thing. But if like Betty's like literally standing in front of the place and is like causing a scene in front of the house that the murders occurred and spitting on a random car, and like literally trying to get B-roll footage of like them removing stuff from the house, it's like, okay, come on. I mean, like, what do you
That's why the news reporter got pissed off and told her to leave. She got really pissed off and wanted all of her fan club to go call and turn him in because he asked her, you know, or told her to leave or said he didn't.
Yeah.
She said he was being rude. Ultra rude. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Anyhow, this is a student of Brian's that spoke out. Okay. We're going to watch it real fast.
All right, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I mean, I was, you know, just like sleeping here on the couch in my parents' house, and I woke up to all these tweets that were like, oh, they got the guy, and of course, this has been something everyone in Pullman has been following, everyone in the whole Pullman, Moscow area, and so, you know, I look on my phone and I see the guy's name and I see the picture, and I'm thinking that looks a lot like my TA, who's also named Brian, but that would be crazy, and so I went and I checked my email, you know, to see the emails I'd had with him and the name matched and everything. And yeah, it was just like totally jarring, totally shocking to realize that this person that had been, you know, kind of grading my papers was, you know, allegedly this like horrible murderer. Yeah, no, entirely. All our interactions came in the form of the class, and not even like, you know, office hours. Like it was all within the confines of a lecture hall. He was pretty strict as far as grading goes. When he came into class, he was very, you know, not super mentally present. He would stand up at the front, look at the ground. He had a lot of like boilerplate responses he would give people rather than, you know, maybe something he had thought up on the spot. It seemed like he would be, you know, he'd come in knowing what he was going to say to like most interactions. And then when he would grade your papers, he would be grading you on what he ended up calling like a higher standard. But it really felt like to us was he was grading us like he would have graded himself as a PhD student. And so that was just kind of like, you know, we were all annoyed by him. And so I knew his name, you know, I knew like, oh, T.A. Bryan, like he's kind of, he sucks to this. Like he's grading us too harshly. And that was like an annoyance. But obviously beyond that, we just thought he was a little weird and kind of, you know, a bad grader. Yeah. He actually only left me good comments, which is just kind of silly. Like the only ones I could send in were nice ones, but for most people, he was being pretty harsh in the comments. I just, for whatever reason, he was being pretty good to me. Yeah, actually, we had our professor was big on the idea that like, you know, if we're all going to be attorneys someday, then we have to know how to argue our case. And so he scheduled a day where everyone, you know, came in ready to argue to get their grades up, you know, and he brought in Brian and he was like, all right, go at him. And he had Brian stand up and everyone was, you know, like a few people were on his side because they wanted to keep their high grades and not like have questions be cut out or whatever. But for the most part, it was like, you know, half of a 150-person class just asking him all these real critical questions and he would answer. And he'd actually, he tried pretty hard to defend himself, which was the kind of thing that our professor loved. He wanted the like courtroom environment. And so, so there was just a period of class where we were all sort of arguing about this. Not, I mean, it wasn't like yelling or anything, but it was certainly conflict, you know?
Well, they're not going to call him into court for a witness.
Yeah, we just it would have been about a month before winter break when like the murders happened. And we didn't obviously build our framework for this around that because we had no reason to connect him to that, you know, at the time. But definitely around then, he started grading everybody just 100s. Not like you pretty much if you turned something in, you were getting high marks. And he stopped leaving notes. It was just you know, he seemed preoccupied is what I would have said at the time. And now obviously he seems like he was probably pretty preoccupied, but it was, yeah, it was much easier. You turn in whatever you wanted pretty much. And he was just grading them up and sending them back. Like, yeah, yeah, absolutely. He probably that I saw he was always a little bit spotty on whether or not he'd come to class because he had, you know, whatever PhD stuff over the top of it. But the couple times that he did come after or around that time period, I remember him, you know, he had like a little bit more facial hair, just like stubble, but definitely less like well kept than he was. And he was a little quieter. You know, he didn't, he used to stand up at the start of class and like talk about some stuff sometimes. And this time he didn't really do that at all. He was definitely, I think like the previous mental preoccupation that we
see. He's like telling like a whole different. He's like a whole different demeanor.
All time high, and he just you know didn't look like he was doing great.
By the way, Queen, someone sent a super chat question.
Yeah, I just seen that, and I can't answer that. I have no idea.
At the beginning, she did. Yeah, at the beginning she said that. Like
at the beginning,
when she was interviewed. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it said here that the coroner said all four.
I was going to say I don't want to misspeak because I don't remember when she said that or if she said that, so I didn't want to, you know, say something that wasn't.
She was interviewed like early on, like the next day, I think, and she did say that. And then people were upset that she put out that kind of information.
Well, because I thought they said Ethan was found right in the hallway right there. So
yeah,
and that's
I
where
don't know.
Greg in the video. So I thought that's where he was.
That
found.
was the corrected information.
Yeah.
I think
So
that's why
the
people started talking
the
about.
two girls upstairs were in bed. Xana was in bed, but Ethan was in the hallway.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
so.
just asked just to clarify. So let's see how much time we have left until he is.
And they did say that this
hearing.
would be this is a death penalty case because when you're in Idaho, when you're committing the
47 minutes,
when you're committing a crime and you do another crime in the commission of the first crime, that's what bumps it up. And then the fact that there were multiple people. So yes, it does become a capital case.
The burglary and then the 1, 2, 3, the 4, make it.
We'll
but
see. And it's
what?
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
Oh no, you go.
Oh, I was just answering her. She said, what was the name of his class? How to Get Away with Murder. And I said, well, he wasn't very good at it. He only lasted about 6-7 weeks without, you know what I mean? Then he was caught. So
yeah.
Learning
about it and is different than doing it. You know what I mean? Like with everything, there's like a learning curve. Like you could study about something and study about it, and then when you actually do it, even how much like there's a learning curve, and he made mistakes. Of course. So this could be his first. More and more I'm thinking that I don't know. You never know, but this could definitely be.
Or the first he made a mistake in. I mean, we don't know if there's other ones.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, hard to tell.
I mean, that's why a lot of people are wondering because it's a huge escalation to suddenly. To suddenly jump to this.
Totally, but that's what they were saying, that the BTK, he went from his first one was family of 4. So maybe but so you never. I mean, that's the only thing that made me think okay, so you never know what, and maybe he didn't plan on all 4. Maybe he planned on 1 or 2. We still don't know because Kaylee wasn't supposed to be there, and I feel like this was such a planned out thing. If this is him and this is, but whoever did it, I feel like they had to plan this out. It can't be. I mean, I guess it can be random, of course, but chances are it seems very planned out to me.
Yep. How long until the extradition hearing, Queen?
I think it said 3 or 3:30. Which is it?
47 minutes.
47 minutes, and then we have the action. How long do you think they got to do it right away, or are they got to do it right at that time? What do you think, Queen?
It's gonna be
I think we'll probably get him out of the way first because it's such a high profile. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They want him in the courtroom because there's other people that are going to be going in, and
hopefully they don't do like a Jared where they do 50 people.
Everybody first.
Yeah. Like we're going to be here watching everyone. You got gifted memberships from Montana Jade 5.
Oh, thank you, girl. I didn't even see that. So there was something else I was going to tell you guys while we're sitting here. So for memberships, you have to when you go in here. I know some people were messaging me and asking me. So when you go in and you click the join button, I have to do it on somebody else's channel. But anyhow, when you go in and you click the join button on there, it says gift settings. You have to click that. And when it opens up, you can allow to be gifted or not. There's a little thing that says, yes, I would, yes, I would like to be gifted, or no, I wouldn't. So sometimes Nikki said, thank you for the gifted membership. People were like, why am I not on here? I'm like, you have to do it in your own settings. It's nothing I can do. I can't, you know what I mean? There's nothing I can do. It's not my fault. I'm not the one that does the setting. I can't set it up. So I was trying to explain it to her. And when she emailed me, but
you have to, each person has to turn that on for the channels they would like to be gifted a membership on. And I know iPhone's different than Android.
Oh, it's random. I was in Dolly and I didn't even know I had it on pause, and I got gifted a membership last night.
Oh shit.
So I'm
infatuated. Ellie, you've been infatuated.
You can kick me off if you want. I have a little green star.
Oh, I didn't see you had that one.
Guys, I think this is at 3. Oops, I'm sorry.
Oh, by the way, Sunflower did donate 10. She said choo choo for some reason. I think she wants you to say choo choo, Queen.
Oh, choo choo, like maybe the train.
The super chat train.
Yeah.
The gift membership train. I heard that it's at 3:30, guys.
I'm glad she didn't try to troll me like last time, where someone like literally wrote random words to make me sound like I said something horrible.
Oh yeah, that was like.
I think it was Sticky. I'm not sure. Someone like did that. I was like,
yeah.
And you know, you just read and you don't really like comprehend what you're reading.
What?
Man, I don't know. It was funny. It was funny.
Sticky maybe. It's at 3:30. I just saw again.
Oh, they changed it?
No, it was last night. It said 3:30, and then I don't know where 3 o'clock came from.
Oh well, originally said 3 o'clock.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let me see.
Nikki O'Shea, I'm always on top chat. I always forget to go to live chat. Oops, sorry, my dog. I don't know why they default to top chat. They should default to live chat during a live, you know? YouTube.
Yeah, let me see.
One would think they would just get rid of that option.
Lover of the Law just said 3:30 in chat. She's on it.
Yeah, it sounds like they pushed the time. That sucks. I'm like,
I don't know. It's only 20 minutes after 12 here, so like my day's just starting.
Jeez. Yeah, let me see. 3:30. I heard it was 1. Yeah, I think it's based on time, like location. So I think it's a time difference. And
yeah, I have it. It's already set up and ready to roll. So
yeah,
as soon as they start it says 40 minutes. So
yeah,
that's what mine says anyhow.
Yep. I'm just wondering if there's anything else to talk about.
Oh, you know why? Because they're not allowed like the cameras in the courtroom, only in the courthouse. So maybe that's why they're going to start covering it at 3, so they could get him in the court.
Yeah, they're not allowed to go in the courtroom with the camera, just at the courthouse. They said, but they will give updates, like you know how they did before. Yeah. So
I mean,
that's what it's going to be.
Is he just going to say like not guilty and just walk out and just be like, okay, you're going to be remanded or something like that?
This is just the extradition, so it's going to be. Like
I was going to say, and they said he's not fighting it. So basically, he's going to waive his rights. They're going to set a date to come get him. You know what I mean? To take him to.
Are they going to release the probable cause affidavit? No, they're not. Okay, they're not because he's not.
Let's hope they do. Maybe
once
by
they
mistake.
Get to Idaho. Oh, you never know. But I think they said once that.
I was hoping by mistake they might, you know.
Wouldn't that be nice to hope for a clerical error?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think so with this case. They're gonna make sure everything is done like to the book. But it could be if they say, I've heard different things. Like I heard no matter what they would drive him, and then I heard there's a possibility they could fly him, but like in a private kind of thing. But most likely they would drive him, so that's why they're saying 72 hours until that affidavit is released. The probable cause affidavit probably won't be released for people, but you never know. They could put his ass on a plane. You never know what they do these days, you know.
Yeah,
it's just 39 minutes there. See?
Oh my God, 39 is the longest minutes ever.
Yeah.
This is again, I'm going to reference it back to, this is kind of like our generation's version of the white Bronco running down the California interstate.
I wouldn't say that much. That was a pretty crazy trial. That was like literally took the entire America.
Question, what do you guys think about this kid right here and what he had to say?
I don't know. I've not heard from him.
Opinions of that? Oh, you haven't?
Yeah.
Is this the runner kid? The one that would go running with him?
Yeah, the Skylar Jacobson is his name. Yes. And he's the one that did the running with him.
Yeah. Said he would go like late at night.
More are coming out of the woodwork then. Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of normal with these types of cases.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be like a long time coming with people coming out, I think.
Yeah, I mean, but personally, it's kind of like not a really good move because you get people like you get normal people like news reporters will just do an interview and they'll just let you go. But there's some people that just dig, and they're just like gets really crazy, and that's why that's the problem with the internet.
Yeah,
really.
especially like more and more, it's like accelerated over the years. You know,
Yeah.
like this wouldn't have happened during OJ's time. We had like CNN headline, less coverage.
Today is the day. Do you guys think that was BK that called into T-Reb's channel as Dave?
No.
In my opinion, no, because I listened to that call and it was there was no information. It even said in the beginning it was Dave that called, and then he tracked down the call, and I think he doxed the person. And firsthand.
Yeah, he called him back after Brian was in jail. No,
Yeah.
him. Like the detective, in air quotes, Detective John or Tom or whatever the fuck he is calls himself, is not a real detective. It never has been.
He's a mall cop, basically.
Oh yeah.
See, that's why.
But
why they do that. Why do people? Why people say that? Like, why people claim to be something? You know what I'm saying? Something or not? Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean?
We would respect him if he came out and said he was a mall cop, giving his professional opinion. We would respect that, but don't claim to be or something when you're not.
Yeah, I mean, like I say all the time, I am not an
and then
attorney.
they're like, "Why are you hiding in a dark room?" He's like, "Oh, because I'm in bed." Like, really? You're doing some big ass interview with 2,000 people in here, and you're in fucking bed? What the fuck?
Yeah, you would think just put an avatar if you don't want people to look at your face. Just be like, "Oh, this is my avatar," whatever. I don't want people to
It
know
was
where
like
I'm
he
at.
wasn't trying to really like hide his face, but he was. You know, it was just weird. I don't know. It was very odd.
Yeah, and it's just like I don't. And I listened to that phone call, and I was trying to look because there's some people like there was like
Willow, my guy, man.
Willow.
Oh, that's like the best news. Yeah. Yay. He's okay. Oh my God, my dog.
Happy New Year. The hype is complete.
He says he's
I
gonna
think my
text me.
dog heard you say that.
Yes, my dude. We've been blowing your phone up, man.
Yeah, hopefully everything's well with you, Willow.
We was worried about you, my guy. We was worried about
We were wondering
you.
if we needed to get a bail fund together.
No, he probably was just trying to look for a new place, but it's good to see Willow's back. It's great. Hopefully everything's good with you. You got a new place, hopefully. Someone says, "Can you play it? Play what? Do you want to play
the interview? Yeah. I'll play it for you.
Yeah.
Yep. Hold on, baby. I got you.
Yeah, but I don't believe that phone call. Like the problem is, a lot of content creators just like naturally just assumed that it had some sort of important information. There was things that couldn't be revealed until after the rest, and they never really listened to it. And it's surprising that a lot of people just accept truths without actually like analyzing the actual source material, which is crazy to me. Because and it's like, okay, there was nothing in there that like the big thing was he was like, I think he says, oh well, I think was it Sigma Chi or something like that.
Yeah, about that.
And he was like talking to him like there was only one Sigma Chi, but there's like 300 and something Sigma Chi's in the country.
It's like national chapter.
Yeah.
One thing I did hear that the TikToker that came out that from high school when he was using like drugs and stuff. She made a TikTok video about T-Rev's call and said that it sounded like him, but then her brother said it didn't. So
yeah, I mean, and that's the problem. It's
there
like,
you go. Yeah, just,
her brother was friends with. Yeah.
Y'all,
he hasn't-
Willow says pretty far from good, but alive.
I'm sorry about that, Will, man. But I looked at the title, like T-Rev's title, and it's like, I mean, maybe he's changed it now since like he got maybe new information and he's decided to change it. But let me see. Did he change the title of that video? T-Rev.
All right. Well, let me take this kid's picture down and we will get this on. Here we go. Ready?
Okay, so he hasn't changed the video, the 15-minute. He says he's still.
Go ahead, B-Tim. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, he hasn't changed the title. He says Idaho 4 Brian Kohlberger calls in live ? Quotation not confirmed end quotation allegedly. And it's like,
that's how he grows his channel. That's how he grew it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how he got a bunch of subs was clickbait
Yeah.
titles and shit. That's what he
Yeah.
does. Spirit box and that bullshit. That's all a bunch of
Yeah.
bullshit. It's disrespectful as fuck to the family.
I would ask him, and I would ask him this: Would you feel comfortable if I found one of your dead
I mean, their
relatives?
kids haven't
Wait,
even
wait,
been
wait.
dead for 6 weeks yet. Like, come
Yeah,
on, man.
but like my question is, I would ask him, T-Rev, would you feel comfortable if I grabbed the spirit box and attempted to talk to your dead relatives on a live stream? The answer would be no. You would not feel comfortable. So why do it to others?
I can't answer that because one would think that if you wanted to be known for having integrity for covering these cases, I'll shut up now. Let's play it.
Yeah.
I used to go on night runs with him because, like, I didn't want to go running at night by myself. So I would text him, like, hey, you want to go for a run? We go for 6-7 mile runs at night. So, like, when I saw who it was, I was just in, like, complete shock. I'm still kind of, like, shaking knowing about that. Like, it's just unreal to think somebody could actually do that to somebody. Like, it's absolutely, like, mind-boggling. Like, my adrenaline's still kind of running after finding that information out. So, just, I feel for the families, and I'm just happy justice can be served now, so.
Kill. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah. So he just went for runs with them. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the guy
At night. I mean, night runs. Shit, he could have easily, poked his ass and left his ass there or something. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
It would be scary to be like, damn, I ran with this man at
Right.
nighttime and he really just stabbed 4 people. Like he said he was still shaking. I bet he is. I mean, shit. To be running an 8-mile run with this man,
right?
Like at nighttime,
Yeah.
shit.
Today says also, how about the Reddit post of inside looking? That was odd also, but I don't, there's no confirmation that's him. And I
that
think
was
that's
like
just rumor.
debunked. It was totally debunked. Like actually the subreddit guy emailed Sleuthy and she posted it, and he said that like one of them was deactivated, the inside deactivated by him because he was getting like threats, and then the other one he just also like has been posting, the outside looking one has been posting since the arrest. You know?
And I think that's the problem. That's why I said, like, Clown Circus, like, I think he's working with faulty data, but I think he's really dedicated to these cases, like really trying to get all this information and stuff. You really get a sense that he's actually cares about getting them, but I think he just works with faulty data and it fucks him up.
That Reddit stuff was interesting for sure, but it was just somebody that was like just kind of just giving these like very simple, like concise answers, and so people just thought it could be, but it really could be anybody just answering questions that have been following the case. He never said he was a killer or anything.
Well, I watched his video. He did insinuate, in his opinion, he believes that was the killer in the video I watched.
Yeah. A lot of people think it is, but
I did watch Clown Circus video on that Reddit video thing, and he was insinuating that could be it because the guy was so sure about facts that he thought that could not be known by just some random person. So he thought that maybe he was like kind of like, just doing it to kind of like fuck with people, just like kind of showing in their faces type of deal.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they were like facts that were very like interesting. Like he's like, oh, I went in this door. He said which door he went in. He said the sequence of the murders.
He said what the killer would do, and he was the person in the Reddit was very sure, and a lot of people believe that was very odd for him to be sure. But if you look at a lot of true crime chat, like a lot of people in chat and crew chat, a lot of people have opinions on, things, and they sometimes preference their opinions or their ideas as facts, and that's just normal.
Yeah. Exactly. I've learned that from this channel and from just watching.
A lot of people just do that, and it's unfortunate, and it kind of it's not very good.
That's how rumors get started too.
Yeah.
You have to like kind of trust like where everything is coming from. Even when you hear it over and over again, because that telephone game.
Mm-hmm. And then 100. Laura Lulu says 100 says no one interviewed has said they noticed any cuts or abrasions on Kohberger. Question mark. To me, that's mind blowing considering the circumstances. Yeah, that is an interesting thing. I didn't think about.
Yeah.
Have we noticed any cuts or I didn't see any cuts or bruises on his arms.
No. I don't find anything about the 2 rhinos running loose in Casper, but okay.
Rhinos. I don't know who rhinos are.
Rhinos, like a rhinoceros.
Yeah, I know the animal, the rhinoceros, but
Yeah.
what is it like? Is that like drunks or something?
No. Someone said off topic, but did you see that there were 2 rhinos running loose in Casper?
Like actual animals running loose?
That's what I'm getting clarification on because I just Googled it and I don't see anything about that.
Because rhinos are pretty fucking big.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned if we got 2.
Where'd they come from? Where's Casper?
Willow, did you get a new pet? Did you get 2 rhinos? What's going on, Willow? What's going on? Because
it's my name and then WY at the end at Gmail. It's voice for the voiceless. It's in my about section. Oh my God, rhinos loose. I mean, what'd they do? Run away from the zoo?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's weird. Very weird.
Oh my God,
rhinos
they were being
are
transported. They crashed and got out. Oh my God.
Wow, that's not good.
They're gonna freeze to death. They're not.
Aw. They got out from transport.
Well, let's hope no one steps in front of the rhinos because they're not going to have a good ending if that's the case.
Yeah, aren't they mean? They're kind of.
The drama community lives in his town, so they saw firsthand some of the happenings. Willow has receipts. Oh my God, he's got receipts.
Also said shit about ceiling fans. Were there any in the house? I don't know if there was a ceiling fan in the house.
Somebody said no. I heard no because that's like that 4chan post that talks about the ceiling. I heard there's none. I heard there's no ceiling fans.
And that's the thing, like. Whenever you hear like information, always try to look for the source that they got the information from, because there's people that just crazy.
People looked at pictures of the girls' rooms, and they said there was no ceiling fans, and on their Instagram accounts, I think that's where that source,
Yeah, and it's like and that's like a key thing. It's like just like how people say, well, fake news, CNN. It's like, well, then you got to do the same thing with YouTube. You got to look at the source where they're getting their information from. If people are concerned about getting the news, and just don't trust any content creator that just says something without them showing you some sort of receipt, like a document or a video or something like that. B Tim looks for the source. What source? Oh, see, I'm saying source and saying sauce. Okay. Oh. That shows my problem.
Sauce.
Source. See, Hooked on Phonics did not work for me. But anyway.
Switzerland accent.
Yeah. I know the video that BK had on Reddit supposedly was an ad to Grip Tape.
Oh, Lord, confirmed. Rhinos got loose yesterday, and there are pics of rhinos in the snow. Oh, my God.
Oh, shit. Hey, Georgia Peach is like, hey, that's my line. Yeah. That's a lot of people's lines now. Let me see. Willis says, yeah, definitely wasn't expecting to have DC people in my Walmart. This is why you should always be careful who you shit talk. Never know who's behind you in the express lane. Yeah, I was thinking that to me. Like, well, imagine if I go to Florida, right? And I visit relatives in Florida and like BHB is like behind me in a fucking Walmart line. And she like recognizes my voice. And she's like,
imagine you just see her walking around. Oh my God, that'd be crazy.
I'd be like, oh shit.
You'd run the other way. You'd be like, I'm out of here.
Honestly, I'd be like, whoa. I'd be like, probably not bother her because she's in real life. I would be like, oh, whatever, let her do her thing. But
you don't want to like fangirl her,
I'm not a fan. No,
I know. I'm joking. If you went up to her, she might think you're like, no, not right away. She'd find out pretty quick. But if she wants to go in real life, no.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think I just put a problem because, that's RL, I wouldn't mess with people's RL. If she wants to go to the store and buy food, I'm not going to bother people. I remember I've even seen like a celebrity, sometimes I've seen like a celebrity in in the Museum of Natural History, and I've seen a couple, and I never walked up to them because I says, "Hey, they're with
Oh
their
yeah.
yeah, they're with their
No.
family. You don't want to fuck with them with their kids while they're."
Here, I want to
doing
listen to this real fast, you guys. I don't mean to cut you off and be rude, but I am going to be rude for a second because I want to hear this. It's Long Crime Network, so I'm not sure if we'll be able to hear
Okay.
and how much we'll be able
It's
to.
just with like
But
Joseph Scott Morgan. He's awesome.
Yes.
Valley and the right.
This is amazing. Yes.
And so I really am interested in this, but we will have to stop it every 30 seconds and talk. So just making you well aware of that.
Joseph and I will answer all of your questions. Joseph, I'm starting with you on this. I'm wondering, what do you think the police have? And I know this is speculation. There's been some reporting out there that there was DNA evidence in this case that led authorities to Brian Kohberger to identify him as a suspect. What do you think it was that possibly led to a DNA profile in this case?
Well, if what is being reported.
And so we know
All
that
right,
Joseph.
Yep,
Morgan
go ahead. Is
is a
the
forensic-
MVP. That's right. Go ahead.
He's the MVP. He's a forensic death investigator. He has his own podcast called Body Bags. He personally has worked with Rebecca Brassati's family, Jerry and Angela Mastervito, and helped them with their daughter's breakdown, help them understand the daughter's breakdown in her autopsy.
It is accurate. My estimation, it's going to be a combination of things. First off, they would have found certainly a copious amount of blood at the scene. The question is, was it commingled with the perpetrator or alleged perpetrator's blood or any other kind of body fluids that might have been left around? You got to keep in mind, blood is not the only source for DNA-rich evidence.
Exactly. Blood is not the only source of DNA-rich evidence. So
yeah, skin cells, sweat. Yeah.
Yes, it could. There's several different things, and that's why we have to. We still have to wait. Good morning, that girl.
Another piece to this is going to be anything that was found on the bodies, and we go back to the hands being bagged, which is common practice in my field to retain any kind of trace evidence. If there was anything contained beneath the fingernails, and we have to keep in mind that's not simply skin. You can also find blood from a perpetrator beneath the fingernails as they're being raked away.
Fingernails can hold a lot of evidence,
and
skin cells, all that.
Yep.
Yes.
And that's
and look how they got the look how they have that up to the house like they do.
Well, that's because Betty and her nosy ass was standing out there with all the other reporters.
Right. Exactly.
Man, he's so smart.
And I think finally, whatever kind of tiebacks there might be in that vehicle, I think the vehicle is huge, because if he had allegedly been in that house and had committed these crimes, and I think admittedly he would have been super saturated in blood, that evidence would have transferred into the car somehow, and not just the blood, but any kind of other trace evidence he's taken away. So they've got this is an evidence-rich environment, and it will have been inoculated.
That's what makes me wonder, how did his dad not? How there had to have been blood in that car. He had to have had blood on him.
I agree.
He could have cleaned it though. That's what
if he was wearing gloves, he could have came out, flipped those off, stuck them in his pocket, and pulled off. You know what I mean? Like,
he could have planned for it. He could have had something in the car to like when you go to the beach and you put something down so you don't
put
get
a
sand
towel or a
everywhere.
seat cover or something. I wasn't thinking about that. Makes me wonder what all they found in his house.
Yeah, they took out
his apartment,
power,
things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we do have to think he did have 6 weeks, so he could have gotten rid of all of this. This could be in the, he could have threw this in the dump and it could be gone. Well, long.
Even if he gets it shampooed though, he doesn't get rid of all the evidence. That's
Wait a minute. Chris McDonough videotaped a glove.
Oh, gee.
Oh,
snap.
He just broke the case. That's it. He just broke the case.
It is perfect. Oh yeah. That was the glove that he was wearing.
Be sure as you're, you know, buzzing in and out, make sure you sting that like button.
With everybody's DNA that was at the scene.
Bobby, we are moving forward in this entire process. The extradition hearing is scheduled for 3:30 Eastern time today, where Brian Kohberger's attorney told me he will waive extradition so he can come back here to Idaho.
So this is going to be short and sweet. They're going to say, you know, do you waive your rights? Yes, I do.
2 minutes.
And then they sign off. And, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
When's Jared's arraignment? Is it
the 20th?
I don't know. This one starts in 18 minutes. So
yeah, I'm talking about Jared.
Get your drinks ready. Somebody's got an echo.
Do I?
I don't know who it is.
Oh, hopefully it's not me. I have headphones.
Is it me?
Nope, I don't hear an echo.
The question is, how are they going to get him back here, and how quickly will that happen? What do you see happening?
Well, that's a tough question because logistically, there are a lot of moving parts in this, and each case is handled a little differently.
They will not be telling anybody when they move him, what day they're going to move him, what time, nothing. Nobody's even going to know he was moved until after he was moved. They do that shit secretly for a reason, you know?
Holding him, you mean? Like they could hold him up to 30 days.
Right, but I'm saying when they do move him, when they do transport him, they're not going to make some big ass fucking announcement like at 3 o'clock in the morning when they go in and pop his doors and say, come get in this, you know, come on, we're transporting. And he has to get up right then and there, throw on his little shoes or whatever the fuck that, you know, your little slides and grab whatever paperwork he's got. And that's what he leaves with. He doesn't take anything else with him.
Wow.
So they cuff him up on the feet and the hands, and then he takes off. They take off. You know what I'm saying? They do that for a reason. They don't tell nobody. They don't, you know, they do it at usually when the other inmates are asleep or,
you
know what I'm saying? Or it's early in the morning.
Yeah. They don't want people tracking him across the country, you know, like
Right.
he's driving.
Yep. They don't want anybody to know none of that.
When and where and how and why. Yeah. That's everything.
Yeah.
They should keep quiet. Mm-hmm.
You know what would have been smart is if he had a Tyvek suit waiting so that all he'd have to do was come out, put that suit on to cover over all the blood, and then drive himself home to clean up.
In my opinion,
what the hell he did. Yeah.
In my opinion, he was, you know, if he's as smart as we think he, you know, or claims to be, you know what I mean? Is in my opinion, this is just my theory, my opinion. I think he was definitely prepared. I think that he either didn't know the girls were there or didn't care about them being down there.
Or got scared off or something.
Yeah, and just like I said, in my opinion, I feel like he watched them when they got home because they let the dog out and fucked around for a little while. You know what I'm saying? And then they called Jack, and it makes me wonder if they didn't hear or see something like out back or whatever, you know, because their windows were open. Or see a shadow or hear something or, you know, like anything, you know what I'm saying? Murphy's like a playful dog. He's not an aggressive dog. So I just feel like
not enough to call the cops, but maybe enough to call your ex. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's not enough.
Well, he lives close. He lives right there. You know, Jack's apartment is right there. So.
Oh, yeah. Right across the street. So maybe they just wanted him to come over. Maybe they saw something. And that Jack S guy was like walking them from the corner bar to the truck and making sure they got into a cab, right? He was making sure they got home. There's a reason for that, you know?
Yeah.
That somebody was watching out for them or just like being a, you know, gentleman, like helping out because he was supposed to be friends with one of their boyfriends.
Well, in my opinion, I believe he asked, has anybody else been arrested to throw the officers off? Or one or the other. His parents wanted to know if his dad had been arrested.
Yeah, because he drove across with him.
Yeah. You know, so I didn't know. I mean, that's just kind of, those
Indiana stops are interesting too. Like both of
So the only issue in Pennsylvania is he the Brian Kohlberger that's named in the Idaho arrest warrant? That's the only issue. This is not an evidence thing. This is not a guilt thing. It's only the only argument is he the same Brian? Is he the same person that's named? If he is, he has to go back. So that's why they often waive extradition, because it's only an identity hearing. It's only
it's an identity hearing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just to
I
make
get
sure
it.
it's
Yeah.
him, and then they send him back. Yep.
Yeah. So there you go. That explains it a little bit better.
Yeah.
only are you the same person that's named in the warrant? And almost always they are, right? And so he knows even if he has an extradition hearing, he'll lose and be removed. But he'll waive extradition. They'll have that hearing. There'll be an order to remove him from the jurisdiction of Pennsylvania. And
Right. So there you go. For anybody who was not aware of what's going to happen in 15 minutes, 12 minutes. So for anybody who wasn't aware of what's going to happen in then 12 minutes from now you know.
Did you see what
then
Williams?
the detectives will either get him on a bus or get him on a plane and fly him back to Idaho. Whereas you heard the family attorney say he'll have an initial appearance where he'll get an attorney assigned to him, either a public defender or a privately retained counsel, and then that counsel will ask the judge for a few days so he can review the charging instrument that they charged him with. Now there are 3.
So once he gets in, then he gets the opportunity to get counsel, and then that gives them the time to review those charges, so then they can decide how he's going to plea.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and 9 times out of 10 they go straight in and say not guilty and ask for, so I mean then they go into the.
Well, yeah, because otherwise it starts the clock in Idaho the minute he arrives. Because if they're not ready to go, and that's the other thing I've wondered is if he's cocky enough that he'll just say, let's go right to trial.
Yeah, that's his right to a speedy trial.
Yeah, and with him being book smart and studying criminology, it makes me wonder: is he going to play a cat and mouse game with them? Is he going to?
Yeah. Oh yes.
I really think this trial is going to be interesting because I think he feels he's smarter than the police, and the comment being, "I can't wait to be exonerated." Well, that's going to be really hard to do with DNA. So. And I have not seen pictures of the car being towed either. No footage or anything of it being towed. Grandma Sherry B. Tim said, check your Discord DMs.
Okay.
No, Tony, he's just coming up.
And so far, he's probably been charged under a complaint or an information, because to get an indictment, you have to see the grand jury. That grand jury has to spend time getting evidence presented to it and then vote on an indictment. So I think that will come later on. But initially, I think they'll put him on a plane. They'll transport him to Idaho, where he'll have that initial hearing, hopefully, maybe later this week, where he'll get his attorney attached, and then the attorney will request some days to.
So yeah, once he gets back, then he'll get hold on, what? I just had to call a client and her first name is Queen.
Aww.
Well, thank you for being here, Kim. We appreciate you. Welcome to the Hive.
Williams Eyelash said that they used to work for an airline, and you wouldn't believe how many prisoner transits are actually on commercial flights.
Yeah, that's interesting. Some people think that they would go by ground, but I don't know. Maybe who knows with this case?
Well, it really just depends. I mean, honestly, it depends on how how they have set it up.
Yeah, it is very far because they would have to stop somewhere on the way, and house him for a night.
Well, yeah, and how much? Well, with buses, could it? They do the good and the bad outweigh what's best for this prisoner. What's going to work? You know what I'm saying? So it's
right.
Queen, check your private. I'm going to drop something that Grandma Sherry tossed me, and see if you can open that up.
And I do agree today is the day Idaho marshals would go and pick him up.
Did you get it, Queen?
Yeah, I'm reading it now.
Okay.
I apologize. I got pacing dogs today. It's cold and they want to be outside, but they don't. But they want to be inside, but they really want to be outside.
Let dogs, still dogs rest, I guess. What's that? That's a saying.
So, are they going to hold a press conference? Pennsylvania.
That's what I was just reading that. Yes, they are going to today. Matter of fact, today they're going to hold a press
like
conference.
10 minutes after the extradition. That's interesting.
Yes.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So we'll be putting that on as soon as it's over, as soon as that's done. So
yeah, thank you, Sherry, Grandma Sherry.
Yes,
Queen,
thank
you
you
got
so
a
much.
super chat. $4.99 patrons. I'm sorry, I got that name
Thank
wrong.
you, Patriot. Or wait, Patrish. Oh, Patrish change. Okay, so thank you so much, love. Should love your channel. Please keep up the good-hearted work. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. What were you saying, B Tim? I'm sorry, there was too much going on. What?
I was just thanking Grandma Sherry for the information that she taught.
Yes, Grandma Sherry, there's a link in there. Would you send me that? Can you just send me that link to so I can
I can.
It's back here.
I put it in the back. That's
Well, it
what
says discord.com, so I'm not going to click on that because it's going to.
Oh, yeah, you want the source material. Okay.
Yeah, the link in that's a screenshot. So wherever she got that, there's a link she can click and forward.
Okay, cool.
All right, I'm going to put this back on for a sec.
And I should mention, too, that Bobby Ciccone is also an attorney, so he can talk with us about the legal aspects of this, too, what we will see moving forward. We are taking your questions, as I mentioned earlier. Submit them to us on Twitter, Twitch, in our YouTube chat, Facebook. We will get to them as soon as we can. But when the flight ticket was bought.
And I think they're going to go in and talk about his dad flying out.
Oh, interesting.
It was bought and whatnot. So
yeah. Huh.
I like this.
To go to Idaho before the murder or at the last minute. I'm going to take this question, and then Bobby, I'll ask you about this as well. I had spoken with Jason LaBar, Brian Kohberger's attorney, on Sunday, and he told me that Brian Kohberger's father flew from Pennsylvania to Washington to then drive the white Hyundai Elantra back to Pennsylvania. This was a trip, he said, that was planned before the school year started.
Wow. So
I had heard it was a trip that was already planned. It was pre-planned. It was not. So it makes me wonder if that's not why he did that. It was already planned. He knew his dad would be coming back to drive the car back.
The whole thing could have been planned. You never know,
Right.
It all.
Right.
Yep.
It's very sketch. That's for sure.
He changed his plates supposedly 5 days after. Did you see that car mat?
Yeah, I did. I did. Yeah.
Started, so they would drive back together for Christmas. So we don't know when that plane ticket was actually purchased, but we do know that it was planned in advance, according to Jason LaBar, the public defender representing Brian Kohberger in Pennsylvania. But Bobby, I'm going to ask you this: does when Dad purchased that plane ticket matter at all? The parents.
If it was before and this was pre-planned, I don't see why it would matter.
Parents have said in a statement that they are cooperating with law enforcement and that they're shocked by this.
It wouldn't matter to me as an investigator. If I was an investigator on this team investigating this homicide, the dad is an ancillary character in this. Some people might think he might be an accessory, but that's not germane to me if I'm looking to convict someone on these.
Well, yeah, because his dad was out of state. So his dad was out of state when this happened. And probably more than likely, I mean, we don't know for 100%, but more than likely his dad didn't know anything about any of this and had no idea about any of it. Didn't know he was going to commit these, this heinous crime against these, you know what I'm saying? I can't see his dad knowing and not saying something. But him being out of state, just right there would, like he said, it really doesn't, his dad, that's, thank you, love. I appreciate that, Grandma Sherry.
For homicides, I'm looking at a person now. I have to focus all my efforts to make sure we can obtain a conviction in court, and so I have to make sure all of that evidence is ripe and proper, and all the white noise of prior bad acts by the defendant or other people that might have helped him. Other teams can start looking at that, but there has to be a focus now because charges have been lodged in murder.
And I feel like he's right. It has to be like they have to focus now. You know what I'm saying? The charges he's been arrested and the charges. Oh, cut it out. Okay, so this starts in, let's see, we got 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 35 seconds. So do you guys want to keep going with this or do you want to turn that on? You want to keep listening to this until that's ready or what do you guys want to do?
That's okay. I haven't heard this part before.
Okay.
Yeah, me neither.
Murder, and so we want to get a conviction of this guy in murder. Somebody helped him. If the dad was involved, that could sometimes come later. Those are charges that would probably be tried separately anyway, if in fact they do get charged. But right now, the focus of the investigators has to be on this crime scene, these victims, and this suspect, this defendant now in trial.
That makes sense. I mean, there might be more things coming down the line. Can they prove? But I mean, if this was already a planned trip and he knew that the car was going back, what better reason to commit a crime with a vehicle that would be all the way across the state, all the way across the country?
Yeah.
Right. Well, and isn't this one of these houses right here? Jack's, there's one of them over here. I don't know if it's like, if we need to turn if the camera needs to turn a little bit, you know what I mean? A little bit more, but I know it's over here somewhere.
It's to the left. I think it's like an apartment building,
I think it's in that building back to the left, like the one that we see at the top of the hill when Betty.
Oh, that gray one? No, yeah. Yeah,
right.
left. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not on the screen.
And that's most certainly what the focus does need to be. And everything we've heard is that the parents, as I said, were shocked by this arrest. We're going to go on to a question now from a Gerst Kitty. And Bobby, I probably should throw this one to you, but I'm interested in what Joseph has to say about it as well. Any chance he decides to represent himself like a Daryl Brooks situation? Of course, we know Bobby.
That's what I've always wondered.
Do you guys think he's going to represent himself?
No.
I think he would be really, really stupid to do that. But I mean,
did you get the
we've
link?
seen other things happen.
Did you get the link in the back?
Let me go look.
Yeah, it looks weird. It says
you got it in the back already? Okay.
It says
you got it in the back already. Then it
says
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It said Pennsylvania State Police, Strasburg.
Yeah,
State Police.
I got the one that they said that's what.
Okay, cool. I'm just wondering because it was like a countdown. I was like, wow, that's weird.
Yeah, it's got a count. It's got like a countdown on it or whatever.
Yeah, that's weird.
Anyhow, though, we will get this ready, and I will try to make sure we have that on for afterwards. Oh, okay, so now they've pushed it back. It's 9 minutes. Now we have 9 minutes to wait.
Oh, okay. So I guess they're probably having issues with scheduling or something like that.
These people are making my life so crazy, Queen.
What?
They originally said 3:30, though. They originally said 3:30. So
Yeah.
I think the 3 o'clock start was to follow him in the courthouse. So somehow they'll be in the courthouse soon because They can't film in the courtroom at 3:30 is when.
Also, you have to realize there's probably other people in the court. Things kind of get pushed back. You know, some people take longer than normal. Yeah.
Yep. That makes sense.
You know,
This
to
is
me,
making my anxiety go crazy, though, you guys. Like, my
why?
hands are getting all
He's gonna
sweaty.
say, yeah,
No.
but this is not like a guilty verdict. It's just like
No,
this is
not seeing
procedural.
him again. I don't
It's
even
just
know.
the whole process. Like, I
Yeah.
realize this is, I mean, in the end, even though he's a heinous person, it's still somebody's life and it's our legal process. And I have respect for the legal process.
Oh yeah, me too. Totally. I also really trust this police department that they wouldn't just arrest somebody in such a high profile case if they didn't have
Right.
like serious evidence, right?
Well, because with him being such a criminology PhD, he's going to know that the minute he arrives, if he starts pushing, they better be prepared to go to trial because it starts a clock that starts ticking.
All right, we're going back to this while we wait 9 minutes, and we'll try to figure out this press conference afterward. We have 7 minutes left so far. We'll just play this for right now while we wait.
This is a criminology PhD student studying criminal justice into the criminal mind. How the system works. Do you foresee that at all? That this Brian Koberger would try to represent himself?
Well, I mean, look, it's very rare that that happens. And yes, we did have the Brooks case this year in which that did happen, or last year now.
I think his family has enough money to hire an attorney. They're just waiting until he gets to Idaho first.
In which that did happen. And it's fascinating for us always to get that insight because we very rarely ever hear from a defendant in a murder case. They very rarely take the stand and they very rarely represent themselves. Now, that being said, if this guy is such a narcissist that he wants to use this platform to get his voice out there and to get all the attention, then he might choose to do that. Everybody has the
Ooh, I didn't even think about it like that because you know what he is. Like, he seems like he would be I know. I don't know. I guess it could go both ways.
I'm sorry. Can you say that one again?
What do you
Can
guys?
you say that one again? I was still lost in thought on something else. Sorry.
Well, they were saying that. Oh, geez, where did I go? Where did it even go? Oh,
It's
here it is.
okay.
Where did it even go?
I can
let me go
shut
back.
up and just keep listening. It's no big deal.
Yeah, see, I'll play
they very
it.
rarely take the stand. They very rarely represent.
They very rarely take the stand. They very rarely represent themselves. Like, you don't. It's very
right.
Uncommon. But people like Daryl. Sorry, I thought I was trying to. I thought I was muted or unmuted. Anyways, there's narcissists that like to, get attention and think they're smarter and they can do it. And you know what I'm saying? I don't know if he has the narcissistic traits like that or not. I don't really know. But at first I thought, oh, maybe he does. Like maybe he will. But I don't think. I honestly think they have enough money to hire an attorney. I don't think even if he is, or even if they say he's a nurse, I don't think that even has anything to do with him hiring an attorney or not. I think his family they're going to hire him an attorney either way. Yes, he's smart. Yes, he's book smart, but I don't see him representing himself. That's all I'm saying.
That would be the dumbest move you could possibly make.
What's that old adage? An attorney who represents themselves has a fool for a client.
Yep.
I had the thought that because of that alleged statement of, was anyone else arrested for this as well? That made me think that he's smart enough to do the cat and mouse shit.
Oh, wait. Pinkon Pie says Etten is inside the courtroom 14 minutes ago.
All right, who has Twitter? I'll give up my spot on the panel to the Twitter person.
The Twitter person? Who's the Twitter person?
I don't know. Whoever has Twitter that wants to come up here. I don't have Twitter and I don't have Facebook.
Me too.
Somebody hijacked my Facebook account. I'm not willing to go do any more hoops. I've already sent.
I have Twitter. What do you guys need? I'm sorry, I was muted.
Enton is in the courtroom.
Oh,
Pecan
okay.
Pie
You
said
want me?
Enton is in the courtroom. So if you can pull up Enton's Twitter feed,
Okay,
you
I'll
might
put it in the
have.
back chat. Okay.
Oh,
hold on
no,
one
if
sec.
you
Oh,
like.
oh, I can't. I'm on my phone right now. Sorry. Like screen share. You're talking.
Well,
can't you, like,
this
pull it
says
up?
it doesn't start for another 3 minutes. So even if he's in the courtroom, they're not doing anything.
Yeah, he might be just
Let me
like,
go-
he might be
I'll
around.
go see what he's doing. I'll check into
Yeah, I
that.
was gonna
Hold
say
on.
I don't foresee him doing anything that's something. You know what I'm saying?
I don't foresee him
No.
doing. I don't see him pulling like Betty and JLR stunts in there.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
he's probably, people are allowed in the courtroom, I think. They just can't film. So maybe
Yeah,
he's just
they're
walking
just
in there.
not allowed to have cameras on during the court hearing.
Well, I was just thinking it would be if that's going to be his live. If he's live tweeting, that's what I was thinking was. We could follow his feed, kind of like we followed Andrea Duggins while she was reporting on that Stacey
Be right
Wondra.
back.
Well, here it is. It's up. It's on.
Okay, well, I don't have it, so look at you.
This is all that's on here. It says right here, going inside courtroom now for Brian Kober hearing, cameras and live tweeting not allowed. But I will update here on at News Nation when it ends. Hearing is set to start at 3:30. We'll follow these guys too. And this was 15 hours ago, 25 minutes ago. Okay, here, this is 25 minutes ago.
He made a lifetime commitment to, wrapping himself into crime and solving crime and figuring out how people got caught, interviewing people, doing different things that a normal student wouldn't be so interested in. So I think he maybe got a little overconfident and didn't realize that there really is no perfect way to commit a crime. And by
Oh, that's heartbreaking. That his statement.
He's following this case down, and that's another thing too, is these family, he's got to look these families in the face.
Celeste said there's a live stream in the hallway. He'll be walking in. She's trying to find a link for you.
biased, but if you got to know my daughter, I would think it'd be impossible for you to hurt her. So I think a little bit of us all kind of felt like this was somebody who didn't have a chance to meet her, talk to her, get to know her, because she was a very likable person and she didn't have a mean bone in her body. So I think there's a little comfort in knowing that this person wasn't somebody she trusted and loved.
All right, ready to go. It's on and it's ready to roll. So as soon as they flip it on, we'll be ready. We're ready as soon as they're ready. We'll go down and give it a like here.
How many people you think are waiting for this thing to come out? Like, is everyone trying to do that?
Everyone's live right now with it. Everybody is.
Everyone all across the board is.
Jeez,
yep.
I mean, when I looked at my live feed earlier, it's just lit up down the live.
Kind of reminds me of like that whole
the same shit on right now. The same thing. Yep.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of that whole like Jared thing where everyone was just basically live, just trying to get to his hearing. It's kind of like that.
Did you get Did you get that live stream pulled up for afterwards?
What, the PA cast one?
Yeah, did you get that one pulled up? The one in the back chat? I didn't, so that's why I put in there. Would you want to try it? Because I can't get it.
Yeah, I can try. Yeah, I could do it if we because I'm still logged into it. I don't see anything starting yet on that one yet. So
yeah, I was gonna say I'm on here, but there's nothing on here. So
yeah,
I'm not sure.
It hasn't started yet. I think they just basically but I have it open in the back just in case if it starts. I'll tell you, and I'll just be like, "Yo, it's starting." Something's
okay, cool. Because yeah, I didn't know what. Okay,
here we go.
Is this just the room to the courtroom? I don't think they can go in the courtroom, right?
Nope, this is just they cannot go inside now.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily.
There you go.
The countdown is a little overdoing it, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the music doesn't help either.
A little dramatic.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Breaking news on WFLA Now. Here is JB Buno.
The suspect in the Idaho student murders arrives in Pennsylvania court where his public defense says he'll be waiving extradition to answer to the 4 first-degree murder charges in Idaho. We are live from the Pennsylvania courthouse with the very latest here on WFLA Now. Hello there to you folks. JB alongside WFLA's Josh Benson here on the right side of your screen.
And you can see him walk. That's the guy, him walking in.
We don't want anyone to miss this. This is the one camera shot that we have, the pool feed from inside the courthouse. Again, we are awaiting
and there's tons of people there.
The lone suspect in the Idaho student murders. Now, as we understand it, what is going to happen here in a short time from now, this door will open when members of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office deputies will escort Kohberger from the room, the holding area where he's currently being held, into the courtroom for, again, this initial extradition hearing. He is reportedly, through his public defender, going to be waiving extradition, which will pave the way for a speedy process as far as getting him back to Idaho, to answer the 4 first-degree murder charges. So this is live here on your screen. Also want to let you know as well, with the hearing coming up at 3:30 Eastern Time, Pennsylvania State Police have called a 4:30 press conference, a press conference that we do plan on carrying here on stream. So we're going to try to do this as a 2-for-1, if you will. 3:30, we'll bring you the very latest. We'll have coverage of the extradition hearing. And then at 4:30, we will take you live to Pennsylvania State Police headquarters, where we are expected to hear the very latest from investigators, again, in the apprehension of Idaho murder suspect Brian Kohberger. So we had the video a short time ago, and it's been, of course, on social media, the video of him arriving at the courthouse earlier today. Since then, it's believed that he has been in this holding area, and ahead of the 3:30 court hearing, he will, of course, be escorted from this room into the courtroom. Now, the courtroom itself as I bring in WFLA's Josh Benson, the courtroom itself, this was a little bit confusing yesterday, Josh, but the courtroom itself, there's no cameras permitted. That is of course, that is the rule of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, that there are no cameras permitted inside the courtroom, even though they are permitting the camera inside the courthouse, really in the hallway outside the courtroom itself.
Hallway, or is that
so this is what we're looking at as far as the hallway. So if they were to zoom all the way out, you would see a long hallway. This is not a very big courthouse, as I understand it. So this is what we're waiting on here as far as Kohberger's arrival. We'll go here live full screen and continue to monitor our comments here on YouTube Live, and we're about to launch on Facebook Live as well.
And I think everybody is talking about this.
And
I
was going to say, there's really nothing.
As far as I'm understanding it, formality.
There's nothing. So court's going on right now, and they cannot tell us what's going on. But that's why I was checking on Brian and stuff too. I'm watching his tweets as he's in the courtroom, because he's not supposed to be tweeting. So I'm sure he probably won't.
Yeah.
He'll probably.
You want while we wait, you want to vote like what type of wood that door is made out of? Like everyone's staring at this door. Oak.
Walnut.
Walnut. Okay. I just imagine like thousands and thousands of people are just staring at that door,
like we are.
Exactly.
And they're playing the same video like we were playing earlier, the same video over and over again. You know what I'm saying? And we were playing the same one.
Yeah, pretty much doing exactly what we're doing.
Has met with him reportedly
several times
and has
indicated that he will be waiving his extradition to Idaho.
And that the chief
public defender for Monroe County also saying that he is looking forward to
he's gonna
being exonerated.
And Josh, you
and I were talking a little bit
that blew me
about
away
this
when he
earlier,
said that.
While the court of law
I'm like, hold on, and I know it's echoing because I have my mic open or whatever. But him to say he's looking forward to being exonerated, that's really cocky of him to say that, you know.
Into this
story since day one. But again, as a reminder to
our audience, court of law, innocent until proven guilty. So we have a suspect in the case, but the suspect, of course, is going to be doing everything that he can to prove his innocence. He has not confessed to the crime. He is reportedly telling his public defender that he is willing to be extradited to the state of Idaho to answer to these charges, and he is not going to be fighting extradition. And so
I mean, even if he says no, they're still going to get his ass there.
What the extradition process is going to look like, how quickly is he going to make it back to Idaho, and then, of course, the big thing, getting the arrest affidavit.
Everybody's waiting to see that, because that's going to detail out exactly why they think they have the person in this crime. And I think you said it. I think people are very anxious, in these types of cases that get a lot of publicity. And, the media, we cover this story in depth, as you know, as does a lot of the news agencies around the country and around the world. So it gets a ton of attention. And so when you see him and pictures of him, it's easy for a lot of people at home to say, hey, this guy did it. You got to be careful, though, in this case, to say this guy has charges all over, but has not been convicted yet. And this is what the process is about. So I think it's so easy to look at someone and want some justice for a case as horrific as this one, and want to put a name with a face and say that person did it. But until we have, the charging documents, the affidavit, and obviously the finality to whatever happens in this case. Look, they don't even have a murder weapon yet, correct? Right. I don't think they even have the murder weapon, which is a big piece of this puzzle as well. So I think you hit it on the head that people got to really be careful to say
this guy.
Well, yeah, and I mean, like I said, innocent until proven guilty, but DNA evidence is a big deal.
On his back, so
yeah,
that doesn't look very good either.
Paying attention to your hashtag Hey Josh, hashtag Hey JB questions and comments, and we'll, as we await for this door opening, we'll go to some of the comments coming in on YouTube Live. If you use a hashtag,
and make sure you guys go subscribe to
animate your comments on screen.
Make sure you guys go and subscribe to WFLA.
Yeah, don't strike us.
You just
Don't-
said,
Yeah,
JB,
JB.
make sure you
JB's on
give him a
Twitter.
shout
Yeah.
out. I want to make sure
Hey,
I give him a shout out.
JB.
And I'll link this. Yeah, and I'll link
Hey,
this
G.
in the description as well. So that way
Hey,
you guys can.
JB. Sorry. Hey, JB,
Yeah, say
don't
give me a
strike
shout
us.
out. I'll wait. I'll wait.
Oh, I'm saying, like, JB, don't strike us. We're giving you advertisement. It's free press. Free press.
Right.
Yeah, and we're
So, share his
well,
link
we're
out to
very-
I'm sorry. Go ahead, honey. I just keep interrupting y'all.
We're just trying to use fair use. We don't want the hive to be affected. Thank you for allowing us to re-show your content.
I'm curious about the press conference afterwards. I really think they,
Yeah.
you know,
That'd be
yeah,
interesting.
I know
Mhm.
I know I'm really interested to hear what they have to say. Hold on. Today is the day said, do we all agree it's this guy? Well, I'm pretty confident that the police are confident with the DNA results.
Yeah.
And, you know, that makes me have confidence in them. And, you know, that the guy they arrested is the right person.
Yeah.
I
We believe
can't
in the
imagine
criminal
coming
justice
back
system.
and saying we have his DNA at the crime scene, you know, or whatnot, and it's not him. I mean, I just can't see them doing that.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
I'm like pretty much like 70% sure this is probably the guy, to be honest with you.
70? Interesting.
I'm gonna go with like 89%.
Yeah, I
Like
just say
95.
70 because I just don't know
Probably like
the
90%.
evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I need to hear the evidence, and I'm like, the
Yeah.
DNA is pretty convincing. But like,
Well, and a knife is easier to get rid of than a gun or anything else, you know, like
Yeah.
that. Like it's that's
It really
easier
is.
to
I mean, so
dispose
far,
of and get rid of.
yeah, like
No
so far
bullets
we're
left
just
behind. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, so far we're working off of limited data where we're just basically saying, hey, well, it's
And
just DNA.
confidence
Yeah.
in Moscow and
Yeah.
like
Because they
them
want
like
everybody
doing
to
their
see the
due
person they
diligence,
got.
you know.
It's a modern day perp walk.
The perp walk, for sure.
Yeah, so I'm not like
Now, this
that's
is
why I say
the way
70
that
because I need to hear evidence.
Yeah.
You know, is this
It
where
could go up to
you help,
90
or is this
after
in the
maybe the
courtroom, or this is
probable
believed
cause
to be the
documents for you.
holding
Yeah, if I
There's
read
nothing there.
those, then it could be more convincing. But like
Once
so
those
far,
come out, yeah, we'll know a lot more than this door,
So
right?
there's a door open, and here is Brian Koberger. Let's listen to it.
Oh, here he comes. And that was it.
That was probably going from the holding cell to the courtroom.
Yep, that's it.
you know what's weird? He doesn't attempt to cover his face. That's weird.
Yeah. He did kind
Yeah,
of.
because a lot of them will hold papers up in front of their face.
Yeah.
That was pretty
Just
uneventful.
knew which way to look.
His
maybe.
walk.
Yeah, that
But
was
we
uneventful.
He didn't
see
say
him.
much.
Uh-huh.
No, what is he gonna say?
Didn't say anything.
What
So
is he
now,
Yeah, well, that's-
this is the
that's
only
kinda
spot
smart.
the media can set up. Is that right?
I'm like, can you go back? Yeah.
Yes. So,
Was he gonna yell out to the
let's
camera?
explain.
I think I might.
All right, so let's explain exactly what happens from this point forward now. JB Buno, Josh Benson here with you on the left and right side of your screens, respectively. So here's how this is going to work. What just happened was Brian Koberger was transported from the holding area into the courtroom where now the extradition hearing is going to begin in approximately 5 minutes' time. Of course, he arriving about 5 minutes ahead of the 3:30 scheduled start time on the docket in Pennsylvania court. So you would imagine that it's going to start relatively on time. Of course, what will happen is we understand that the process looks like this. The judge will confirm that he is waiving his extradition. There will be a paperwork component. I'm not sure if the paperwork component is going to happen in the courtroom where he's going to write and finally, sign, in essence, his waiver to waive extradition, or if that is going to happen in a separate area. But this is where basically the judge is going to confirm that he is waiving his extradition out of the state of Pennsylvania where he was apprehended, and of course, waive his extradition to the state of Idaho. We will follow along now with the reporters that are inside the courtroom itself. I spoke with Pennsylvania court officials on the phone yesterday to get a little bit more as to what this was going to be like. And they said, look, it's not the biggest courtroom. It's not the biggest courthouse. So what it was going to look like was it's a first come, first served basis for people, for reporters, members of the media, and members of the public to go in there and sit down. So I'm not entirely sure
there's
who's
a lot
in.
of media there.
Yeah, I would imagine that there was a lot of interest as.
Yeah, and a lot of people wanted to get in there, but I mean, with no cameras and no recording and stuff, you pretty much have to go off of what you can write down and what you can remember. And then they're going to all come out and report right outside the, right outside the court doors. So we'll hear, and I mean, like I said, Brian,
they're going to run out and tweet.
Right. Well, yeah, they're going to run out, start tweeting and doing their show. You know what I mean? Brian Hinton will be right on the camera. So I'm sure he'll be telling us what's going on, which is, I'm nosy as hell. I want to know what's going on. I don't give two shits. I definitely want to know what's going on,
Right? Me too.
Thank you for making me not feel alone in the nosy seat, because I'm sitting over here with all kinds of fucking questions.
Yeah, I got questions too, girl. I got questions too.
What's your questions?
B10 might have the answer.
Oh man, I got lots of them.
I want to know how long I want to know how he knew them, why he chose them, like things that we'll never be able to know, and things that are nothing.
I think like if he's like a guy who just wanted to do it like a self-experiment, because that's what that psychologist was talking about on that true crime thing.
Yeah,
he would probably pick someone random. He would probably pick someone that had no connections to him, and it would be like very hard for people to track him down.
Yeah.
I mean, like if you want to kill people and you want to do it just for the sake of killing people, you don't pick someone you pick someone that you can just randomly pick.
You pick absolutely random off, like so that there's no connection. But I still keep going back to what things that family are saying or law enforcement are saying, and they're saying we're not ready to reveal this yet, we're not ready to reveal that yet. So it tells me that law enforcement has even more.
Yeah,
and you know that they've got to have more because I mean, it has to be within a what is it, preponderance or beyond a shadow of a doubt, or
it's beyond a reasonable doubt.
Thank you.
Preponderance is more for civil matters.
All right,
because
so
like a civil matter is like 70% sure when you go to criminal, it's got to be like 90%. So that's why it's like a different preponderance of evidence. That's why the O.J. Simpson trial, basically, like he was found not guilty in the criminal matter, but in the civil matter, he was found,
guilty because it was 70%. Yeah, absolutely. It was like more.
So
there was like a lower bar in a way.
Yeah, basically. Because you're going to be sending people away for jail. It's like it should be a higher bar. But I mean, like, so drives me freaking insane. If someone brings something up around me and then says, but I can really say anything, then I don't bring it up because I don't know what to drink. Yeah, so I just think like most likely this guy might have just like stalked them and just kind of just randomly picked them. Maybe he just like
it could have been random. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that was the plan.
And that, like what you would say, if he was smart, he would make it random, so there wasn't any kind of digital evidence.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, like, I would be surprised if he actually followed them on social media. I don't think he would be doing that because he'd understand that technology would be tracked. Because how many criminals get caught because they went online or stuff like that. So most likely, if he was thinking of doing this type of murder, he would probably limit he would just do like in person watching them, maybe doing some sort of routine.
Yeah.
Like
and
old
just-
school
that makes me
surveillance.
wonder.
Yeah.
That makes me wonder what the Elantra had, or what if they've gotten into like his location histories, things like that, to
Yeah.
pin
The
him.
GPS of that.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, cause
Yep,
you
because
can get
Google,
into
hell,
where
Google
he's going.
logs you everywhere you go.
I don't think, Mick, I don't think we're ever going to find out his motive, because this guy will never, I mean, like, realistically, I can imagine this guy just going straight to trial and just going to the verdict and never even admitting to fault or being
Right,
guilty.
like
Yeah.
taking a Watts, doing like the Watts did.
Yeah, I mean, it's
And we'll
just that
find
simple.
out maybe like in an interview like years and years and years and years from now, when he wants to get, like, after all of his appeals, if he gets convicted, I'm saying, of course, you know, then
Oh my God,
he might speak out.
We'll be the
You know?
fucking nursing home hive then. Y'all
Yeah,
remember
right?
when we were there when that Idaho 4 case?
If he writes a book, all those proceeds go to the victim, so it doesn't make sense for him to
He
write a
can't
book.
make money, right?
No,
But
he
he
can't
can
make money.
become like a lawyer.
No.
He can still like go to school and become like a jailhouse lawyer
Sure.
and like
I
write
mean,
up. Like,
he's gonna need it when he goes to jail, because he's gonna
that's what he'll probably
have some
do.
troubles in jail. Let's
If
just
he
say
goes
that
to jail,
much.
of course. If he does go to jail and get convicted, I'm sure that he'll give him like reference law. He'll be in the law library all the time. He'll just do, he'll study inmates in jail instead of on the outside. Yeah. If he gets convicted, I'm saying. Don't yell at me, everybody.
Runner Girl, I mean, it's a possibility that he might want to have an interview or something like that, but I don't know. I don't think he's going to admit it, but I've been wrong in the past, so
You never know. You never know. Some do admit, some do, and he just seems like the type that, I don't know, and it just seems like the type that wouldn't, because he's already saying he wants to be exonerated from like the get-go. So that says something, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, that's what I think, but we
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe he will
We
admit
don't
his
know.
motive.
Yeah.
But I think his
Yeah.
motive, if the closest you're going to probably get to an idea of what his motive right now is, that psychologist, which you talk. I
Yeah.
think you said, what was the name of the podcast again?
It's Hidden True Crime.
Hidden True.
Yeah.
Lauren and her husband, Dr. John Matthias. He's a forensic psychologist like Joseph Scott Morgan.
Yeah, great analysis on the possibility of why he might have done it. Maybe like this was some sort of self-research to see his way of thinking, if other people matched his way of thinking.
Yep.
Seeing, and this could be just some macabre experiments of, could he get away with a crime?
Fucked up if it was just some macabre, like,
They've been
Like
worse
Crime and
experiments.
Punishment.
Yeah, like Crime and Punishment. It could, there's been worse experiments in the past. Let's just say that much, and by certain nations.
I know. That was I guess for me, it was the whole, that you would do that and that you would take that into your own hands. I don't.
Well,
never
if
I ever thought of murdering somebody.
Well, I mean, then we go into nature versus nature versus nurture debate. Like, this guy clearly had a good, unless we find out some sort of hidden abuse. This guy clearly had a good being raised.
But we don't know what happened. Yeah, he could have been either the bullying, or who knows, he could have seen something. Something could have
Yeah, or it could be just some people believe it's nature. I mean, like, this could go into that study, because this guy had no history of
we don't
except
know
for
yet,
heroin
really.
use, and heroin use is not exactly a violent crime. It's just something you do.
He could have a juvenile record that was sealed as well. We don't know about that.
Yeah, let me just drop the. I'm not sure if I'm going to drop. I don't know if you. I don't think you have the pin linked, Queen. So I'm just going to drop the link.
No, it's pinned.
Oh, is it? Maybe I'm just bad with that. It's not seeing it, because I see the vote thing.
This is it's pinned up there. I see it right now. I'm looking. This is the door right here, or whatever, that they're zoomed in on. This is the same one that they're zoomed in on. I just turned it off because
it's a different one now. This is like the courtroom that they're zoomed in on. I think they were zoomed on his holding cell, his holding room. Now I think he's in the courtroom, right? He walked across from the holding room.
Yeah, this is I believe the Pennsylvania State Police.
It's
So
probably,
this is the same. They have the here. I'll share. Here's his tab. Here's the tab that we were just watching. So here's this one here.
for the
he's probably almost
to,
done.
To have Koberger
in front of him
in his courtroom. Okay, here we go. Here's some.
Oh,
they're waving. Okay, so this might be. Let's bring up audio. Let's listen in.
You saw the camera photographer wave. That is usually the universal sign for actions about to happen, communicating back to us at various news stations across the country. The time now, I just want to make note of this, 3:32. So if this really if this is it, that was extremely brief.
We do need to stop somewhere for dinner. Yeah, we have to think about that.
As we pick up on some of the side chatter from inside the courthouse as well.
Is that a picture of a bunch
You
of
have to
masks?
close the poll. You have to close the poll to see the link. I didn't realize that. You have to close the poll out when you're looking for the link. It's right behind it, but I'll go shut it down now.
I think that is a picture of masks. That is masks.
Wow, that's kind of
Like all different-
well, I don't know, man. Yeah, that's that's macabre by itself. I mean,
Yeah,
a constant reminder of like 2 lost years.
Yeah, in the freaking courthouse. Come on, and colorful. Like, come.
Yeah, there was a lot of judges that died from COVID. It was a lot. I'm sorry, a lot of judges that died from the sea. So
Yeah, actually, when they opened the door, like this, like long disappear, left the
Maybe
door
not.
closed thing. So I'm gonna
Seems like that might have been a false alarm. I was going to say
that would have been awfully
that would have
fast.
been a record. I mean, court hearings are known to sometimes be extraordinarily short, but that might have been a record. So let's talk
Wait a
about
minute.
the
Wait a minute.
They said it was going to be like
State
5
Police press
minutes. I don't
conference.
see like they're just like, are you Brian? Yes.
that they
Where's
and
where's Betty? Where's Betty in this?
Oh, in the media.
Olivia, the greatest.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's
Their press passes probably got revoked at the door.
Wait a minute. Let's see. Is Betty there? Let's see.
Well, why didn't they have their Pennsylvania correspondent MGL there?
Oh wow. Where are these people? Jeez Louise. It would really help them.
Hello, Officer Hanson.
Wow, she's not even live. Wow.
They're probably driving.
Yeah, I think they're on an airplane.
I think they're at the airport. I think going home maybe.
Wow. I mean, I guess us couch potatoes, true crime people are getting the scoop on these real reporters that go to the scene. I guess. Jeez Louise, who would ever thought that was possible? Maybe not working off of phone internet would probably help her out.
Yeah, and like you can see what happens when they're at the scene. They get it all confused. They can't keep it together really.
Okay, that can go numerous ways. Okay.
I would always be paranoid to say anything around these cameras. Like you say something stupid while they record you and like thousands of people.
What if they went to the wrong courthouse?
Some of the normally off-camera interactions that occur when we're talking about what's that now?
Yeah. He's in the hearing right now.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Yeah, just confirming with our team here. Thank you, Jim.
He can really hear well.
He must, and he's older than both of us.
Yeah.
So
what's his secret?
He has superb hearing. Shout out to Jim Hockett. He has Brian Koberger has according to this court officer waived extradition, and what he's doing now in the courtroom itself is signing the paperwork necessary for him to formally approve and legally approve of his own extradition. So yeah,
and I guess the logical question now too is how long now before he is extradited back to Idaho? That's what everybody wants to know.
Yep. And the judge might be announcing that here shortly. That answer might also come at the Pennsylvania State Police press conference, although that would surprise me a little bit. I'm sure it's possible, but that's going to be one. If they take questions, one of the questions is going to be, when is Koberger leaving the Pennsylvania jurisdiction? And it'll be interesting to see if we get an answer on that. But all of this unfolding over the next hour or so, folks. So if you're just joining us, JB here with you live on WFLA Now, Josh Benson, Brian Koberger, the Idaho murder suspect. He is currently in the courtroom waiving his extradition, signing the paperwork necessary. What will then happen after that is he will be escorted here by court personnel, by members of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, I believe. They're going to be escorting him down the hallway back to his holding area. He will be transported back to the Pennsylvania Correctional Facility, awaiting his official transport. And I believe, of course, then it will be up to Idaho to arrange for transportation to bring him back to the state.
You know, it's interesting storylines too, is just what we see on social media and what everybody talks about in terms of, all right, how was he apprehended? How did they tail the car? You know, they found the car at the parents' house. That's something that came out today. The dad had traveled back to Pennsylvania with Brian.
Heather says JLR is disguised as a janitor.
Oh, geez, I wouldn't doubt it. Jones, what's up, baby? Jonesin. Huh. Maybe your internet's messing up, babe.
Maybe that's JLR.
Because it brought you up here and then on.
Could be JLR. He's sneaking in. JLR is in the bushes outside waiting. Beat him. Yep, he's probably outside in the bushes. I wouldn't be shocked, to be honest with you.
Yeah, bushes. That would be my best. That's the best guess, I think. In the bushes.
So basically, these reporters are just going to repeat the same thing, and we're going to wait until the guy walks out. Pretty much.
Pretty much over and over, like, again. Yeah.
I'm already looking outside, Nick. I'm paranoid JLR might be outside my window right now. Might be recording me.
Uh-oh.
He might accuse me of being a murderer. He accuses almost everyone. Then he mentions everyone else is a murderer, but misses the one person.
Can you hear us now, baby? You're on mute. Jonesin. I removed her for right now so we figure out what's going on because she knows how to work this shit. So obviously somebody's playing games or her internet's messed up.
Probably the internet's messed up. She doesn't get strong internet where she's at. First the Russians, now the JLR. Could be. Could be. Shane says, looks like the officer is related to Steve Wilkos. I mean, that's kind of a compliment. I mean, I wouldn't mind. That guy is jacked at 50 or something. Looks better than most people in their fucking 30s. Does anyone know for real why he is always in the bushes? I have no idea. Do you guys know the lore? Do you guys know the lore why he's in the bushes all the time? Someone's got to know the deep lore of JLR and the bushes.
Doesn't somebody go over and ask him on his comments?
The origin story you're talking
about? The origin story of the bushers.
There has to be one, I'm thinking. Who is that lady?
Probably someone working with the news agency to set up the cameras, you know.
Yeah.
Or possibly the murderer, like JLR would say. I found it very suspicious that she's here. Maybe she's trying to keep the suspect quiet. Oh, no, we've got to look into her background and dox her entire family. We got to do that, guys.
Maybe she was the notary public officiating the documents.
Oh, shit. The plot deepens.
Oh, do you see? BHP got stuck in the airport and their flight was canceled. And she was getting pissy over that, I'm sure.
Yeah, she had a whole meltdown, they said. A whole fucking meltdown.
Do we have that recorded?
Are you serious? I'm sure Hughes probably has it. She's on it, and I love it.
Oh, please. I got to watch that. That's going to be hilarious.
Yes. I mean, I don't know for 100% if she's got it, but I'm sure she does.
So good. I'm sure. Knowing her.
Let me see. I mean, like, what a job to just have to sit there and, like, stare at a door and wait, like, in person. Well, let me say that, you know, I'm surprised they didn't force them all to wear masks in this courthouse. I guess they lowered that recommendation here, probably.
Pennsylvania, yeah, I don't know. It depends
All
on
right,
where.
Jones, are you up here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Jonesy. Okay, I was gonna say, I sent
Stupid
you a
internet.
Is this you? All right, here we go. Here we go.
I know.
They're all walking down here to him. Hold on, hold on. Here we go.
And there he goes.
Oh, they already got him. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah. And this is already on the press conference, so it should just start. I took the News Nation or whatever JB off, so we don't have to worry about the copyright stuff. But I know Brian Enton's going to be tweeting and stuff, but this is where the conference is going to be at.
Melvin says she wanted all her subs to call and bitch at the airlines.
Yeah, she always does. She call the news reporter because he says he was being ultra rude. Okay, here we go. Here we go. 2 minutes ago, Brian Kohlberger waived his extradition hearing. He had to sign a waiver in court. The judge explained to Kohlberger the charges against him in Idaho and that he voluntarily is allowing authorities to transfer him to Idaho. So there's that.
Yep.
And this will be starting soon.
Yep, pretty much. While we talk, what do you think, Jones? And what's your thoughts on the hallway walk? Can you tell us any details of his psychological history?
On the walk, at the back
on
of
the
his
walk,
head.
the walk from the hallway. Is there anything we should know, Joneson?
Uh-oh.
Joneson, is JLR
Joneson.
holding you? Is JLR holding you in the bushes?
She's already and stuff they're having because she's already off. She's already off. Hold on here. We'll turn this one on while we're waiting. What? I'm sorry.
I said, "Oh, geez, Joneson's been taken by JLR."
Of them getting pulled over.
And that would
next appearance in the hallway says hashtag to both of us. The lawyer
says he got tickets, but he hadn't seen them, didn't know what they were. Indiana State Police say they have no record of stopping either Kohlberger. This is based on reporting by Fox News that on the trip in mid-December, on the trip home, Kohlberger and his father, according to Labar, the attorney, that they got pulled over twice in Indiana, and Indiana State Police saying that there was no record of them getting pulled over, and that would mean, of course, that there weren't any tickets given. Right. But yeah, that was another nugget that came out from Fox News. As all these as interviews are done and questions are asked, this is how we get information between now and the arrest affidavit being released. Right.
That's not shocking.
We've got the audio up on full blast.
Yeah.
We also have it full screen for you for, again, Brian Kohlberger exiting court.
That was released yesterday about the Indiana. It was like rumor yesterday. The Indiana ticket or stops, not tickets. Probably warnings. What is this guy doing?
Here we go.
Oh shit! He getting poses from the police officers.
Do y'all think that they're going to tell us when he's being extradited? I don't think they're going to tell us.
No, definitely not. They shouldn't, keep it like top secret because they don't want people
Apparently it's a
following
safety
with that.
issue.
Yep. Oh, there he goes. Again.
What a piece of crap. See, that don't even sound right. Piece of crap. Piece of shit just sounds so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a garbage ass monster piece of shit. If you did this,
We've been demonetized. We've been demonetized. We use curses.
we already have. There ain't no way we haven't.
Oh, jeez.
Look at him
Look at him. Oh my
Like the guy
God.
from the vigil. Did you guys see the pictures of the vigil
Yeah, I did.
circulating?
And I don't think that's
You said
him.
now
Just like
that
I don't think the phone call is him.
no, yeah.
Can we watch that at the very beginning right there, Queen? Where you can actually see him pretty good.
What, walking out? You want me to replay it?
Yeah, can we watch
Yeah.
back from right there? Where you
Yeah.
yeah.
Here, I can
there's
slow it down.
You know what's weird is you don't see any shame, and it's like you really don't see shame, or you don't see at all, like, which
In
is
his
weird.
face, you're saying?
Yeah.
He has a blank look a little.
Oh my God.
Yeah, stop it. Like when he makes us look at his face or something like that. Too bad he didn't talk, so we can confirm and dispel the whole rumor.
I know, right? I know.
There's nothing to confirm. That's just fake.
Yeah.
Idaho, maybe if that hearing in Idaho is open to the media,
Yeah.
then we might hear him and see him more, you know.
Let's see your pause game, Queen.
Your pause game. You got to get it.
Look, she slowed it down. Slow as that.
She's like,
slow mo.
Show did. Show
Like
did.
0.5.
All right, let's do this. Is this what you want to see? Like him right here coming out or what?
Yeah, we want to look at his face. Yeah, stop at his face. See what his looks like.
So we can go back just a hair, you know?
Yeah, he has no nerve. He's not nervous or anything. He's just like calm as a cucumber. Maybe I'm just overreading it too much. Probably.
Very stoic.
He might just have like a flat
Fuck, he
affect
could
in
be,
general.
I mean, we don't know what he's feeling. Shit, he could be in shock right now. Not, you know what I'm saying? Like, just take it all in, you know?
Fuck, they caught me.
Or this is his baseline, you know, like he always has this flat maybe look about him. Who knows, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, like usually people don't like their faces recorded. They don't like the like
Or
when
they'll
they get
hold
arrested.
papers up in front of their faces, or you know what I mean? Like it's
like a thing of shame to be recorded. And he's just
Right.
like, it's weird that he's not like nervous or scared or anything. He's just walking through it like very confidently. He's just like, you know, very odd. I don't know. I'm not going to call him a narcissist because, you know, I don't know the terminology. I know his mental illnesses or stuff like that, but just very odd behavior.
I think he actually qualifies as a sociopath from the assessment.
Yeah, sociopath is what I was looking towards.
I have.
Yeah.
But we can't really tell.
Yeah.
We
No.
can't tell what his emotions are right now.
Yeah, we don't have a psychological profile.
They're gonna
of
do
which-
one though.
Yeah.
That's like first on the like his public defender already, but that's like I think.
Well, I'm sure the public
routine.
defender is going to be like, this guy's a good guy. He's a teacher's assistant. He would never do something like this, and he's probably going to think of 16 ways to fight the case.
Mm-hmm.
And the trial is probably going to be interesting to watch. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah. He is. I mean, it'd be interesting if there's other cases attached to this guy. Like that's the one I'm trying to see if there's other cases because it's like very odd. You know.
Right, it is that this would be his first. You know that, but has to be a first somewhere. You know.
Yeah.
But. And 28 is a little bit older, people say. I don't know that he could have possibly so younger.
Yeah, I don't know. About
It's hard
that.
to tell. It's all like, it's very arbitrary, everything, you know?
Three questions. That was the
That was a
opposite
good one.
one. There.
Yeah,
It's just
that's
softball
good.
there.
That was a good one. So will they drive or
Queen, you got to comment. You got to ask your questions. No.
will he what now? Sorry, so will he drive or will he fly? I don't know, to be honest. I mean,
I think
who really
fly.
knows? I'm just
Yeah, who knows? But it's so high profile that they might change like the usual rules around, you know?
Yeah.
But they're not gonna
I think they're going to fly his ass right on
get
there.
him back
Yeah,
there
I-
as quick as possible.
Yeah, I can't imagine them to throw him in the car and just driving him all the way there. Kind of like whatever. I mean, whatever's fastest, probably.
Because
It's
then you have to
dangerous to
stop,
do it that way.
right?
Yeah.
I would think so. I don't know.
I mean,
They
you
would
got
have
a
to, like,
guy.
pause him.
somewhere.
They flew
on the
Lori
way.
Daybell back.
They did.
Yeah, you got a guy who just, allegedly killed like 4 people, and not good to have him around.
No.
So, what do you think the press conference is going to? You think the press conference is going to talk about just the extradition, or he's going to be like, no questions, just the extradition, and just walk away?
I think it's going to be no questions, extradition, and walk away.
Yeah.
The Pennsylvania press conference. Why would they hold a press conference? I'm curious.
I mean, just to let people know, like, probably not a lot of people watch this, and it's probably the general public they want to let know. You know what I mean? I mean, how many people are literally watching a door for about 25 minutes to wait for a guy to walk like 15
right now,
seconds
like,
in the hallway?
Like tons right now, right? Like
yeah,
right
not
now
like for YouTube, it's tons, but I'm saying for the general public, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, nobody, just they're watching these clips. That's all. Like,
so
the walking part.
So I think it's just basically a summary of what's going on for the general public, and then they pretend that they're going to answer questions when they're really not, and then they move on, and then they just wait. That's what I think is probably going to happen.
Me too. I hope they answer stuff, but I don't think they will.
Yeah.
They've done
They can't
tricked me.
really.
I'm just gonna think of it in a realistic way, because if I think they're gonna come out and say something, it gets me every time, because they never do.
They don't, because they have to win the case. Like, the more they reveal, the more they fuck up the case, So,
Yeah, they can't say anything in Pennsylvania to screw up, like getting him back to Idaho and getting those charging documents and having his first court appearance. Because
because right now the name of the game is getting him there and getting him convicted. So, I mean, and if he walks away and he walks free, then that's not good.
You have to think of it as he's Idaho's prisoner that's being held in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania can't do anything to mess up Idaho's case.
Yeah. And they want to keep him alive and, keep him like fed like what he wants. So there's no problems and nothing to like.
Kind of looks like Ted Bundy walking through there, don't he?
Right? I think so. He has that kind of look to him.
Well, yeah, he's definitely an odd one. Like, he's
There's
definitely
a side view of Ted Bundy being walked in just like that, and it looks just like him.
Yeah. It does. I mean, like, one thing I do, if he did this,
there's a lot of women that are saying he's hot, like that he's hot. That there's a lot of women, you know what I'm saying? He looks good. That he, like
women are desperate. There's some desperate women out there.
I don't know. Ted Bundy was kind of handsome.
I mean,
I'm not desperate, BTL.
Listen. People think Dolly's hot. Like, let's be real.
Well, Dolly, I mean, that's old. But this guy he's not like, he's tall. Like, he looks like anybody else,
Oh
like,
my God.
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Do you think Dolly's hot, Ellie?
No. Me?
No.
Dolly? No. I
Don't lie. You have a Dolly. You have a Dolly plush.
No, the thing.
House.
Okay, the weird thing about this guy Brian. He looks like my college boyfriend, like, because he was 6 foot, and he just has like, not that he looks like him, but he has like a similar like tall, thin look about him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He was like the same height about, and so it's weird for me because he kind, so I can't be like, oh, he's like,
he just looks.
He could be anybody.
Yeah,
if he walked into like my business, I'd be like, oh, hey, like, I just would, unless I'm sure he comes across, and some people say he comes across good, some people say he's socially awkward.
My college boyfriend was from Idaho, and he does not look like this man in any way, form, or fashion.
Yeah, I mean, like, let me ask you a question. Would you let him like walk you home?
Yeah. Unless he acts weird. If he acts weird, then
no.
Look at that picture. Somebody caught him with his tongue out.
That's the thirsty Joneson picture. Like,
look at that. No, I don't think he's good looking at all. But I mean, he ain't ugly either.
Clarice.
People like to. What's that called? It's not sexualized, but kind of like sexualized.
They sexualize killers. It happens all the time.
They do. I don't think he's good looking. Oh God.
Like, people thought
that's scary.
He's scary.
I'm taking a screenshot of that.
Ooh, that's gonna be his like book cover right there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
People thought the Night Stalker was hot, and his breath smelled like fucking rotten onions.
How do you know his breath smelled like
because I read books. I read books on it.
I thought he was good looking.
You thought the Night Stalker was good looking?
Sometimes.
Jones
And some of his photos, fuck yeah. You know who I didn't find good looking? I didn't find Gacy good looking. I didn't find Ed Gein good looking or Jeffrey Dahmer. Now, the guy that plays Jeffrey Dahmer in this Netflix, I like him. But
I think we know a type now. I'm gonna have to. I'm getting worried for
we're narrowing it down.
I'm getting worried for
The
your
Night
husband.
Stalker. He looks a little like scary to me, and I just looked him up. Maybe it's like pictures after his arrest.
He was a weirdo.
Yeah, there's some pictures I think he looks okay in.
Oh my god! Someone said.
I just saw an earlier picture, Jones, and I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, some pictures.
Yeah.
Like he's all right looking in. Just like Bundy. Some pictures he's ugly in and some pictures he's not. Some pictures he's actually pretty flattering looking.
Oh jeez, now it's making sense.
I wouldn't bang him, B10.
Well, I don't know about that. I was just starting to wonder.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
just saying. If he wasn't a serial killer, you know. Oh,
if he wasn't a serial killer, jeez Louise. Jeez.
If he was like a war hero, it would be different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd do him then.
Oh, okay. Now we know, Jones. Now we know. Like blind
So
date.
if he was the good kind of a killer, then.
Oh,
well,
shit! Making it political, voices. Making it political. Yeah. This is the
I'll
press.
go back to combing out my tangles and stay on mute.
We know the answer for you, voices. We know you think he looks hot. We know. We know.
No, I'm okay with the good kind of a killer, is what I meant.
Oh, okay. That is the weird thing. Like, women actually think some killers look hot. It's like only because they're, they think it's like dark and mysterious.
Not serial variety.
Yeah, like I've seen so many people like write letters to fucking
isn't
killers.
that weird? And get married? Like, isn't like a lot of them like married? It's just weird. That's just like a whole nother.
Didn't somebody marry Charles Manson?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, he had a lot of women around him, that's for sure. But he was a different. I mean, like he was a manipulative person. He some people.
Yeah,
think
but in prison.
Yeah, but a lot of people believe that he was with. I'm not going to mention it because we're on YouTube with QueenBee, but a certain project run by a certain 3-lettered agency.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So
Ultra.
Yeah, and a lot of people believe that he actually went to one of their safe houses for that actual project, and a lot of people believe
the
that
Michelob variety, that Michelob Ultra.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about in the Michelob variety. I understand.
Yeah.
But I've never really looked into the Michelob variety. You know what I'm saying?
He was.
I think I got the volume up for when this starts.
Yeah, I typed it in the back. I don't really like to mention it out loud to other people. I did like a whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was
in
that.
Yeah, I've like looked into all of that. It's interesting because it really.
Yeah, you got a link for that, B10?
And there's multiple articles. You can actually just type up the.
Just type that up,
and then just read that because I did I did a video. I did a live on that and all that.
Oh, did you?
History. Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, really interesting. That whole program in general.
But that's how he learned how to be manipulative. Yeah, that's how he learned how to be manipulative from that program. Like I remember I heard, there's a lot of interesting studies. Like this guy who literally did interviews with all these guys. It's a really good article. So let me see. BHP was writing Todd Kohlhopp, a convicted serial killer. Wow.
Why is that not surprising?
Wow. Well, I mean, like she is down bad. I didn't think she was down that bad.
People were saying before that there's a possibility that they would want to like observe him and not extradite him right away. Did you guys hear that? Like observe him for like.
You mean
I don't know.
Manson? No, I think he learned.
No, Koberger.
Oh,
Brian.
Yeah, well, maybe they just wanted to observe him, see if he would lead. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they waited for the warrant. Maybe they wanted to see if he would lead them to any sort of evidence. You know, who knows? I don't know. I mean, that's just speculation and guessing from, whatever.
There's no reason to observe him unless he's on a unaliving watch.
Yeah, they mean the 4 days before they arrested him.
Well,
yeah.
To
Yeah, they
make
definitely
sure
did.
where he was.
They had surveillance on him for a couple of weeks before they arrested him.
Weeks? I didn't know that. I thought it was like 4
they
days.
said weeks. No, they said weeks.
Yeah, it came out weeks after they had him in custody. At first, they said 4 days.
4 days, yeah.
4 days.
Mm-hmm.
So they were on him from the jump, basically.
Yes.
Essentially, the DNA is.
That's why I kept saying I believe they put that white Elantra out for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I believe they said that they did that to watch to see what he would do once it was announced.
So like he would get nervous.
Right. To see if he was going to sell the car or get rid of it or.
Yeah.
1, 2,
oh, here we go.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh shit! It's codes. It's all connected, guys. They're saying the numbers.
I put my card in there for the camera. You could use mine if you want. That's fine. Okay, you're welcome. Do you want to use yours?
Okay.
It's all connected, guys. He said the code, the secret code that connects all the
Yeah,
murders.
that's what JLR will be posting.
You laugh, like that could happen. Like
It could, yeah. I'm not bullshitting.
Yeah, like. Oh my god. Yeah, that's actually a very good idea. Like, by the way, what you said earlier, Queen, that makes sense. To like see what he would do and mess up, but yeah.
Yeah, and I thought the white car was a red herring because
Yeah, me too.
it was like nothing's happening with it, Like, how have they? But okay, so this means that they traced that car all the way back with footage, or did they finally get a picture or footage with the
Maybe they had a
license
GPS
plate?
on it. Do you think maybe they had a tracker on it?
Well,
'Cause-
probably. I mean, like my guess is they got DNA. They probably compared it to their systems. Maybe they got a match, and they just they were comparing the other evidence. Maybe like they got a video of a car, and maybe they realized that was just kind of an extra detail to get this guy. Like they have the DNA.
Yeah.
It was another connection that.
Well, they had so surveillance in Pullman is where they had got the picture of the car. That's where you see the vehicle like driving. You know what I mean? Like it's a picture of it. Yeah.
Yeah. On the gas
But
station.
I'm wondering,
yeah,
because I didn't think you could see the license.
They might not because they had the wrong year, right?
Yeah, they had the wrong year and stuff too. But I didn't know if they put that out deliberately.
shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Yeah, I mean, like JLR got. JLR got the year, guys. Got the year. He said
Oh my God, he
2015.
wants to make sure everybody knows
Everybody
he was
else
right.
said that. Like everybody else said that like a day or two. Like
Well, fuck, he's wrong so
talking
much
about
that
it.
the one time he's right, he needs to make sure everybody knows.
That's exactly what it
Even
is.
a broken clock is right twice a day. Come on now.
No, they used a genealogy, John, like a genealogy site, like some sort of like that's how they from one of his relatives they had DNA probably.
Yeah, actually, somebody came up and explained it to us. I will clip this down a little bit too, because it's, you know what I mean. It's a long. Well, we've been on here 4.5 hours, so.
We're soon gonna be here for 12 hours.
We're pulling a T-Rev. We're getting T-Rev vibes.
Yeah. Who's gonna take out the spirit box?
Yeah, I think the only time we've done.
Don't
like
play
12
with me. I'll pull the app out.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Oh no. But
there's an app for everything.
I know. I have
Yeah.
the app. I was researching it actually.
You have a
I
spirit
have
box
it
app
too,
on your phone?
B10.
Yeah, because I had to do a live about like all the whole spirit box thing, and I wanted to know, like, I was just doing it, and it was like didn't even work.
No, mine didn't either.
It didn't work.
I went to a graveyard too. It didn't work.
I didn't go that far. I mean, like, I just did around my house.
B10, I used to eat lunch in the graveyard. The
Oh
hell?
my god. See, if it doesn't work, then you're done. I mean, like, it's pretty much scientific now.
It's the most peaceful place you can be.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Away from everybody.
Oh, they recommend the graveyard when a zombie apocalypse happens because no one's going to be there. So that's in the zombies apocalypse handbook.
Yeah, but a graveyard isn't locked out. Like, you know what I'm saying? They could still get to you.
Captain Kurt says, reacts, you don't like Trev.
Trev, we just he's a tragedy pimp, so it's not that we don't like him. I mean,
it kind of is.
Okay, so hold on. This says, I want to finish Brian Nitton's tweet before they start. This is what he said. Brian Kohlberger waived his extradition hearing. He had to sign a waiver in court. The judge explained to Kohlberger the charges against him in Idaho and that he was voluntarily allowing authorities to transfer him to Idaho. So I read that already. Now here's the second one, because he was trying to do it all at once, but it broke. So anyhow, he said Kohlberger told the judge he is not on any medication that would impact him making the decision. The judge said he has to be sent to Idaho within 10 days.
Oh.
Kohlberger came into court and made eye contact with his family sitting in the front row. He nodded at them. His mom cried. His sister comforted his mother, and a deputy brought her tissues.
Okay, where's Dad?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think they were both there, though, it said, right?
Just reading you what was going on here. Just reading the tweets.
Tweet.
That is interesting, ain't it? I posted it. Well, I'm actually posting it right now on my community tab for anybody that wants to read them or share them. You're welcome to do so.
I'm sure somebody will ask in why he didn't mention the father. Somebody will. And then we'll get clarification on if the father was there. Father was probably just sitting there stoic.
I just put, there's like another video out of him leaving the courtroom, like outside the courthouse. I just put it in the back chat for you, Queen, or if you want to, somebody just posted that. It's like it's new footage of him leaving instead of coming, I guess he's being transported back to his.
Yep. Hit the road, Jack.
There he goes.
Yeah.
I feel like he's going to cooperate.
Yeah. What do you mean cooperate? What do you mean?
I think he's going to admit that he did it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You think he's like what? So he can get a book written about him and get like an interview or some shit?
Well, not necessarily, but just, I don't know. He kind of looks defeated walking to that van.
I mean, most likely it's not exactly the best situation to be put in. So.
Well, I know, but come on, man. He looked kind of like, I don't know. That's just the vibe I got off of it.
Yeah, I think he's gonna fight it in court. I think.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, because like honestly, he's the type. I just think that this guy, if he did this all for an experiment, the experiment would be incomplete if he went to jail.
I think that he could also want to fight it so that there's a trial. He could know that, oh my God, they've got enough to find me guilty, but he could still fight it in a sense just to be able to relive the situation.
Sabrina Speaks says probably can't get his vegan food in jail. Yeah, that could be why he's eating tefurkey.
No, they give them. They have certain foods for certain.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why he's down. His energy down. He doesn't have his
It could
B12.
be.
He doesn't get his B12 supplements.
You would know, wouldn't you, B10?
Well, you need your B12 supplements if you're a vegan. You got to get that B12 supplement. So maybe he doesn't get that, and he's really down energy wise.
Yep. Well, he's not eating. Even if they're giving him a vegan meal, which people say they might, or vegetarian, it's probably like crap vegetarian. You know,
it's probably tofurkey. It's the worst. It's probably a
or like
tofurkey bologna sandwich.
They get kosher. They do kosher meals.
Yeah, but kosher is like kosher can be meat too. It's not vegan.
Yeah, but
Well,
but he
it's
could
just
do he could do a kosher vegetarian, and that would be vegan in a way. Well, it wouldn't be cooked in like meat pots, and you know how it goes. There's like this
Well,
whole
he
thing
ain't got no choice right now on what kind of pot it's cooked
he's gonna
in.
get
So,
he's gonna get a cold
God, I bet
tofurkey.
he's got the shits like crazy.
Yeah, imagine now he has to he's eating tofurkey bologna sandwich with no mayo.
And it's tearing his ass up. Believe that.
Oh God.
Or even that
Horrible.
impossible meat pea protein. Some of it is gross, I think too.
Some,
you
I
know?
mean, no, some is good.
Some is good. Impossible Burger is good, but there's some that's like crap. You know, I don't know that people like get sick on. You know, it could be like, you never know what they're giving him.
My friend stopped eating meat, and she did it for like a month. And the first time she slipped up and ate some meat, she was sick as a dog, man. She was.
What do you mean? Are any of you educated? No, I'm talking.
No, bitch, we're not.
No. The thing is that I'm a vegan, and I can tell
Ethan
you,
is a vegan.
I could tell you, tofurkey is the worst vegan food. Like the
It's
worst.
yucky. It's gross.
I mean, like I go to
Honestly,
usually
it's probably a bag. It's probably a brown bag lunch. It probably has carrot, celery, apple,
veggies. Yeah, a lot of veggies and.
Well, it probably has carrot, celery. There's no ranch. It has an apple, a carton of milk, and then the bologna.
No milk.
Yeah, peanut butters. Yeah, you eat peanut butter all the time.
And mango.
But I go to vegan only cook channels, like vegan cook from scratch channels. That's like I make my own soup. I can make my own pizza.
Oh,
I picture that to be too.
You know, I actually
can too. Yeah.
You know, especially during COVID, it was like, you know, that was all you can really do was learn how to cook like various dishes. Like it was like really boring.
Yeah, a lot of people started cooking breads and stuff.
Yeah, we're just kind of like, just a voice.
That's my dog.
That makes sense. Well, Llama, she says, voices, you're the only one here that makes sense. So,
oh,
I mean,
congratulations, voice.
For once, I make sense. The only reason I'm just telling you what my sister-in-law told me. I mean, you got to remember, my sister-in-law did 5 to 7. So,
yeah.
And she was bounced from one facility to another, and then finished her time out at a women's prison. So every time they're transported, they sit on a certain row, and they call it baloney row. I mean,
I've been vegan.
Honest to God, I asked her because I was like, well, shit, maybe I want to start committing crimes. She's like, well, you won't last in prison. You're too fucking picky.
Yeah, I've been vegan, I think, for like 7 years, maybe more. I don't know. I've lost count, to be honest with you. So it is what I mean. I know, like, I've eaten tofurkey. I used to eat the tofurkey bologna sandwiches, and it was not good.
That word serious.
Yeah, I tried with the mayo, the vegan mayo. That helps, but it's still not worth it. It's not worth it. But we're just
I'd
like
be
kind of
lost
joking.
without my blue plate. Oh my God, I'd be lost.
Yeah, we're just kind of joking with because we're just literally staring at a wall right now. So we're not really, there's not much to talk about the case because we've been talking about the case for like 5 hours. So
Sweet Tim, don't explain yourself.
Yeah, you know.
Screw them.
What is it? Vegan mayo? Well, regular mayo is, I think, made with eggs.
Garbage.
No, it's good actually. I remember my dad, my stepdad. Yeah, I remember my stepdad literally had he never would eat vegan food, but he said vegan mayo tasted just like regular mayo.
No,
he did say that.
I don't believe that.
He did. And he said especially to order him that. And this is a guy who used to eat like all the meat you can possibly imagine. He would just eat for his birthday, he ate like a freaking multiple steaks and stuff like that, and a sandwich and a cake. And it was like he would never eat the vegan stuff. He hated it. I used to have we used to try to, whenever we ate out, we had to look for a bear burger that served a bean burger or something like that whenever I ate out. And he used to eat a hamburger. All that. So Yeah, Kurt says prison food's the worst. Yeah,
I've heard it's terrible.
Girl,
He
when my
was trying
sister-
to make you feel better.
Okay, so when my sister-in-law, when she very first went in there, I would put $100 on her canteen every month just so she could get like ramen, maybe
Yeah.
candy bar, and like when their candy bars are like the fun size candy bars, and they pay like $7 for them. So I would send her, like, I would put the majority of the money there, so and tell her to get commissary. Don't call me, write a fucking letter. So yeah. I mean, but rough. I respect her, and now she come out, started at the bottom, and she's here we go.
Some little insight for you. After everything's all said and done, we have Commonwealth Media Services, which is the front camera right here. They're going to package everything up for you. That includes the perp walk and all that good video footage. That will be on their website, pacast.com. That's pacast.
I wish he'd step up to the microphone.
Well, he's talking to the press.
I know. I want to know.
Our website, pst.pa.gov. Our social media at PA State Police. Our first Twitter tweet right now on our Twitter account is all your satellite coordinates and your links for live feeds. If something goes down here for your stations back at home. This is all going to be live. PAcast.com.
Did he say pscast.com? Yeah, that's why I have that website pulled up too, just in case as well.
Yeah, he was dropping their socials.
Yeah.
Sound check for the cameras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Plug them socials, boo boo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
There
9,
you
10.
go.
Good?
There we go.
That sounds good. Cool. Okay.
And you can find all our offices' contact information if you don't know already on our website, psp.pa.gov. Click on For Meeting. One of those phone calls will be to myself, Lieutenant Adam Reed, who's our director, who will introduce everybody at the press conference, and Miles Snyder, who's our communications director. Thank you.
All right, we got 7 more minutes, I guess. So anyway, them prisoners do cooking. It means some of them turn piece of meat and cabbage head into old boots. No taste. And the toughest part is whatever part of the boot that's being served.
And you know, it's dangerous. If you watch Orange is the New Black, they say it's dangerous to have a lot of commissary. Or 60 days in, if you have a lot of commissary, it's like a target on your back.
I wouldn't know that, but I guess I'm taking your word for it. I have.
Well, have you ever watched 60 Days In?
No,
of course you haven't.
Like,
No,
she
I
was
haven't.
smart, and you did what, if she had to trade it for something, dude, I didn't
Yep.
fault you for it. Like, you do what you got to do to get by. I mean, I was proud of her for answering to her charges. It could have been way worse, but you know what? Girl is out, girl is working hard, and she ain't doing the shit that she once was.
Right.
So that's all I can ask of her.
That's
Until then,
good.
continue to
But do you
support her
think?
every day.
But do you think Do you think any of the prisoners are going to steal his food if it's all vegan?
No, but
Probably.
you never know.
You never know. Yeah.
Maybe
and
that'll be the-
If they're hungry
He'll be
enough,
bad
man.
lucky if he don't end up with a turd and coming through his cell.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe that's his like tactic. Like, I'm eating vegan food. You can't steal it anymore for me. You know, that's going to be his new tactic. They will take anything he has.
I wonder how much fan mail this dude's gonna get.
Oh, probably a ton. Probably a ton. Probably get fan man from JLR. He'll probably try to be like, yeah, it's fine. He'll be like,
What's
hey,
up,
man,
guy? I was on to you.
I was on to you. Would you like to call me up? I would like to do an interview with you in jail.
Yeah. I heard they might get like tablets for their phone calls and stuff, and for their meetings. Did you hear that? They have
I
tablets now.
didn't.
I didn't know that.
That's what on Duty Ron, this like correction officer, he was talking about it. That
Oh, I
they,
love Duty Ron.
yeah, I love
I
Ed
think
Wallace.
Yeah,
y'all
some
were
jails
playing.
do. Some jails they definitely do. They have like I was telling you, when they said they walked in and they sat down like before, I was like, well, that's like the old days. Like that, I don't think they even do that anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's always like a computer screen or, oh hey, I didn't even see this. Lover of the law. Thank you so much, love. Thank you. And yes, I don't know about the vegan stuff. I know that they have to provide food for him, but I don't think it has to be like
But
A1. You know what I mean?
He could do
No,
like
it's gonna be
medical.
shitty vegan food.
It could be shitty vegan, but he could get like his medical doctor to like say these are his dietary restrictions.
Yeah,
that
they
he
have to
doesn't.
give. I mean, they have to also give him like supplements because you can't be vegan without getting a B12 supplement. It's almost like a lot of food does, unless you get like a certain oat milk or a certain like vegan
That'd be a
milk that has.
doctor.
Yeah, it has to be
prescription.
fortified.
Yeah.
No, or like no, it doesn't have to be a doctor prescription.
No, I mean in prison, if he like
Oh, yeah.
says that he needs that to like if he's not eating, his normal vegan diet.
Look at that.
He's also like totally shackled. That's why he looks like he's a little defeated.
That's true.
I don't know, just a thought.
I hate hecklers.
I know. Like, why'd you do it? I mean, he had to think about this part of it. He had to play this out in his mind, the possibility of getting caught, right?
Oh, sure. I would think.
I would
Considering, how in depth his survey was, I would assume he would take that into consideration.
Didn't I hear I thought there was an interview with the actual woman that created the survey, and she said he never submitted those questions, and he had to write to his class.
Yeah. And there was no data. Really.
And he ran.
Okay, so he only put that on Reddit, you think?
No, that was a project verified by her, but he never actually he ran out of time and never used that data. He just wrote some other report.
Oh,
I heard that too from that professor. He just and she was saying that she was the one that said actually he was a really intelligent, good student. She was the one that had the nicer things to say about him, that he was intelligent. And
is she also the one that's had contact with BPK?
I don't think she was.
No,
no, she was another one.
Okay, it's a different
another one. Yeah, I think it was a professor that helped. Yeah, I guess it had to be out there in DeSalle, or I'm not sure if it was part of his PhD one. I forget. I'll look for it. I have it.
Which is very odd for this guy who's very we listened to a video where he was very much on top of the grading and everything. For him to run out of time and not do his own work is kind of odd.
It is kind of odd, isn't it?
Yeah. Because this guy looks like a stickler. He's everything's just, on top of his game. And for him to run out of time for a project that's supposed to be a big deal and he's getting all this information, that's very odd. So that lead me to believe that maybe that, he might have been using that project for another cover. She recommended him for the PhD program. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Because it started in April of last year.
Yeah, today's the day. Unfortunately, he was busy. Yeah, unfortunately. DeSalle's is not party school at all. It's in the middle of nowhere, and they go to Temple University parties for fun. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, this guy's serious. Why would he such a project okay.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Adam Reed. I'm the Director of the Communications Office with the Pennsylvania State Police. Thank you for joining us here. The order of speakers is going to be our Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner, Colonel Robert Ivanchik, Major Christopher Paris, he's our Area 3 Commander, and First Assistant District Attorney, Monroe County, Mike Mancuso. After the speakers have finished, We will then take a handful of questions. Colonel Vanchik.
Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Robert Ivanchik, Commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police. While I monitored the investigation into the horrific murders of the University of Idaho students, I did not imagine the investigation would lead to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. My heart goes out to the families of the victims, their friends, the community of Moscow, and the University of Idaho. No words can heal the pain associated with the loss of a child. Their young lives were ended far too soon. In law enforcement, we understand the best thing we can do for victims and their families is to follow every lead, collect every piece of evidence, and bring those responsible to justice. I am proud of the members of the Pennsylvania State Police who were able to help in this investigation. The cooperative relationship between our local, state, and federal partners stands the test of time. The officers, troopers, and federal agents work together tirelessly, putting in long, difficult hours. Communication and cooperation are imperative to success and to ensure the integrity of the case remains maintained. The culmination of that cooperation ultimately led to take the suspect into custody and afforded the families some sense of peace they deserve. I want to thank the Moscow Police Department, the Idaho State Police, and our partners in the Federal Bureau of Investigation for their support, assistance, and coordination. I also want to recognize the Monroe County District Attorney's Office. And finally, I need to acknowledge the members of the Pennsylvania State Police, specifically members of Troop N, our Bureau of Criminal Investigation, and our Bureau of Emergency and Special Operations, who assisted in safely taking the suspect into custody in the early morning hours of December 30th. As previously indicated by Chief James Fry of the Moscow Police Department, specific details regarding this investigation cannot be released until the suspect is extradited to Idaho and presented with the probable cause affidavit. At this time, I will turn the microphone over to Major Christopher Paris, Commander of Area 3, who was involved in the coordinated efforts to take the suspect into custody.
Thank you, Colonel. Area 3 comprises troops F, P, N, and R, and is made up of 1,000 approximately of the women and men, civilian and enlisted, in the northeastern part of Pennsylvania. I'd like to introduce to my left Captain Norm Kramer, who's the commander of Troop N Hazleton, which is comprised of Carbon, Monroe, Columbia, and parts of Luzerne counties. I would like to reiterate, as the colonel said, that Idaho law prohibits any release of information contained within the affidavits. So we're going to do our best today to talk about what phase we are currently in the investigation. And it has entered a new phase with the waiver for extradition. And the continuing primary goal is the seeking of justice through successful prosecution and conviction, bearing the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So with that in mind, we're trying to balance essentially two things: the public's desire for information against the need to maintain the integrity of the investigation and protect the suspects, accused at this point's due process. So I'll now attempt to give you an operational picture with the best information I can release at the time. So this begins when the Pennsylvania State Police Bureau of Criminal Investigation troopers were contacted by the FBI about assisting with surveillance of the accused in this case. I'd like to take the opportunity to specifically thank several individuals. Special Agent in Charge Jackie McGuire and Assistant Special Agent in Charge Dave Carter from the Philadelphia Field Division, as well as Supervisory Special Agent Bill Vigorito of the Scranton RA. We're very lucky in PSP to have a collaborative relationship with the Bureau, both in Pennsylvania and beyond, and their people are absolutely excellent. So as the investigation progressed, Troop N Criminal Investigation Section, commanded by Captain Kramer over my left shoulder here, began to collaborate with authorities in Idaho. Specifically, I'd like to acknowledge Lieutenant James Curto, who was here today, Sergeant Anthony Ferdinand, Corporal John Chulak, who is not present with us, and Troopers Leary and Knoll, who are here with us today. It was through this collaboration and the charges pending in Idaho that those troopers were able to obtain search warrants and a fugitive from justice warrant that was prepared here in Monroe County for the location in Chestnut Hill Township and the fugitive from justice warrant for Mr. Koberger, respectively. I'd like to acknowledge the Monroe County District Attorney, David Christine, as well as First Assistant Mike Mancuso and their entire office. The support that we received was absolutely excellent. Once those warrants were obtained, the Bureau of Emergency and Special Operations, BESO, coordinates our Special Emergency Response Team, CERT. They were selected to serve those warrants, the 3 search warrants and the fugitive from justice warrant. To define what CERT is, it's a full-time tactical team maintained by PSP to deal with high-risk warrant situations, barricades, and other incidents requiring specialized tactical training or other capabilities. From their perspective, we essentially task them to go out and serve a arrest warrant for someone accused of a quadruple murder. They're activated several hundred times a year throughout the Commonwealth. We don't typically hear of their work in a forum like this because they serve the warrant, the person's taken into custody, and they go about their assignment. They are the ultimate professionals. It's a volunteer team. They're highly trained and highly motivated. Captain Norm Kramer over my left shoulder was assigned as the top comm for the CERT activation, which means he was responsible for coordinating our tactical preparations. So tactical assets were then staged in the county, in Monroe County, into the evening of Thursday, December 29th, last Thursday. And in the early hours of Friday, December 30th, those warrants were executed at the location. Mr. Koberger was taken into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI Evidence Response Team for processing. Mr. Koberger was then turned over to the Monroe County Prison, where he has remained in their custody since. I'd like to thank the Monroe County Sheriff and the Stroud Regional Police Department for their support as well during the extradition process. Arrangements currently are being made to deliver Koberger back to Idaho, where he can have continued due process and face these charges. So it's with that, I will turn it over to First Assistant Mike Mancuso.
Thank you, Major. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mike Mancuso with the DA's office, the First Assistant District Attorney. I want to give my condolences to the families of the victims out in Idaho for their loss. It's my sincere hope that this marks a clear step in the right direction of effectuating justice for those folks. My office's role was relatively recent. We weren't advised of the presence of the defendant in our county until only a couple days before the apprehension of the defendant. But when we were told, we came together and worked very closely with Captain Kramer, who did an excellent job in almost like a clockwork operation. Part of my duties were to ensure that 3 separate search warrants were issued. Those affidavits attached to those search warrants are still under seal, so I can't discuss their contents with you. But one was for the person of Mr. Koberger, collecting DNA and photographs, that sort of thing. One was for the white Elantra vehicle, which I understand has been seized and is being processed. And one was for the address, the residence itself that he was living in with his family. I was at the scene, and I have to say that Major Paris and Captain Norm Kramer did an outstanding job in coordinating the efforts, not only of the numerous Pennsylvania State Police troopers there, but officers from other jurisdictions and disciplines within those jurisdictions to make this a very smooth, highly competent professional operation. It is a quirk, apparently. It's not in the norm of the states I'm familiar with that Idaho does not release their probable cause affidavit in support of their arrest warrant until after their defendant is brought or returned to that state. But having read those documents and the sealed affidavits of probable cause, I definitely believe that one of the main reasons the defendant chose to waive extradition and hurry his return back to Idaho was the need to know what was in those documents. So that's a significant development. Beyond that, looking at the scope of the situation and the ties this defendant has to my county, I would hold our office at the disposal of the Idaho authorities to help facilitate a complete background investigation into the defendant, both activities prior to the murders occurring within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and his activities after the murders in Pennsylvania. So we stand ready to assist with that effort on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
We can now open it up for questions.
Can you tell us what state police specifically did, or can you give us any indication as to the operations of state police when you were notified? You talk about putting tactical in the area. How long were they there? And what's the?
We're not in a position to give you an exact time. It was at some point prior to when the surveillance was taken, as the investigation progressed to a point where search warrants could be obtained, and the probable cause for those search warrants and an arrest warrant, a fugitive from justice warrant based on the arrest warrant out in Idaho were obtained. We began to take the tactical steps to plan to serve them.
Were you collecting evidence prior to his arrest?
At this point, like we said, it's very much pertinent to what's in the affidavits, which we cannot speak about.
What's known about his demeanor when the arrest actually happened?
Present sense impression, as likewise ongoing investigation, can't discuss it.
How, Rob Man, 69 News, how is Koberger being transported back to Idaho?
Those arrangements are being discussed right now, as well as the logistics. The court order says, those of you who heard it today, it's within the next 10 days. So we're currently working on that in coordination with authorities out in Idaho. Sir, I can't comment. I don't know.
Is he being held in the Monroe County jail until he's extradited, or is he removed to another?
No, he is lodged in the, since he was dropped off there Friday morning, he's resided in Monroe County Prison.
Still, until he's
Correct, yes.
extradited, he'll be there. Are the marshals moving him, or which group?
At this point, that's still being coordinated between the state police and the authorities out there. We don't know.
Will the affidavit be unsealed when he arrives in Idaho?
I don't want to speak out of my lane. When I watched the press conference on Friday at 1 p.m. Pacific time, I was alerted to the fact that according to Idaho state law, that the affidavits have to be served to him once he's extradited back before they could be unsealed.
Did he say that anyone else been arrested?
Ongoing investigation.
Has the motive been determined?
I can't comment on that either. I apologize.
Who transports him, sir? Does Pennsylvania State Police, the Monroe County Sheriff's Department?
He's presently back. He was transported from the courthouse by Monroe County Sheriff, and the logistics of who's going to transport him out to Idaho are still being discussed. We don't know yet.
Can you confirm the time of his arrest and how much law enforcement presence there actually was?
I would say it was in the early morning hours of Friday, December 30th. Tactical assets on scene were probably in the neighborhood of 50.
Were you afraid he was going to get tipped off before you got him?
I would say overall about this entire operation, and the credit goes, this is a part that the state police played humbly. You look at Moscow Police Department, 38 sworn, 19,000 leads, the video evidence that they had to develop in order to put that out, all public source information. But when you talk about the service of a high-risk warrant for someone who's committed or alleged to have committed 4 homicides, there's nothing routine about that. And all of those tactical steps that were taken were in conjunction with the best efforts of the authorities, local, state, and federal, both in Idaho and here, to ensure that we could do it safely and to ensure that we could get him into custody and that those service of the search warrants could occur.
Sir, can we ask you a question of the first assistant district attorney? Mr. Mancuso, you described having read to a degree the contents of that affidavit of probable cause, and that you possibly speculated or theorized that he wanted to get back to read that as well, since he can't read that. Can you give us an indication, though, of the seriousness of what you did read? I know you can't talk about it, but can you share with us something?
Yeah, I can't get into the details, sir, but I can say it involved the defendant's connection to a scene of a crime consisting of 4 murdered people. So that's the significance of it.
Can you confirm that there is a connection between Ryan Koberger and any of the victims?
I can't discuss that.
How
you that he is guilty of these crimes?
That wouldn't be my place to say. Certainly confident enough that there was ample probable cause for the issuance of the various warrants in the case.
What was your reaction when you heard this? You've all talked about you followed this. This happened states away. When you get that call, or you all get the call that this person could be right here in your home area, what's your reaction?
Well, I was surprised. Really, Monroe County of all places. It hits close to home. It's a normal human reaction, I would think, under the circumstances.
Do you know when he and his father left Idaho or Washington and drove to Pennsylvania, what that date was?
No, I don't know the exact date.
Approximately, we understand the middle of December. Is that correct?
I think that's approximate.
And what about, we had heard reports that they were stopped not once but twice on the highway. Can you elaborate?
I'll defer to his Pennsylvania public defender on that.
Do you have reason to believe that Kohlberger is connected to other crimes and unsolved mysteries in the area?
I wouldn't answer that question at this time.
We start looking at some that may be unsolved where he was around.
But that would be a normal thing to do.
Question for the PSP here. Said he was taken without incident. Was it safe to say that, I should say it's safe to say, but did it seem like he was expecting?
I wouldn't comment on what his present sense was. I would just comment that the professionalism of the CERT team and their tactical training definitely proved in a situation like this to do it in the most tactically sound and fastest way possible.
Was there anybody else in the house at the time?
His parents were in the house at the time.
Did they say anything to you?
Again, present sense impression. I can't comment on that ongoing investigation.
You break down the door.
Force was used. The warrants were issued for evening search warrants, which in Pennsylvania requires additional probable cause in order to serve them at the hours of darkness. I would defer to the first assistant to talk about the legal burden that you bear in order to obtain those. But from a tactical standpoint, based upon all of the briefings that we had developed and all of the intelligence we had developed, we thought that was the best time to serve it.
And what tipped off that Pennsylvania was involved with this?
We were alerted by the FBI. Troopers in the Bureau of Criminal Investigation were alerted.
Anything on like his social media pages that tipped anything?
I can't comment. I don't know.
So has parents been cooperative in this whole process?
Can't comment. Ongoing, like I said. State Police's role here was to serve the warrants and assist with the surveillance, which we've done. We've been part of major investigations. You know, these are men and women who take an oath to protect their communities and the Commonwealth here. We're very humbled with the opportunity that we had, given a case that has really gained international attention, to play a small part in it. And our hat is off to Moscow PD again with the size and the complexity of this investigation and the work that they've done to get us here today. And this is only the beginning of the next step.
If it's determined that anyone here in Pennsylvania either helped to conceal or dispose of any evidence, then you would be a part of this case, or would it go to...
I would say that we would pledge whatever support we can for ongoing investigations with the Idaho authorities here in Pennsylvania. Absolutely. We would help them in any way we could.
Were there any weapons found in the home?
I don't want to get into what was actually seized in the house pursuant to the evidentiary nature of it.
Can you give any insight into why you all decided to go in overnight to make the arrest?
Those are tactical decisions in terms of base surveillance. I don't want to give out too many tactical factors that go into that situation, but obviously surveillance was conducted and we wanted to go in at a time when we thought it would be the safest for everybody, safest for anybody else in the house, safest for Mr. Kohlberger, and safest for our people.
There was an interesting question asked earlier about the care that needed to be taken to not tip the suspect off. Could you describe how long that lid had to be on things and how many people were involved in it? Like how many people knew and for how long?
So I would say, I would answer the question this way. I don't want to get into a timeline in terms of when we were notified by the FBI and when the surveillance began. Obviously, we know on Thursday night into Friday morning is when the warrants were served. I would say, as a credit to the professionals, both standing behind me and others not here, many others not here, the information was held very close. And we did not want to have any situation where Mr. Kohlberger potentially would be tipped off. So as a result of that, I would say a close number of approximately 7 to 8 individuals, maybe 10 on the most within the PSP side of this operation knew about it.
And for days, can we say? Or?
I would say for a period of time. I would not feel comfortable commenting any more than that, for a period of time. And then as the tactical assets were brought in, people were briefed.
The movement plan is finally decided. Will there be an announcement? Will
Not from the state police, so we would defer to Moscow and the authorities in Idaho.
when he starts leaving Pennsylvania?
Well, we have security concerns now, obviously, to move any prisoner. Anytime you move somebody from a secure prison to another place, we don't want to, there won't be an announcement from the state police in terms of those logistics, but they're being worked on right now.
Can you give us your best guess when you think he might be moved roughly? Tomorrow?
We would like to do it as soon as possible, but the court order says 10 days. We have 10 days to coordinate it.
Can you possibly be on a plane tonight? Is it possible he could be on a plane tonight? That's a possibility, right?
I would think that's probably not likely.
Private plane, or would you fly commercially?
We're looking into that right now.
Can you confirm or deny that a window was broken in order to gain access into the home?
There were multiple windows that were broken, I believe, to gain access, as well as multiple doors. I think the video of the house after the fact confirms that. And that would all be part of the tactical plan based on the floor plan of the house, et cetera, and what the CERT operators would do to serve those warrants.
Was the suspect on your radar before, and are you looking at any connections?
I wouldn't comment on that based on the ongoing nature.
But how about did he have a criminal past? According to the UJS, I didn't see anything.
I can't comment on a person's criminal history during an ongoing investigation.
Sorry, Mr. Mancuso said that you stand ready to assist in giving a complete background to the defendant. What specifically is law enforcement interested in?
That'll be the last question after Mr. Mancuso answers.
In any case of this nature, and I prosecuted a fair share of homicides, double homicides, that sort of thing. You want to look at any evidence of possible motive. You want to look at any evidence of a pattern of modus operandi or method. You want to get into the subject's character, mental state to the best you can, that sort of thing. So it'll be an all-encompassing effort, which we stand ready for. Okay.
How do you do this?
We have our ways. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Just for a quick spelling, I'll give everyone the spelling of everyone's name. It was included in the media advisory, but just so we have it.
Well then,
yeah.
sounds like they busted in on that motherfucker.
That was like the one interesting thing that they did, like that no knock in the middle of the night warrant, because of the threshold of probable cause was high enough for that. That
Yeah.
says a lot, I think.
It does say a lot.
That's the only thing I learned. That's it.
Well, I
Can't
mean,
answer, of course, they can't answer anything because
I think
people ask, you know.
they got a warrant for what? Him, his place, and his office, right?
And they spoke of evidence in Pennsylvania. What if that could have been the knife?
Yeah, possibly he could have brought it with him, if anything.
Well, they have
Maybe
to have
hiding it there.
They have to have a warrant for DNA, and that's what they said. They had a warrant for DNA, and then a warrant for that. I'm guessing.
Yeah, you know, you said he had a what was it, OCD type of deal, right? Voices. So maybe that's why he wants to go back quickly, is because he wants
it's
to know
driving him nuts.
Yeah, to know what mistake he made.
I agree with that as well. I mean, OCD works in many forms, and I mean, it's got many components to it. It's not just about repetitive.
Well, that's what the DA said too.
Yeah,
He
it can
wants
be
to see
thought
that.
processes. So, and that might be
David.
just driving him fucking batshit bananas. What mistake did I make?
Yeah.
I think they've been watching him, like we were talking about earlier, for a few weeks as more of like a, hey, sit on him. We think that this guy could have something to do with it. But
maybe they were waiting for the DNA to come back.
Yeah, possibly, totally, something just like that, you know.
Interesting.
So traffic stop video is out.
He said that oh, it's out. There's video.
Yeah,
of the
that's
traffic
what I'm
stop?
saying. That's how they traced
Shut
him. They traced him
Yeah,
back.
We'll pull it and we'll play it.
It's TMZ. They strike.
Oh,
That's
did you
okay.
also hear that his defense lawyers went over to the crime scene? I put it in back chat. There was
I
like
just seen that they sent him over there. Yeah.
And the pattern, he mentioned pattern and right at the end, and to me that's like it's saying they're checking him out to see if there was like a pattern. To me,
Yeah.
that goes back to the stalking thing.
I mean, there has to be some sort of way that he monitored these people.
Mm-hmm.
You have to figure it out. He might not use social media. He might have just kept an eye on them.
Mm-hmm. But they'll be
Yeah.
able to tell that
by his like even his
movement.
cars, GPS,
Yeah.
like a 2015. I think people were saying the 2015 has like GPS has a GPS option as like the model because 2011 and 2013 doesn't. I think so. That could be something, you know, like a way to thinking that they're looking for a older model could be a way to throw them. I don't know. You never know.
Y'all want to email that link to Queen so we can get it pulled up?
What link you're talking about?
I can't. I'm not finding the Indiana News guy that has the.
Oh,
graphic
let me look on
stuff.
Twitter. Hold on.
You mean the survey questions you want to look up, or
No, honey, no. The traffic stop video is out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's unusual for a traffic stop. They probably were just giving him a warning or something. I don't know.
Well, but somebody's saying there was Bee Botanical said that there was tracing device was placed.
So you're thinking that they
before he left from here. I mean, not from here, but before he left from Idaho, they had already put something on his car.
You think is that confirmed?
No, but if they put something on his car, when else would they have put it on there?
During the traffic stop, that's what we're trying to find out.
Oh.
I'm pulling it up.
Oh, look at that shit. Shiz.
She found it? Oh, that could be the warrant they're not speaking of. Somebody said, you know.
But to put it on during a traffic stop, that's kind of risky, man. I don't know.
Yeah, unless it depends on like when they got back those. They probably had to get the DNA back at some point where he became, where more they were able to do more kind of, you know, get more information on him.
I agree, Coco. Remember, he would run at night. He could have been a night owl, and he could have surveilled them at night, saying that he ran. It would be a great cover if anyone questioned him.
Yeah, for sure.
We just put it in back chat. The traffic stop.
Yeah, I just did. I put it back there for a reason. I had to come in a phone and drop it, so I popped it open. Hold on. And Brian's driving. Look. So he said his dad drove him back. They switched off because that's Brian driving.
Look at that.
Oh wow! Yeah. Look how he looks concerned there. Look
Yeah,
at
he does.
Mug.
Oh, snippety snappers. He looks. Whoa! Why are you pulling us over? The dad's like, hey.
Yeah, he looks concerned. Shit.
Whoa! I'd be concerned about
Look
him.
at those worry lines.
Cop.
Look at the way his brow knits together and makes a worry line.
Yeah, but did you notice that there's like his hands? There seems to be no damage to his hands and stretch marks.
Yeah.
His face doesn't look like there's an issue. So I mean, like
It's a
he
month
is wearing
after,
he is wearing a long sleeve shirt, so
Mhm.
I can't tell what else might be under those. But
I do like that is smart to keep his hands right there in plain sight.
well, I mean, this is a guy who probably went to he's gone to school
month
for
after, about a month after, or more, like 5 weeks after probably this happened. So it could have healed.
Yeah, but you don't
Who
heal it.
knows?
I mean, like, I don't know.
Yeah, depends on what kind of injuries. It could have been just a scratch. Even a scratch could have gotten enough DNA, and a scratch could heal in like a week.
Shit, yeah, less than sometimes. It
It could be the
depends.
littlest scratch on their, under their nails, and
Yeah.
got some, like them. Like you do, if you do it to yourself now, you don't see it, but there's like, there's transfer to your own nails if you scratch yourself.
That
Is this
picture.
a video or is this just a picture?
I think there's a video on there attached.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why they're not showing the first stop, probably because they don't have it. But
Yeah, I believe it's a video. I was just waiting on you guys to finish chatting. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I
I'm ready. No, you
Yeah.
can be, Queen, you know you can.
Shut us
you're
up.
cool.
Always.
Shut us the hell up.
Yeah, you can just yell at us. Shut the
Yeah.
up. Get moving.
Girl, you know that we'll rattle on for hours.
He does a concern though.
Mm-hmm. God, trying to get into the mind of a killer is just like,
I know.
it's impossible.
It's weird. Yeah.
You're not able to,
You gotta
unless
think
you're a
like they're
killer.
thinking. Yeah.
Mm.
Cappy, you could have given us a sign from chat. We were rambling too much.
Look at those dirty little hands. I know they're not literally dirty, but that's what I think when I see them.
Those eyebrows, like he is like
Dirty little hands.
his eyebrows are going.
Shit, those are killer hands, girl.
They
Shit.
are. They are dirty as fuck.
Hands of a fucking cold-blooded, killer. Shit.
Yep.
That's the kind of shit I think, though, when I
Oh, his
see
poor
stuff.
dad.
Do we
I
know is it
know.
first or second stop?
Like a sweet dad. I don't know. Does it say? Wait, let me look.
When did they come out for that looking for the car? Was it before the 15th?
We would have to look at the timeline.
Oh, I know this. It's December 9th that they put out the Honda, look out for the Elantra. It was on the 9th of December.
One. Oh, that's definitely them. Yeah, for sure.
His asshole was probably so puckered up right here.
You're driving by me there. You're a little too close to back that semi. One car in the back of the trailer. About one car going 10 miles an hour. So you're going 60 or 70 miles an hour. You're about 6 or 7 cars.
What you think's going through his mind right now?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Here we go. Here we go. That's what would be going through my mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say he'd probably get all shaky. You think they know? But I mean, he's also with his dad too, so he looks to be a lot calmer. No, I don't think he had an accomplice. I think he did this on his own. Actually, I don't think he had an accomplice at all.
Yeah, and I think the only reason they said that they were still investigating is because of the statement he supposedly made. I think they're just wanting to make sure.
What's up, Cap?
What up, girl?
Cappy, I've missed you.
I missed you too. I fell asleep earlier. I had hardly any sleep last night. And I was like, oh, they're still on. Thank God. Okay.
Stop the cap. I learned that word.
Stop the
cap.
Oh my gosh. All right, let's watch this and then I'll share my opinion.
You got stopped by a trooper? We don't have any SUVs.
Yeah, this is the second traffic stop then because he said you got stopped by a trooper, and then he said we don't have no SUVs. So yeah, they had already been pulled over. He probably just said we've already been pulled over by another trooper. We were just pulled over by a trooper for him to say for the officer to say that,
And we don't have any SUVs.
It was a county guy. Was it like a black SUV? Okay, all right. You said you guys following too closely? Okay.
That is loud as hell.
I wish we could hear his
He
voice a little
said
better.
something about WSU.
Did he?
That's what
Yeah,
he
they
was
said
just
something
saying.
about he was following too close. So he got pulled over before for following too close to the vehicle.
I think that was a reason because they were looking for that car the 7th. Like they were
Yes.
looking for the car. So they might have just made up a bullshit reason to talk to this guy and then just want to talk to him. I think they're just making up a reason to pull up all these cars.
And he's like, I'm a criminal, defend or what's he said, criminal psychologist professor or a student at WSU or whatever the fuck he comes up with. And they are probably all, okay, all right, and he's here with his dad. Just let him go on about his business. That's what it seems, anyways.
Today? Well, I'm not going to give you guys another ticket or warning if you just got stopped. Just make sure you give yourself plenty of room, okay? So like I said, it's all about how fast you're going, okay? So if you're going 10 miles an hour, you only need one car.
That was nice of him. He said, if you got one already, if you already got pulled over, I'm not going to give you a ticket or a warning.
A little too nice. I've listened to a lot of stops.
So you're 7. You're going 7 miles an hour, you need 7 car miles. Yeah. That's the easy way to explain it. Yeah. It's really the B&B man says 2 seconds.
He was hitting it.
All right. You guys have a safe trip. Where y'all headed? Thank you so much.
Oh, did you hear him? Thank you so much.
Well, that's
Where
interesting.
y'all headed? I heard him say, where y'all headed?
Hmm.
Can you play the guy's voice, like Brian's voice again?
Elliot says your devices are not connected. I don't know what just happened with your phone, but it says devices not connected. But what'd you say? You want me to rewind it and play what?
Oh no, never mind. I'll play it myself. I just want to listen to the guy's voice to just.
Oh yeah, it'll probably be hard to hear at first. That's what I was gonna try to do. Listen to it myself and hopefully take some of that background noise out.
Yeah.
Background noise is terrible. That the driving, you know what I'm saying? The cars.
Yeah, I know.
Where were y'all into? Where we're at? Yeah, it's a long haul. You guys scared of airplanes? Did you? Okay. All right, well, hey, peace out, Central. Thanks.
That fool said scared of airplanes.
Right.
Like it's not. It's like did the cops say that? Because like it's not normal to have a road trip or some shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's weird.
Yeah, because I think they could have possibly already had an idea, maybe.
Right.
Well, they were looking
Yeah.
for that model of car.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Go on to state, please get your license and registration. Remember that I stopped you when you were driving by me there, you're a little too close to back that semi. About one car to you in the back of this trailer. About one car to 10 miles an hour. So you're going 60 or 70 miles an hour. About 6 or 7 cars. Oh, you guys did? Yeah.
It's so hard to hear over that.
I mean, I hear a little bit, but
Yeah.
Just hear a little bit, but it's so hard.
But it doesn't sound like. Let me just one moment.
But put it in the chat, and that way other people can go listen to it themselves and see what they can hear too.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I'm sure people will enhance it and take out like background noise and stuff.
Yeah. Hopefully, there's somebody that can do that because wow, that fucking background noise is terrible. And don't mind my little bed hacker. They hack their way out of the damn cage, little fuckers.
Oh, you bird hacker.
But heck, they I think my little didn't close their food dish all the way, like, hitch it or whatever. So as soon as they get on it and it opens, their asses are out. Houdinis, they do magic tricks and they're out. She's like, I have no idea how they got out. I was like, sis.
I have no idea.
Yeah, no idea.
I mean,
at
I
all.
just listened to the other one, and this guy, it doesn't sound like him. It doesn't sound like him, to my opinion.
Yeah. So far.
I mean, I listened to it. It doesn't sound like him. Like, there's a certain, like, it doesn't. It's not him.
What do you mean it's not him? On T-Rev?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. We know, B10.
I know. I just was just like, you know me. I finally got
We're just verifying.
It's
Yeah.
verifying.
Yeah. It's like beat him stamped.
Yeah.
It's
What do you guys mean? T-Rev is super credible. He would never lie for clout, ever.
Well, I mean, I think he's just like, he's in the middle. He's like trying to be like in the middle, like the clickbait thing, and it's not good for that. It's not good. But,
He's
you know,
ridiculous is what he is, okay? He makes rap songs about the Truckee way. Let's not bullshit.
or
you know?
or the spirit boxes.
Let's call it what it is.
Oh my god, that guy's too much.
I mean, like, I think at this point he should take down the video, to be honest with you.
I agree.
I mean, it really is. It's really not doing anything. It's pretty much confirmed. It's not him.
He ain't gonna take that video down.
He should
No
take
way.
it down, and then he should just be like, his response should be like, listen, this is what I thought it was at the time. You know, people thought it was this guy. I got confirmation from this other TikToker who said it was a friend. I was wrong. Here's my statement. Move on. You know what I mean? That's pretty much what he should do.
Yeah, no, he ain't gonna get rid of them views.
And he should also be like, I am no rapper and I shouldn't have wrote the Truckee way.
Listen, that's
I
actually
have, I have no business rapping at all.
Listen, the Truckee way actually becomes like memeable at this point. It's like
Mhm.
literally.
It is.
It
I mean,
is memeable for sure.
But yeah, and he should stop doing the spirit boxes. Like, seriously, if you're gonna be a serious
Oh,
true
and
crime-
that too. Yeah.
If
Let's
you're gonna be like
stop
a-
pretending to talk to ghosts.
Yeah, if you're gonna be a serious true crime person, you're trying to be serious. Don't do spirit boxes. Like, really, it's just really bad taste. It's like, what if I found out like your mom was dead, and I just said, I'm gonna go on a live and I'm gonna talk to your dead mom's ghost through the spirit box. Like that, people would look at me like I was the biggest asshole in the world, and yet you're doing that to murdered victims. Like,
Well,
what's the
to be
difference?
fair, I did say that to another YouTuber one day.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, voices. Oh my god.
I'm just gonna put it out there because you know some asshole's gonna clip it and be like,
Disavow.
Yeah, that's from a long time ago. Just let it go.
Like how Queen's like, just let
I'm
it
just
go.
accepting
We're
what
not
I've
talking
done in my
about that right
past.
now. That was
Abort.
Here,
I was just gonna say that, Jonesy. Abort. Abort.
not over here. So
You're
I
like-
don't want it over here.
you're
You
like-
know what I mean? It was
you're
done
like-
somewhere else, not here. I don't want it brought over here. You know what I mean? I just
You're
don't.
like you're like Frozen. Let it go. Let it go.
No.
Sorry, I apologize.
Well, it's okay. It just, you know what I mean? If it happens somewhere else, I don't want to, people, you know what I mean? Because when we talk about it, people are think that shit happens over here and it don't, you know?
Right, it wasn't over here, and it
Just
wasn't.
can't can't get out of your own way sometimes, voices.
Yeah.
I swear to God. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. Like when I was listening earlier before I fell asleep, Queen, like you guys were talking about the parents, and like a lot of in the chat was talking about.
Oh, don't bring that fight back up.
Oh, it was. I didn't. Well,
Oh.
you know, it'd be just like with every case. Like I'm always on that. Like, hey, you know what? Those
Because
are
we
the
had to do a whole fucking poll on would you turn your kid in? And I think a lot of people said depending on the crime. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that.
Well, 87% said if it was murder, they would.
I selected no.
Yeah.
I selected no also. And that depends too. Like, okay, say one of my kids.
Wait. Before
What?
you say that, both of you have glasses. That means you're the evil version of yourselves. So does that mean?
Yes.
No.
Is there a problem with that, B. Tim?
Like, just saying, like, this is Joneson with glasses. That's her evil version, her evil doppelganger. You have glasses. So, just saying. Is this the real Joneson and Cappy, the
Nope.
non-evil version?
Where's the nun, Cappy?
Exactly. Non-Cappy would say yes.
Yeah.
Evil Cappy says no.
Well,
Evil
there's too
Cappy
many
says no.
factors. There's too much to factor in.
Yeah.
For
Right. Like,
me.
this is what I was thinking, Jonesy. And this is what I said
Like,
in
what
the
if it
chat.
was self-defense and they murdered somebody? Yeah, I'd help them get away if it was really
I
self-defense.
mean, no, like, I think that, like, murder and killing is two different things. Like, that's why in the Bible it says murder, like, thou shalt not murder is different than thou shalt not kill. Like, you kill people in war, self-defense is killing. That's like,
Yeah, but that wasn't the poll question.
Well, I think the poll question was murder. Well, you might be right. I don't remember exactly the poll question, actually. You're correct.
So it was just a general question, right? So there's things that add into it that make me say, well, no, yeah, I would, but not right away.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, the murder is premeditated planning. And if you have someone that's premeditatedly planning to kill people, that is a very bad sign to have that person around you or anyone. At a certain point, you have to decide whether, you know, do you want to make other people, you want to be selfish and allow this person to walk free and hurt other families? And I know it's like, you know, I just think it's very, and I don't have a kid, obviously, and I know the feeling. But if, let's say, my sister came up to me and said, hey, I've killed 4 people and I premeditatedly murdered them, I would turn her in.
Immediately? Would you just stop talking to her and immediately call 911?
I would probably try to help her to convince her to turn herself in or get, you know, but definitely I would say, listen, you can't be walking around free. This is not good for society. This is not good for people.
No. I'm too analytical. I'm going to want to know why you did it.
Right.
What went through your mind when you did it. And then after we talk and get all that done, then I'll turn you in.
Like, I was thinking this, like, if like one of my kids came to me and was like, you know, like, and said, hey, I killed these people. And then when we're getting to the bottom lines of why, and if they said something to me, like, I just wanted to know what it felt like. God, yeah, we're calling the authorities because I'm scared now.
But if it's like a vengeful thing, like let's say they did something to her, or your kid that was really unforgivable and they took revenge, what you would probably be thinking differently.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was some like non-premeditated thing to where like there was some fight and then it just got out of hand, is where I would be with my kid. Like, oh fuck, like I don't know. Like, it's very situational.
We would work it out. It is situational. Yeah.
If it was SA though, like some kind of SA shit, nope, bye.
Yeah.
I can't get down with that. It's like the only thing that would have me like no.
For me, I think it would just depend. Like, no matter what, regardless, I'm turning them in. So my answer was no, because there's questions I'd have, and I wouldn't want to turn them in right away, because the more time I have with them at home to, you know, let's say I would wait 2 or 3 days just so I could get all the information I wanted.
Well, you know, what say they says, oh, I just have this desire to kill people, and you
there's more to it than that.
And you waited 2 and 3 days, and he killed.
No, I'm a psychological torture my kid's ass, and you finna tell me.
You're gonna pull out the gun and be like, "Get in the room. We're gonna talk."
Got me fucked up. You finna tell me everything.
You're finna tell me everything.
Like, tie him up to the bed. We're gonna find out.
Exactly. That's exactly what would happen.
Like, that's what's gonna.
I mean, you always wanna get into the mind of murderers, but you know you can't, because it's like impossible unless you're a murderer yourself.
Oh, by the way,
that's as closest as we could get.
Kat says a good point. Kat says you do not want to ask questions because then you will become a witness against your child.
That's all right.
And if you don't say anything, you're going to be charged with covering up a crime as well.
Yeah.
You will go to jail.
Like the situation with the laundries, like I always felt like Brian Laundrie probably came home with some bullshit that he fed his parents. Like, oh my God, like I think I'm gonna be set up, and You know, like because at the time
Was this
nobody
the-
knew and nobody knew anything at the time that they were like wanting to burn his parents at the stake.
Yeah,
Nobody
was this-
knew anything, and it was bullshit.
Was it before or after they dug a secret tunnel under their garden to hide them?
Probably after.
It was probably right
Okay,
before
but
that.
has anybody seen that she supposedly offered a shovel?
I heard that.
Oh my fucking god!
That's
I
like the
saw
latest.
something. I
Latest
saw
thing.
some headline about that somewhere, and I forget this morning.
Yeah, I didn't look far into it. I was just wondering if anybody else had seen it.
It sounds about as like
WFLA.
just like that. Like I'll mail you a file in the jail. Like
Hmm.
get the fuck out of here, dude. Like if she said that, do you think she really meant she's gonna mail him a file in the jail? Like that sounds like some joke shit. I'm sorry, dude. Like some of the shit that people like get into is so fucking weird.
No, I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna tell my kid if I knew that they murdered somebody. I'm gonna put it on paper too. I'm gonna write it.
Well, that's what the smartest criminals do. You know.
Yeah,
they do
exactly. And I'm gonna tell him to burn it after he reads it too. Cause
Burn after reading.
do you know how many group chats I've been in that are titled "Burn After Reading"?
My God.
You know what I mean?
I don't want to be a part of no group chat that's burn after reading.
It's a total like it's a joke though. Like burn after reading. Oh my god, you guys! Like
Delete.
I say that shit. I think it's funny to say it. So
Yeah,
whatever.
I'm deleting that group chat too. I agree.
Deleted. Actually, there was 2, I think, but I'm over exaggerating. Like I was in 100 of them or something, but I don't know. But people are crazy.
I don't know what I think. I don't know. It's up in the air right now for me.
Actually, I don't know if I did name the chat "Burn After Reading." I think I thought about it and I didn't do it. I take it all back. Never mind. I can't remember.
You take everything back?
I take it all back.
Okay.
I take it all back. I think I ended up not naming it that. I don't know. I thought it was a good idea though. That was my point. So yeah. There's
Ethan
that.
said, I don't trust you now.
Yeah, I know.
I'm definitely not. You know, that's some incriminating stuff that you're saying.
his little not trusting tomato eyes.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know about this.
Oh my god.
I think there's some issues here. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation.
I wouldn't turn my mama in, Commander. I don't
know if I would either.
My mama, no.
Mama, no.
Not my mommy.
You know, you remind me of like there was this movie, like I think it was like the mother was like a serial killer and she was like killing people based on like just feelings. It's like an old movie. I'm trying to remember what the name of the movie is. That's what it reminds me of when you say that. It's like a comedy from the 90s.
Wait, what was it?
Movie. I'm trying to think of the movie's name.
It sounds
Serial Mom. It was
Serial. Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, Serial Mom. She's like she killed one of the jury members that not convicted her because she was wearing like white on Memorial Day or something like that.
Wait on Memorial Day.
Like or something like a different
Labor
color.
Day?
Yeah, it was called Serial
After
Mom.
Labor Day, right?
Yeah, after Labor Day. Yeah. Serial Mom. That's a good old movie. I remember. Let me see the trailer. Let me see. I'm going to show the trailer in the back. Trailer. Serial Mom.
That Brian
Here.
Laundrie shovel stuff came up in the civil lawsuit. Like Cinema Shogun did a thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it came up from the lawyer. Maybe I don't know.
That's what I had heard that the Petitos lawyer said that's what happened.
I have like the video. I'll put it in there.
Cappy, I put it in the back with the actual trailer. Serial Mom, 1994.
That sounds so crazy.
1994 about a serial killer mom.
Oh,
And-
okay. Yeah, I was talking about the other thing.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I know. You were talking about a legitimate conversation. I was talking about 1994.
Oh my god. So yeah, I gotta know more about the shovel thing though.
I know, that's what I'm
There's a
saying.
video in the back chat, like Cinema Shogun did it. It came out in the civil lawsuit that's going on between
WFLA did one
Tito's.
too.
That just sounds so stupid. Like, let me put on the record here. Son, do you need a shovel? Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Really?
What the hell? Where'd that come out?
Where'd that come from? That sounds about as like, believable as I'm gonna mail you a file. Like, that's just crazy.
Did you hear about the babysitter in the Quentin case with the new allegations she's filing?
No.
No, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I missed
So what is going on with like she allegedly dumped some dogs off and White Boy Lockdown Radio's all pissed off about it and
what? I thought they
she
were
reached out
done.
she reached out to that fool like, you have my back on this, please. Cher is having a smear campaign.
What? I've missed all that.
Yeah, that happened earlier.
I saw something like, it's like when I watched his video, it was so like, I didn't understand the subject. He just starts talking about these dogs and her adopting dogs. And I was just like, what's going on with these dogs? And I just stopped in the middle of it. I was like, this makes
I thought they just had an interview or something, didn't they?
Yeah,
Didn't he just interview her?
The babysitter?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
So
think
now
I
he's
mean,
turning against her?
yeah.
No. He's defending the babysitter. He's claiming that Cher is spreading like false rumors about the baby.
He's going against Cher, I think.
Yeah,
right?
and
he shared the screenshot of Diana reaching out to him, like asking him to get her back.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And then the babysitter was like happy that she felt peace when Billy Joe was in jail. He was saying in his comment, like,
so fucking stupid.
I don't know what the allegation is with the dogs. To me, it's like, okay, like what? I don't even know what the hell's going on with that.
Yeah, I think it's whatever too, but the way she reached out to White Boy though is so stupid.
Yeah, like a YouTuber's gonna fix that. If you feel like Cher is defaming her character, I would suggest the babysitter not contact a YouTuber, but
She
an
better
attorney.
reach out to Bullhorn.
No. She has to reach out to an attorney that will sue her for defamation.
Yeah,
and that's what you should do.
No. She should reach out to Bullhorn so Bullhorn can give her the advice that she needs, Tim. Don't give her real advice.
Yeah, like
don't get it twisted.
Yeah, don't give her like actual factual advice. Like if
No.
someone's
Don't do that.
Yeah, no.
Nope.
Of course, we're gonna just have YouTube beefs.
It just further proves that like somebody wants attention.
Yeah. Like I would, if
You're
someone
happy you're right again.
Yes, I am.
if someone claimed I was like did something to animals on their live stream, I'd be like, I would go to an attorney, I'd say send them a cease and desist, and if they didn't accept the cease and desist, I would sue them, and that would be that, and I would probably, and just even if I was gonna lose the lawsuit, I wouldn't care. I would just fuck with them, and I would just just for fucking fun.
Well, who is Cher to be calling anybody out about animal abuse?
I don't know. I don't even know if Cher said anything. I don't even see the clip. He like makes a video and doesn't show the clip on which she makes this allegation.
Yeah, so then there's no way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless you go watch Cher. And that shit's boring. I'm sorry, but it's boring.
Yeah, it
And
is.
where did I never got to the point of where they were dumped? Like she
The
didn't
dogs?
say that they were dumped like in Billy's yard. I'm not sure or if that's where they were dumped. It was very unclear to me where they were dumped at.
Yeah, because it was a
just that
terrible-
it was just that she allegedly dumped them, and then Diana immediately, instead of doing something normal, reaches out to White Boy Lockdown Radio.
Yeah,
And he never puts any kind of background to what he's talking about.
Oh, I have.
Ever.
It's so
God.
unclear. I was like, he doesn't even explain it well. I'm like, I'm trying to understand, like, what did she say about these dogs? I'm not really sure the subject matter. I don't know. You don't have a clip of Cher saying anything in your video so that we have like a point of reference so we can be like, yeah, Cher fucked up by saying this. You're just like basically repeating what you read in a text from the babysitter.
Yes,
and
he
it's like,
doesn't research Tim at all.
like you make a video without any source, like to verify if the babysitter could just be lying to you. You need to verify if she's lying to you. It's just
Right.
how it is.
No,
Or
he don't care about that.
Yeah, no, it was really clear that he didn't watch any of the stream too.
Yeah.
It was super clear that he just went off of his message, woke up immediately in the morning and went live. Like It was super obvious.
Yes,
He's a genius, YouTube genius, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, like, heavens forbid any of us go on and say anything without some sort of source material will be crucified. Him, he's like literally
Just like his wife was not like didn't want to hurt anybody at the meet and greet, right? But she's like, yeah, the other live stream up is her like, I'm in the fucking parking lot, you whore.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were in my comments on that video I posted the other day.
Oh, I think I missed that video.
Because
a lot of people, because they don't like Molly and all them, were like totally jumping on their side and trying to fucking dumb down the fact that yes, they did want to hurt people there. Duh, she did. Let's not dumb it down. Let's not pretend like they weren't doing exactly fucking that. Give me a fucking break.
Yep.
So fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Like,
are you getting caffeine headaches yet, Cappy?
No, because I'm drinking a Red Bull right fucking now.
Stop drinking the devil's urine. That's what I'm gonna call it. Devil's
And
urine.
I drink the yellow kind too.
Oh God.
So it's definitely piss, right?
Him.
I drink Monsters.
I actually haven't. I only drank one soda today because I wasn't gonna binge drink what I have left. I'm just gonna try to drink one a day.
Yeah,
it's going over.
Are you giving up soda this year?
I am. I have to. I'm such a fat fuck, and I drink so much soda.
Why don't you just throw an hour on the elliptical or an hour walk-in every day?
That was another thing. I need to like walk up the street and back at the very least.
Like 20 times.
I've tried everything. And you know what? The only thing I can say that actually helped me lose weight was completely dropping the sodas. I still smoked, bud, and I still got munchies, and I ate whatever the hell I wanted. But as long as I did not pick up a soda, my weight had dropped. I lost over 100 pounds.
Yeah.
Just from quitting soda.
I wish you the best of luck in that. And remember, don't feel guilty about going and walking. And even when you don't want to, remember you're investing in yourself for it. I feel bad. I feel worse when I don't do my elliptical every day. I really do. Like, I miss not being on my elliptical every day. It's not the same as going in and riding that damn recumbent bike.
Well, I did enter the giveaway of Annie Bananas over at 10 to Life.
Oh no! Yeah.
For the exercise bike, but I was actually, because it's a choice, you can either win the exercise bike or the money it's worth, and I was probably going to go with the money.
Yeah,
but maybe I'll go with the exercise bike.
No,
yeah, right. That'll probably just sit there.
Well, I'll tell you, I love my elliptical. It's in my living room. I can, I have it set off so that, I have to slide it out when I use it, but I can also be on the sofa and not have it staring me in the eye either. And I don't resent it as much. But I'll tell you, my body feels way different. Like, I'm way stiffer out here than I am because I don't get the full body movement. And every day I feel better. So just remember you're investing in yourself. So don't feel guilty about it.
I need to do something. Well, because even when I was in shape and I had exercise equipment, I used my exercise equipment at home less. So that's kind of why I'm not getting anything, just to be on the err on the side of caution on the whatever. You know what I mean? And try to just do some walks, because when I've been successful in weight loss before, it's been walking and portion control. And back then I didn't really drink that much soda, but it was more cutting.
Have you ever tried eucalyptus leaves?
No, I haven't.
That works for me. What about saunas? I know detoxing too. Do you have any? Where do you live, on the west side of California?
I'm in LA.
Yeah.
Girl,
They have a lot of far infrared. Have you ever heard of far infrared saunas? That's real. People use that for it. Cleans you out from the inside. Cleans out your.
What is it called?
Just get a tapeworm, Cappy. Damn.
Oh my God.
Far infrared sauna, or another kind. There's a lot. There's there's different kind of saunas that are
How about this, Cappy?
Oh.
You're in your
so
40s.
relaxing, too.
You're also premenopausal. You're in the perimenopause stage. How about you go get your thyroid checked, get your hormone levels checked, get your TSH, ask for the full panel, not just the 12 panel, ask for the full panel, and then maybe get some hormones added to some diet and exercise change, and you might see the results that you want.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that sounds like a really good idea. Because I'm 44.
Ladies, do your wellness, your well woman exams. Middle 40s, suddenly life comes on. I'm speaking from 47 beings. I just got back down to 200 pounds. So I'm fat. I don't deny it. I'm only 5'5", so but don't do a damn tapeworm. Go get your
Oh, I'm
hormones.
fat as fuck, boy, and I love it.
Oh,
Beecham hates it, but I love it.
I only want to be like half as fat as I am. Like it's not even about like what I'm looking like at this point. It's just how I'm feeling.
That's
I'm feeling
attainable, Cappy.
Yeah.
Look on YouTube. There's this, like, one of the first things I did to start moving to be able to do my elliptical was there's a lady that does like it's called wall work, and it's like gentle aerobic exercise, and you do it against a fucking wall. And yes, girl. And like, so if you got any back, hip, knees, it's no impact to you. All you need is a damn wall. And
I was like, because I was even thinking, I'm like, maybe I should start going to the local pool. My kids.
That's one of the better things you can do for yourself.
I'll go at adult time, so like none of the kids will see me and shit. Duh. But I love swimming. Swimming's awesome.
Me too. Oh my God, I love it. And it's really like the best on your body, the most low impact
It
as far
is.
as like running and other things.
It is. I'm loving that. I love swimming. I love summertime.
Do that. That's a good thing to do. Yeah.
Wall work sounds really easy though, and that sounds like something I might look into.
Yeah, it's
Because
like
of course
yoga
I want. Of
against
course,
the
I like
wall.
the easiest shit ever.
And that's what I had to do, Cappy. Like if it's not easy for me to do it, like if I'm gonna hurt for 4 days after I do whatever the workout, like I'm gonna bitch and whine, and I'm probably not gonna do it. But if I can find something that was low impact, kind of fun, and there's more sets and reps and things that I can add to it, and all I got to do is have my feet up, my legs up a damn wall. Yeah, yoga mat. Let's go.
Exactly.
I'm all for yoga.
All right, guys, I'm a skedaddle.
Skedaddle.
Yeah.
I'm a skedaddle. I got a little bit of a headache.
6 hours. That's a long time. I think I'm gonna be skedaddling myself.
Yeah, I gotta go get the kid from school too. I love y'all.
I'll
Thanks
see
for
you
having me.
guys.
Alrighty.
Bye.
Bye, guys. And thanks for hanging out, B Tim and Voices and everybody. I appreciate you guys, and we'll keep updated. We'll come on. Oh, thank you for becoming a member, Cut and Shoot. I just seen that. Just showing respect and support to QueenBee and crew. Thanks, love. I appreciate it. And as always, go check out Sleuth Mom and Burden of Proof and Captain Napton. There's Heels in the Air. There's a lot of good creators, Deets on the Streets. All the girls, they try to keep up and keep everybody updated with facts. Not a lot of speculation. We don't do spirit boxes over here. Anyhow, thank you for the new subscribers. I appreciate you guys. And yes, Cinema Shogun did some good stuff too. So anyhow, I appreciate y'all and thanks for hanging out. Have a good day, guys. And catch back up tomorrow. If anything else pops off or anything important comes up, we will definitely jump on. But as for now, guys, have a good day.
I've been on my own for 3 weeks now. I've been drinking every single bottle, Jim Beam down. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild. What's so bad about that? Baby, we were good, like wine going down. but only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Even the preacher, he says he can't help me. I've been singing praise the Lord, hallelujah, but it don't set me free. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, but what's so bad about that? I've been seeing old lovers, but they can't keep the memories out. Oh, only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Oh, I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now.